Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 2 of Spirit and Salt, the title of which you guys know, but we don't know, because it has not yet been determined. Time travel, chronomancy! Previously, on Spirit and Salt, we met our heroes for this adventure. Morisco, a chef far from home in search of inspiration. Boss, a scholar of the Scriptorium Voxotherum looking for his colleague. Ghost, a student of the Citadel of Hallowhive on a research expedition. Bones, a Zeppelin radio operator who did the right thing and lost his job for it. Cadence, upper echelon member of a white-collar crime syndicate. Marble, a race car driver whose car was destroyed in the process of winning a dramatic race. And Patches, a mafioso in hot water with his boss for a failed betting scheme. For a wide variety of reasons, these far-flung characters all found themselves in Daybreak City, the Arcanotech capital of the world, a bustling metropolis of magical wonders, where they attended the Sinclair Cup, the last legal automobile race, before a new law goes into effect banning high-capacity Arcanotech for private use. And it was at this race that some of our characters began to meet one another and socialize, until suddenly, in the midst of the race, the car of the leading racer, Sadie Fairfax, exploded in devastating fashion and unleashed some sort of magical force creature that began to attack the crowd. Before the situation had a chance to get out of hand, the party sprang into action, quickly dispatched the creature, and in the aftermath, they gathered clues that hinted that some sort of foul play was perhaps afoot, seemingly evidence that Sadie's car had been sabotaged. And they were approached by a man named Arthur Sterling, apparently a messenger from Miss Olga Sinclair, who's a media mogul in Daybreak City and the sponsor of this race, who invited them to her home for a meeting to properly thank them for their quick and heroic actions, with the insinuation that there would be some sort of reward involved. And we left off right as you guys were essentially ushered off of the racetrack by Police Chief Lydia Powell and ushered out into the streets of Daybreak City. It's about noonish, perhaps, and your dinner is tonight at 6, so you guys have maybe 5 or 6 hours to spend. Activate our map here. So yeah, you guys are here in Daybreak City with essentially some time to kill. You guys didn't come to this race together, but you all have plans together in a few hours. That doesn't necessarily mean you need to stay together, but I will leave that to you guys. What would you guys like to do?
I am going to cube up first.
Good choice.
Would like to use my background of supply chain.
Okay.
And I want to go around and find out where she bought her parts from, who's worked on her.
Okay. You get the sense that is probably going to be a many hour, possibly multiple day investigation, but you can certainly start that process.
So I'm assuming that she and I probably talked about.
Yeah, you would absolutely have some sort of connections with her sort of knowledge on that account. So as you guys all walk out, Marble, do you tell the other party what you're up to, or you just roll out? I know Marble is still in something of a distressed state too, so.
Yeah.
I'll kind of place you guys here on a map together just so we can see you. You're not really at the racetrack anymore, but...
Probably turn to, Bones, with twins, and Cadence. I need to go look into something.
Do you need help?
If you want to.
I certainly don't want to stay here when they start searching bags, so yes, I could.
And he looks pretty distraught. He looks like he's maybe cried a bit. Like a bitch.
Wild. Alright. So it sounds like Bones and Marble headed off to do this sort of investigation into Sadie Fairfax's sort of supply chain. Anybody else up to anything particular before we jump to them doing that? Go ahead, Bob.
What time of day is it?
It is currently about noon, maybe a little afternoon by the time this all went down.
Do we know how long it will take us to get to the meeting place?
Someone here certainly does. Ghost probably doesn't really know what
Ghost would not, yeah.
Yeah, when you probably don't know what you're looking at when you look at this sort of direction, or this address on a business card. But assuming you kind of asked the rest of the party about it, Olga Sinclair's home is located in Wax Row. which is kind of on the eastern coast. You guys are currently on Alban Island, so you're kind of almost opposite side of the city from it. You need to like catch a ferry back to the main city, over to maybe like West Willow or East Willows, and then from there make your way to Wax Row. Wax Row is sort of the it's kind of the the Hamptons of this place, the Long Island of this place. It's a lot of upper end sort of residential areas and such like that.
Probably take like at least an hour.
Yeah. I'd say it's probably going to take you maybe close to an hour just to get on a ferry and get back to sort of mainland.
Ferry. It's not a quick process.
Yep, and then maybe another hour by foot or by either some sort of taxi or something, or rail or street tram or whatever. And I will say, I know you're talking about going to the supply chain thing. Your first step to that process is also to get on the same ferry as everybody else. So you guys start by presumably all getting on a ferry together and having about an hour to kill on a ferry ride.
You are unvanilla. Sorry, you didn't hear us. Good.
I was just gonna ask, like, I know that my brothers have a car. Will we all be able to pile into that thing?
No, not all of you. Your brothers also don't have their car here on Alban Island. They didn't drive it here. Yeah, you're over on Alban Island, so your car is back in Saltworks. Go ahead, Cadence.
Okay, similar vein to Bones and Marble. Did Sadie have a sponsor?
Yeah, she did, and it was Sinclair Media.
Okay, sorry.
Yep.
You mentioned that last time.
Yep. No, it was a good recap, though. Go ahead, boss.
Kind of going back in time a little bit here, just to my relationship with Grimm prior, to now.
Yeah.
And his, like, speaking of, like, Olga or anything like that, was there ever any other, like specificity to the relationship that would not, like, signify Olga Sinclair by name? Like, if like, something that, like, Grimm could have said to me...
I see what you're saying. Roll me... Let's just call this a history check. See if you remember any, like, tidbits he might have been talking about Olga.
No, that's a 4.
Okay, yeah. To your knowledge, outside of that one conversation, he had never mentioned her name before, never talked about, like, the theologian he knew or anything like that. So, yeah. And then Bones, you were waiting to say something?
Yeah, to Ghost. You're new to the town. Do you need help finding it?
Possibly. Mr. Patches, is your home near where Miss Sinclair's home is?
Do I know it?
Yeah, you live here on Alban Island in a neighborhood called Little Caruxa, which is kind of the Little Italy. So not very near you. Kind of opposite side of town from you, honestly.
I don't live near her, but I roughly know where she is.
I'm just feeling a little overwhelmed, as I'm sure all of us are. Perhaps I could return to your home for a moment and lay down?
Yes, I don't see any reason why not.
It's gonna get old eventually, but it's not yet. It's so good.
Do we know when the ferry comes?
Yeah, someone would be able to suss that out. They run on kind of a regular schedule throughout the day. There's probably 2 or 3 ferries that kind of run in cycles, such that you can get on a ferry every 30 minutes or so. Is when another one shows up.
That's
So it's
pretty
like
good.
Anti-LGBT.
high traffic.
Yeah, I assume I would know like when they go, since if
Yeah,
I live
yeah,
here,
yeah.
then I'm used
Yeah.
to taking them back and forth. So.
Yep, Patches absolutely knows the ferry schedule. Cadence almost certainly knows it too. Probably Bones and Marble absolutely, because you come here for the racetrack all the time. So yeah, there's several people that know the ferry schedule pretty well. No problem. So it sounds like maybe everyone is getting on a ferry to head back to the mainland, except for Ghost and Patches, who are just going back to your house. It sounds like.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Boss turns to Marisco and asks, what is it that you would like to do?
I don't have any plans between now and then. I could go find some place for appetizers or something like that. In the meantime,
I am hungry. Do you want to go to the mainland?
food probably better over there. Unless you want more spaghetti.
I'll follow you.
All right. So Patches and Ghost kind of part ways and head back towards Ghost's house for the moment, as everyone else kind of gets onto a ferry. Bones, go ahead.
As Ghost is leaving, I Hunter's Mark him.
Oh, okay. Just intriguing. There's no saving throw for Hunter's Mark, I don't believe, right?
Correct. The new Hunter's Mark is just totally silent automatic.
Sweet.
No spells, no signs.
Cool, that is what I thought.
Wow, it's the good stalking spell. Love it.
Absolutely. You sort of attune your preternatural senses to Ghost so you can track him if needed. Go ahead, Cadence.
I'll join Bones and Marble to their, like, investigation of where
Okay,
she got her
cool.
first
Love it. So yeah, for now, all of you besides Patches and Ghost will kind of get in line to get onto a ferry over to the mainland. As Patches and Ghost start walking back towards Patches' house. I think probably the first to get where they're going is Patches and Ghost. So we'll move to you guys first. Patches, you kind of unlock the front door of your house and let in Ghost and yourself. Looks like Scraps is still not here at the moment. He must still be out doing baseball or whatever he gets up to during the day. And yeah, you guys have as much time as you need essentially to rest. If you're going to get to Olga's by 6, you probably need to leave in 2-ish hours or so, maybe 3. But do you guys do anything other than just kind of rest and recoup a little bit?
Well, I'll let him in first and kind of make sure he's kind of has a spot to lay down at.
Yeah.
I assume the couch is probably good enough for you.
Yeah, it's where he's been sleeping the last few days.
Oh, I don't sleep.
Oh, right. Rest, I should say, rather than sleep.
Is there anything I can get you? I mean, my Nana would be so upset with me if I didn't show my hospitality.
Oh no, you've already been extremely generous. I just, the city is still a little bit overwhelming, and with the race, it's all been a little bit overwhelming for one day.
Oh, I totally understand it. I mean, the cities are really big.
I should be ready to go in an hour or so.
Okay, I'm going to go check on Scraps, and I'll leave you be so you can arrest her.
Thank you very much.
And then if I can go, just kind of go watch him play baseball, just kind of
you know where
watchful eye on him.
for sure. You head over. You know where Scraps goes to play baseball. You find him at a little baseball diamond outside of like a elementary school where he's playing with some girls that are maybe like 2 years older than him or so, and he's out there doing his best. He's currently teaching a girl a little younger than him, like he's helping her figure out how to swing a baseball bat properly and stuff like that. And yeah, you just kind of watch from a distance as he sort of practices baseball with these girls.
Oh, I'm so proud of him. He's growing up so well.
He's currently
just like me.
He's currently got his little newsy cap is off and sitting on a bench, and he's got his suspenders pulled over to the sides to have his shirt a little bit unbuttoned so that he can sweat it out a little bit as he's teaching this little girl how to swing a baseball bat proper. And yeah, you spend the next however long, hour or whatever. Eventually he sees that you're there and he kind of waves at you, and he goes like, "Hey Patches, how's it? Oh, sorry. Hiya Patches, how's it going?
Oh, it's going good. I just wanted to check in on you and make sure you're doing well.
Was that right? It's how's it going? How's it going?
Yes, that's really good.
He does the little hand while he's doing it.
You're getting so good at this. You're gonna be able to join me in no time.
That's what I'm looking forward to. Looking forward to it.
You'll get to there. And I'll kind of just ruffle the fur between his ears and tell him to just go back to playing.
Yeah.
Just wanted to swing by.
His fur is a little sweaty, so the hair sticks up almost perfectly straight in the front, like a cowlick almost. But he doesn't know that, so he goes back and plays some more baseball. We will cut over to Team Fairy, Boss and Marisco and Bones and Cadence and Marble. You guys all get onto a ferry, ready to take you across. It's going to be, maybe 15 to 30 minutes. You guys have a little bit of time to chit-chat if you want to on the way. That's up to you.
Yeah, I'll probably sit real close to Cadence. I'm gonna lean my head on her, but she's not here right now because she has a phone call.
Terrible friend is why.
She's unavailable emotionally right now.
Right now, he says.
What else is new?
And Boss takes Mariska to the side and, in private conversation, mentions, my Master Grimm, his only connection here was Olga Sinclair, and I would have questions for her that I would like to ask in private. I would like to potentially go to her home before the party begins to see if I can speak to her.
Well, we can do that. That's fine. I was going to ask if they wanted to join us, but if we want to do that, then we'll nix that.
So if you'd like to, I can take this on my own, and I can meet you at the party.
That is up to you. I know you prefer having someone.
I think at this time it might be better for me to go ask on my own.
Okay, sure.
I will see you at the party then.
Yeah, I will see you then.
Once we land on the mainland, if you could cover for me if they have any questions, just let them know I will be there.
Sure.
All right. So you make plans to kind of split off from the rest when you guys get to the mainland and try to go meet with Olga a little early before the official meeting. Go ahead, Mariska.
Since these guys are my only connections right now, I'm gonna ask if they know any like local places that I could,
Yeah,
kill a few hours.
absolutely.
Or
Let's see.
The twins definitely know.
Yeah, say the twins. Absolutely.
the twins are there,
know,
then,
for
yeah,
sure. Yeah,
that's
Yo-Yo and Top are still with you. They're kind of headed back too. And yeah, you guys all know a few places that there's like rules required for this. Importantly to note, there's prohibition on in Daybreak City. It is currently illegal to drink alcohol or sell and drink alcohol here. All of you that live in Daybreak City know that that is essentially a racket to make money for gangs. It is kind of Daybreak City's worst kept secret that there are like 10,000 speakeasies in this city, and it's just they're finding a way to funnel money to gangs. Essentially, it's also kind of Daybreak City's worst kept secret how corrupt this city's government is, very much in league with powerful gang interests. So all that to say, you guys all probably have some speakeasies that you go to from time to time if you're the drinking types, and then beyond just drinking, there's obviously restaurants and places to go to eat. So yeah, I'll leave that to you guys if you like have a place you want to go. There's your options are many. You could go somewhere sort of upscale and fancy and pay a lot for your food, but get something nice, or just kind of a cheap little speakeasy.
There's a little record shop off the corner of 46th, the Great Vinyl. They used to serve wine, but they don't anymore, of course.
Hell yeah!
And they have a good selection. I go there sometimes to listen, or I did when I had money to actually buy something. We could swing
Oh, money, that's a thing.
by. Money is a thing. It's very unfortunate.
6 silver pieces give me enough for...
Oh, I need to look at my economy thing, but yes, they'll certainly. I
Okay.
think it's 1 silver for like a full meal.
Okay.
So at a restaurant, so a few drinks is cheaper than that.
Okay, then I can do that. Okay.
Yeah.
But that sounds great, thank you. I'll give that a try.
Yes.
But if I did want wine, is there...
You will not find any wine in the city, and certainly not in the Great Vinyl.
Can
Insight
I
check.
insight that? Yeah.
Wink.
Big old wink.
No, not sure. Oh, that's bad. It's like a 6.
You see Maurisko's eyes kind of gloss over like he's really disappointed there's no wine, and Top Pendleton leans over and goes, "Hey, he's fucking with you, pal. There's you're not supposed to drink around here. There's laws against it and stuff, but it's you can get stuff if you know where to get it, which is basically anywhere. Just
You do have to be a little more careful. You're not from here.
that is true. The little less leniency towards people that maybe have accents and such, and he kind of looks towards Boss also in his 7'2" and ornate headdress and such.
Boss looks around, kind of confused.
The truth is, though, Yo-Yo says, it really is, it ain't no different than anywhere else. It's just who the money goes to is different. If you can sort of stomach that kind of, stomach that guilt, I suppose. Top goes, it ain't my guilt.
I see. Okay, I'll be careful. Try to find the not so hidden wine.
Right. I think Bones is onto something, though, with the Great Vinyl.
Yeah, I don't know if the owner actually knows me, but I've been a few times. They've been kind so far, so.
Outstanding. You guys eventually... Oh, go ahead, Boss.
Sorry, this is completely like out real quick. Did you say grape vinyl?
Great
Yeah,
vinyl.
the Grape Vinyl.
That's-
I wasn't sure if it was grape or great, and I didn't want to ask.
I love the grape vinyl. I love
Yeah, I need to have that business in real life right away.
immediately a wine drinking listening room. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Sounds fantastic.
Great vinyl.
Does anyone want to join me? I heard you have plans already between now and then.
I'll join you.
You don't count.
Top and Yo-Yo kind of... You see Top almost immediately light up to be like, oh yeah, we'll join you for sure. But then Yo-Yo kind of tugs his sleeve and they look at Marble, who's still like very emotionally distressed. And Top goes like, you don't mind, do you, football? If we, you maybe want to drown your sorrows a little bit, or...
They probably know Marple doesn't drink.
Yeah.
If you're busy, it's okay. I can go by myself, but
Cadence, while you're away from the table. Ghost and Patches broke off to just go rest at their house for a little bit, and everyone else is discussing perhaps going to a record store / that illegally sells wine because there's prohibition on.
They are.
Right.
We're still planning on going to.
Right.
I was using it kind of as my alibi if no one else is going.
Understood.
okay.
That sounds like you two are still breaking off to do your investigation of the supply chain stuff.
Yeah, and the only thing is that when you guys
Do I know of a good place to recommend them, though?
Yes, absolutely, and no roll required. I kind of described this while you were out, but prohibition is on in Daybreak City, meaning it's illegal to drink alcohol or sell it, which just means the gangs do it instead of legal entities doing it. It's just funneling money to gangs, essentially. Go ahead and roll me a history check and apply your criminal lore.
Ooh, amazing.
She's a criminal? What?
You said history?
Yeah.
Plus, 30-20.
Outstanding. You absolutely know plenty of places. One thing that comes to mind specifically, one of the biggest distributors of alcohol in Daybreak City is Santi Silenziosi. There are a bunch of speakeasies around the city that are in sort of the basements and back rooms of churches, where you go and Santi Silenziosi is selling alcohol to people. So you know a few of those. One that comes to mind is Baxter Square. But there's several of those around the city for sure, and then several others too if you want to avoid those for any reason. But
Okay, yeah.
How do churches work if gods don't really have a big
what a terrific question. Will be a religion check.
Can I do this just?
Yeah. Just drop some lore on you.
11.
11. Okay.
21.
21. Okay. On an 11. Morisco in character, it's probably always been a little bit confusing to you. You know, even on 11, that like people who are super religious say that there are gods, but they seem to not care about mortals or their doings. They don't seem to grant boons or divine magic or anything like that. What you know is that a lot of people, versus worshiping the gods, these distant, otherworldly beings that don't seem to give a shit about mortal kind, a lot of people worship things like great spirits or things like, powerful genies or powerful devils and angels, stuff like that. A lot of people worship those sort of entities. And then even more prominent than that, the biggest religious institutions in the world are sort of just philosophical. One of the biggest churches in the world is First Altruist, and it's just people that adhere to the principles of altruism. Okay. And it's, there's this whole religion that surrounds that. On a 21, you would know a little bit more detail about that, specifically like every kind of philosophy or like philosophical leaning is literally attached to an outer plane. There's a plane called altruist, and it is the outer plane of self-sacrifice and unconditional love and so on. And people forge a real sympathetic connection to that plane by virtue of their devotion to the ideal that it represents, and do in fact draw real divine magic from that. You can essentially love and believe so firmly in your philosophies that you get magic out of it because there's a place that is full of magic attached to that philosophy, essentially. So yeah, the vast majority of religious practitioners in the world aren't adhered to a god or a deity. They're adhered to essentially an ideal or a philosophy that grants them real powers. But the religiosity of it all, the rules and the laws and all that, are generally made up by churches, made up by institutions that, for whatever reason, come up with rules for those people to follow. Go ahead, Boss.
On that note, would Boss be aware of any other places of study here, worship here, that may have attracted Grimm if Grimm would not be with Oil Sinclair?
That's a great question. Roll me I'm going to call this a history check and apply your academia lore.
Nat 1, so for 3.
Ooh, shit. Yeah, it's, a lot of institutions around the world, but it is worth noting. I'll give you one thing just on your passive history with that lore. There is an important institution of learning in Daybreak City. It is called, I think it might just be called Daybreak City University, but let me check. It is in my notes. Yeah, Daybreak City University. It's here on Albin Island, actually, and it is, a fairly prominent institution of learning. But that's the only one that you can think of in Daybreak City. And
So I'll just take my now one as just being there's no reason that I'd assume he would be there.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, you could go check it out if you want to. It would be, you would essentially not get on the ferry with everyone else because it is back in Alban Island. So maybe it occurs to you as you're already on the ferry, and you're like, well, I'm not going back.
I like
about
that.
it.
Yeah, I'll take that. Oh shit.
Yeah, you're not familiar with the city, and just you don't know what kind of churches and religions churches and religions are practiced here. So the only place you can think of is the one big school here, because you know big schools. You have an academia lord, but
On the geopolitical scale, would I understand what the prominent religion is in the city?
Roll me. Let's call this a religion check, and again apply your geopolitics lord.
19.
19, okay. The biggest and most prominent church here in Daybreak City is the Holy Nuvolarian Church, which is a religion that preaches essentially order, sort of structure and order and law, essentially keeping things adherent to sort of a code, and that is the biggest religion here. It's one of the biggest religions in the world.
Kind of ironic.
Is that like a religion holding the hands of the government sort of situation?
Potentially. I don't think you know a lot about the religion
no
itself.
separation of the church and state are kind of wrapped in.
Roman, let's make a different check for that. I'm going to call that one a history check, but also apply your geopolitics. You know what? Actually, disregard. This was a geopolitics roll to begin with. You weren't trying to know a bunch about the religion. You're trying to know what's prominent in this city. Let's stick with the 19. You would know that there is the church holds a great deal of power in Daybreak City. You don't know specifically about the players involved or how it intertwines, but it stands to reason certainly that if the gangs are super powerful in the city and the church is important in the city, that probably they're holding hands in some way or another. On a 19, I don't think you know the specifics or have heard specific stories of how it all pans out, but that's a very reasonable assumption based on what you know.
Yeah, so based on what more specifically, I would know that if I were here, that to approach the church or to approach the government would essentially be approaching both of them.
Yeah, it kind of stands to reason. Yeah, there's no you would know, again, geopolitics lore. This is stuff that you would have learned kind of studying about foreign nations when you studied about that stuff under Pratikar and others. There's no official link between the church and state. It's not literally a theocracy or anything like that. But there are some very strong unofficial links between the church and the state in this city. And Seoul at large, honestly. I think Marvel had something. Go ahead.
Yes, I also think my health is wrong, but whatever. Just because now that Katie's in the back, I just wanted to see what she would react with.
Maybe
when we're on the ferry, Marvel sits close to you, leans his head on you. Clearly, she's kind of lost in thought.
How are you holding up?
Kind of shrugs.
Boy. So Cadence is in full work mode immediately. In a shocking turn of events, she's not the person you want to go to for emotional support.
You can make an insight check if you want.
Well, I was going to say that I probably don't make an insight check.
Yeah, that's totally fair. If you feel like Cadence is tuned out enough of Marvel's emotions in the moment.
I'll probably get there in a second, but I start with, it was just her car that was sabotaged. None of the other ones had any bombs on them, and I didn't recognize the make of the bomb, but I bet we could get to... And then I'll look down at you when I'm done monologuing for a second, and then I'll make an insight check.
Yeah.
15?
Yeah, I mean, you can read him pretty well. He seems definitely lost in thought, and whenever you mention start talking about the car, his ears do perk up, and you clearly he is thinking about the same thing.
Yeah.
Did you see the bomb?
I did, right?
Yeah, you essentially saw... You didn't even quite know what it was. You saw a part on the bottom of the car that it looked out of place and you weren't sure what it was.
The only one, right?
Exactly. And you showed it to Marvel and you're this looks out of place. Essentially, Cadence saw on the bottom of the car two exploded canisters with inert conversion crystals in them. And Marvel, you saw that and were this doesn't belong at the bottom of the car. I don't know what this is. This isn't even linked to the car in any way that matters. It's just stuck onto it.
Gotcha.
So.
Yeah, the device I showed you.
Right.
That car was the only one that had one.
You are going to try to get to the bottom of this, find out who supplied.
Of course. And actually, he's probably pulled out his little notebook and probably is trying to sketch what that looks like to kind of get an idea for it, and
Yeah.
maybe even get an idea of like how
Yeah.
it was made and what would be needed to make it.
Give me a dexterity artificer's tools check to make a sketch of a thing.
Could I tell you on intelligence since I am trying to go from like my knowledge on how technology works?
Oh, yeah, I'll allow it. That's fine.
And what do you want for this?
Artificer's tools. And apply if you have like Arcanotech lore or whatever. Apply your lore skill. Or your lore bonus, I should say.
Lore bonus is 5.
It is equal to your proficiency bonus, so 2 currently.
Okay.
So for you, this roll is intelligence
15?
plus proficiency plus lore. Sorry, what was it, 15?
15.
Yeah, you finish up a sketch of it that is like, you aren't able to recall, you were in quite an emotional condition as you were looking at all this, and you clocked the most important details, but you didn't get a good look at the intricacies of it in terms of like how it was all hooked together and such, but you get a sketch down of kind of the basics of what it looked
I'll
like.
show it to Cadence and see if there's anything that I got wrong, if she recognizes it. But,
Yeah, no, it all looks roughly right, it just is missing detail. And then let's see, Cadence, hand raised.
Okay, I don't think I asked this last time. The creature that popped out of the bomb when it exploded, was it an elemental or...
Roll me an Arcana check. A couple of people did this, but I don't think you were one of them.
I think I did, didn't I?
Yeah, I think it was Marble and Bones that did
Only
this.
a 9.
A 9? Yeah, you're not sure. It didn't... I think on a 9, you would probably... Yeah, on a 9, you're just not sure. It could have been an elemental.
Okay.
I'm going to give you above the board Marble and Bones. Last time I made this check, too. And it seemed like some sort of, like, mindless creature of force, kind of force construct of some kind. Not associated with any particular element, but just kind of a magical force construct of some sort.
Okay, cool.
I'll say, piggybacking off of your insight check about those, like, as Morbus starts working, kind of getting pulled out of his little funk.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you... And it's funny because I don't know if Cadence is being intentionally emotionally available right now, but Cadence does probably what Marble actually needs to break him out of this funk, whether it's a healthy thing to do or not, which is get his mind off of it by getting his mind deep into practical thinking and into his work. You sort of, Marble, for the moment, take a lot of really big feelings that you have not processed yet and just be like, that's for another time, and start focusing your attention instead elsewhere. I don't want to say too much about Marble in session 2 without knowing him that well, but I feel like Marble is probably good at compartmentalizing.
Yeah.
And kind of puts that away for another time.
Well, you two certainly know this world better than I do. Who could make something like this?
Yeah, roll me an Artificer's Tools. This is not Artificer's Tools. This is just history. Make me a history check.
History, and what can I apply?
You can apply Arcanotech lore.
Okay.
Can I do a history?
And yes, you can history check.
Siege
Yep.
weaponry lore?
Yeah, I'll allow it. Yep, sir.
A siege weapon.
Alright, we're not rolling very hot today. It's going to be a 11.
11.
22.
22. On an 11, the person that comes to mind right away is Vanguard Ethertech International. They are a company that produces wartime technology, weapons, and civic infrastructure and stuff like that. That's the biggest name in Arcanotech production in this city. So that's probably the first name that comes to mind when you think of someone making a weapon like this that like exploded and created a construct to start fighting. Bones on a 21, was it 22? 20 something. 22. It is Vanguard. You certainly wouldn't rule that out. It sounds like the kind of thing they would produce.
Sure.
There's nothing about it that makes you go like, "Oh, definitely Vanguard."
Right.
And you can't. I don't think of anybody else that you would think this could be. There's a chance like Vanguard's biggest customer in Daybreak City is like the solar military.
Sure.
They sell shit to Sol, including like military weaponry and stuff.
Right.
So, there's a chance that somebody has like purchased a weapon that was intended for war from Vanguard and then repurposed it for their own uses or something. Or, some independent small-time person could have made this. But you can't think of like another company or institution that would be responsible for making this.
With the 22, can I rule out that someone just made it in their basement? Is it too complex for that?
No, on a 22, it would be a very talented someone.
Sure.
But it's not impossible that someone made it in their basement.
Yeah.
Again, it would be a very talented someone.
Right.
And you can't think of a person that meets that description in the city, but it's a city of 1.7 million.
Right. It's tricky. Vanguard certainly could, but so could anyone that has a basic understanding of Arcanotech, little alchemy. If someone could have made it in their basement, brought it in, it's not going to be easy to track. Making things explode is surprisingly easy.
Marble not.
There are a lot of things that just want to explode. The hard part is getting them to not explode until the right time.
Purple, you know that all too
Marble
well
not.
from all your ether salt experimentation. Cadence, go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry,
An
back to you.
internal thought here. Do I know anything about Sadie?
Roll me a history check. And also you can apply Daybreak City Lord with that.
8.
8. Nah, everything you know about Sadie is through Marvel.
Okay.
There's a chance maybe before Marvel you had heard her name, but anything you know more than just basically who she is came from Marvel.
Okay, maybe check on Sadie.
You made a check last time to see if you knew her like next of kin, and I kind of counted that as like
Okay,
what do you know about Sadie. If you have specific questions, I'm happy to answer them. But yeah, you know a fair amount about
I mean,
her.
they don't like what at this place.
Yeah.
Her supplier for
Yeah.
parts was. But
Makes sense. We'll get into that here in just a moment. I do have. I'll get into
I
that.
gotcha.
And then Bones, you were about to say something before I interrupted you.
Yeah, give me just like a quick insight check.
That's not quick at all.
Sorry, it's in your find it. Well, find it. 14.
I am happy to help. I know you're going to be tracking down suppliers. I can do my best. But if the way that I help best is staying out of the way, I'm happy to do that too. And when he finishes that, his stomach audibly rumbles.
So hungry.
If you need to, he just kind of nods at you.
Maybe. Keep in touch. Do you know where you're going to go first? I can try to catch up with you.
I mean, I assume that Marble's probably going to pick a path that is suppliers leading up from where they're going to be going to where they're
Yes, and
destination
looking at the map here, the vast majority of where you're going to be looking is in Saltworks anyway, and you're eventually making your way to Wax Row. So you guys are going to split up at the ferries. Some of you are going to Saltworks, some of you are going to the Willows, essentially to find the golden, the grape vinyl.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Where is Sergey at?
I was about to say, and on the subject of Sergey, before I answer that question, on a 22, is there some artificer in this city who could make this in their basement? On an 11, who could have made this weapon?
Sergey.
I'm not saying he did it, but certainly he would have been.
Sergey is in this city? Sorry, I wasn't aware of that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and he is in Saltworks.
Yeah. Did you want to come?
Yes, I will come with you.
We can get
Perfect.
some food.
You can wait. We're having dinner later.
On 14 Insight, Bones certainly changed his tune quite a bit.
I can tell. We didn't get that. I'm quite aware that he wants to meet with Sergey.
All right. It's about this time as you guys finish that conversation that the ferry does finally dock at the harbor in West Willows. And it sounds like Morisco and Boss split off to at first start walking together towards the Great Vinyl, and then maybe Morisco's just going by himself to the Great Vinyl while Boss does his thing, and the other three of you are headed to go do a little research into Sadie and also maybe go see Sergey.
Where is the Great Vinyl located?
The Great Vinyl is in West Willows. No, it's probably over in East Willows, honestly. So it's in the Willows.
I will walk with Mariska to the
Yeah,
establishment.
so you're headed the same way anyway, so that stands to reason.
So I will go the whole way with Marisco, so at least I know like where you are.
Yeah.
And you have the address for
Yeah, it's silver.
Yeah, so you each have a card on it with her address on it, so
at least we'll both know where the other is.
yeah. So you guys split off from each other. I'll go to you guys first. You guys make your way towards the Willows. Go ahead, boss.
One last question. Just between like where they will Mariska will be and like Olga's address, like how far is that? Like mileage wise, like
I am gonna say probably from the middle of the Willows to Olga's home.
like from East Willow, like over like where Mariska
Yeah,
is.
you're probably looking at like, I'm trying to do mental math here about how big this city is mileage wise. Maybe something along the lines of 10 miles or so.
Yeah.
It's a rough estimation, but
I was just curious. Thank you.
yeah, makes sense. So the two of you bid farewell to your new compatriots, at least for the moment, and head into the Willows. This is the largest and most populated borough of Daybreak City. It's where most of the people live. Excuse me. And yeah, you begin to make your way through here looking for the grape vinyl. I wouldn't make you roll for this if you weren't both not from Daybreak City, but roll me either perception or investigation checks to find the grape vinyl with advantage because Bones gave you like a location. So,
What did you want us to roll?
perception or investigation, your choice.
8.
Outstanding.
22.
Was that with advantage? Oh, yeah, it was with advantage. I see that there. 22? Okay, great. You guys begin making your way through the willows. And eventually, Morisco, you're kind of struggling to find it, but Boss, you do eventually find the grape vinyl. It's just this building with a sign hung over the door that has like a vinyl record with grapevines kind of woven in and out of it. And it's like hanging from a grape trellis, essentially. Yeah, and it's here that you guys can part ways if you wish to, unless you're coming in for a second or something.
I will step in for a minute. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you guys step inside of this place together. There is just a little bit of music playing in here, just kind of a gentle sort of mellow kind of jazz tune, and a lot of vinyls are on display here for purchase, a lot of gramophones, and with hardly any effort to hide it as you guys begin to walk in and kind of just start looking around. A woman walks over. She's human, maybe in her like 40s. Says, "Anything you're looking for that you can't find out here?" And she like, again, no subtlety almost whatsoever. Looks at kind of a back door. That looks like maybe it would be the hall you go down to find the bathrooms potentially.
I'm good looking out here for now, but if I need more, is it in the back?
You may find stuff back there that
okay.
if you're looking for anything else.
Good to know.
If you do want vinyl, though, I can absolutely give you some recommendations as well. And she kind of, talks about some of her favorite records and so on and so forth. But,
I'll look around for a gift to take home.
yeah, absolutely. This is actually a really cool record store, and it's in a city that has music from all over the world. You find stuff that is from like Puerto Soltera. You find stuff that's from Alderaan and from even faraway places. So yeah, you can absolutely find whatever kind of music you want to find, what you're looking for.
I'm not sure, so I'll think about that, but I'll keep...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, ponder that, and eventually you find something to buy.
I would just go ahead and venture like towards the back door there and just... I would like to open it and look inside. I just want to be able to see the room, see the room.
Yep, there's a door. There's one door on your left that says restroom, and then another one that says restroom, and then another door that's unlabeled and kind of looks like it would just be a closet or something. You push that open, and there is just a full bar back there. You see that there's the wine glasses up on shelves, and there's like appreciably more. Oh, it is like 1 in the afternoon, but there's still more people in the back drinking wine than there are out front shopping for records.
Understood. And with that, I just turn to like Morisco and I walk back and say, "Are you going to be happy here?"
I think there's enough here to keep my attention for a little while.
Okay, so I will see you shortly.
Yeah, we'll be back there if you need me.
I will make my leave. And with that, Boss walks out, pulls the cloak up, and makes his way towards Olga Sinclair's bed.
Outstanding. We'll come back to that in just a moment. Real quick note: if you do buy a record, a gramophone record is 6 copper. You could spend like up to a silver if you buy something really exotic and fancy, but average price is about 6 copper.
Okay, I'll probably do 1 silver.
Okay, cool.
And then I guess I'll probably spend a silver on the back.
Yeah, that's it. Let me check on that price real quick too.
I'm literally obsessed with Boss. Will you be happy here?
So a glass of wine is 2 copper.
Okay.
So however much you want to spend on wine as well.
Spread that out.
Perfect. Yeah. So if you can buy a record and 2 glasses of wine for 1 mark, essentially, if you want to do it that way.
We'll do that. That way I'm not like sloshed when I get to
that's probably why.
I'm assuming with how small he is, he doesn't need to do
he probably
that
gets
much.
probably gets a little tipsy easier than most.
Yeah.
Marisco, go ahead. Or sorry, Marble. I said Marble.
Wow, you think all of his cats look the same?
Just all the cats whose names start with MAR.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, this is probably not an important question. Did the alcohol price go up or down when it became illegal and sold by the gangs?
That's a great question. It became...
Probably more expensive, I assume.
Yeah, a little more expensive. Yes, it did become a little more expensive.
It's
and it's also... The thing that really happened is that, like... you have to be a lot more careful about where you go to buy alcohol. You can find yourself in a neighborhood with a gang who charges exorbitant prices, or you can find a place that is not sold for as much. It's like there's way more variability, I guess is what I'll say, than there used to be.
Understood.
Remember when they
The price
legalized marijuana a couple years ago and it got way cheaper and way safer?
Right.
The opposite happens when you criminalize it.
Right.
The price of beer increased by more than 700%,
Yeah.
while the price of brandies increased by 433%.
Wild.
Moonshine sold for about $25 per gallon in the 20s.
Bonkers.
Oh, God.
You can buy, that's like now prices in 2024, 100 years later. Yeah. And the other thing, like, one of the biggest sort of practices of gangs of this city is essentially like racketeering, where they will come to a business and say like, hey, we'll protect you from the other gangs if you start paying us this amount of money, and they're just not attacking them. That's their version of protecting them. This is a real thing that gangs did a lot back in the time.
works.
Yep. So, like, essentially, there's a lot of places that have to charge out the ass for their alcohol to pay the gangs off to not fuck with their business, essentially. And then they're also paying the same gang to give them the alcohol to sell in some cases. There's just a lot of bad business going on
Hey
here.
guys, I have an idea for a business.
Go ahead, Mauricio.
Question. So I bought this alchemy jug whenever I got to the city.
Yeah.
It can make beer and wine.
Yeah.
Did that affect the price, or?
In terms of, like, if you just make it for yourself and try to sell it?
Well, I mean, I could do that, but like when I bought the alchemy jug,
I
did
see
they
what you're
take
saying.
that into account?
No, well, that would probably,
Okay.
we'll give it at the price that you got it for. But that
Okay.
is a good point.
Did you buy it in the city?
Yeah, because they wouldn't have had it.
Yeah. I'd say, like, probably ordinarily, yes, you'd pay more for an alchemy jug in this city than you would pay
I
in
just
other
talked my
cities.
way through it.
Yeah, you talked your way out of it, we'll
Yep.
say, since it was all pre-campaign money. But yeah, it probably is more expensive to buy that here than other places.
I assume they may have exceptions for, like, this is for cooking only, don't drink this.
Right, something like that, too, for sure. Yeah. And, like, an alchemy jug is a niche enough thing that you're buying that. You're not buying that at, like, a liquor store. You're buying it at, like, a magical goods sort of artificery place. So,
I just wasn't sure if like the gangs had like their
yeah.
hands on that
For
too.
sure, some gangs with their greasy paws in that business, too.
Their grandpas.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, Marisco will order some wine, buy a table by himself, and probably take some time and
Yeah.
look at the locket on his neck a little bit. Just,
Yeah. Absolutely.
Reminiscing that for
A,
a while.
A young tabaxi woman, maybe like 22 or so, walks up. She's like an orange tabby furred with like long cheek tufts and long whiskers. And she steps over to the table where you're drinking by yourself and says, "You want any company, bud?"
No, I'm okay, thank you.
Are you sure? I mean, I can. I'll buy you a glass.
Oh no, I appreciate it. It's okay.
Oh, okay. And she kind of looks like surprised at this reaction, but she, steps away eventually before insisting too hard. Meanwhile, Boss, you're walking through the streets looking for Olga Sinclair's place, and I will come back to Bones and Cadence and Marble. As you guys go ahead and begin your search for Sadie's kind of supply chain, roll me an investigation check. Either one of you can do it with advantage, or two of you can roll it separately. Actually, we'll say this. You, Marble, can roll it with advantage either way because of your background feature, and then either one of you can also take the second and roll it.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yeah, I'll take. Eight.
And do I add my either vehicles or Arcanotech to this?
Yeah, vehicles lore.
19. What? You have advantage. Let me roll one more time.
Yeah.
23.
Okay, on a 23, you begin making your way through Saltworks, which is sort of the industrial district of this city, where much of the business of creating Arcanotech and creating the sort of industrial backbone of Daybreak City is located. You begin sussing through some clues. You head first, I think, to probably Sadie's workshop, I suppose, to see if you can find maybe some receipts or something. When you get there, you find that everything has, with remarkable speed, been closed off. There are police officers at her place of business that have closed it off already as sort of a crime is being investigated. Go ahead, Cadence, you have a hand raised?
Yeah, sorry, I don't know if I can add on to their 2 roles, but I'm more interested in her workshop than I am in any of the suppliers.
Understood. Yeah, go ahead and roll me a. Well, I'm gonna roll it in the same roll because I think that's all part of it, unless there's something like really specific that you're gunning for.
I mean, I'd like to get in there.
So you can absolutely try to just sneak in there if you wish to.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll try to sneak in.
Sure. Give me a stealth check. I'm gonna call the DC. Let me set the DC by having some guys roll about it. That's gonna be a DC of 22. It's a good roll.
25.
Ooh, nice. Hell yeah. There's 2 cops posted here that are still, they've only kind of just started. They're still in the process of like putting up the cords or the ropes and stuff and roping the place off. So you're able to kind of just make it behind the building before they've made it that far into their process and kind of come into a window that they haven't had a chance to close yet. Is there anything specific that you're looking for in here? Or are you grabbing like her papers and stuff to try to find her supply chain like Bones and Marble are doing? Or that plus something else?
I'm looking for... I'll give you my line of thought here and let you know, or you can let me know what I need to roll. So it wasn't clearly an intentional attack that somebody benefited from, and the person who benefited from it was probably not the suppliers who want everybody thinking that their parts are blowing up.
Right.
I'm looking for anything that leads to somebody who is not a supplier that was dealing with her, paying her, anything like that.
Okay, I love it. Roll me an investigation check.
I will use, sorry I rolled it, but I will use a superiority die
Oh, hell yeah.
and use tactical assessment to add a D8 to this.
Okay, 23. You, first of all, are able to grab Sadie's paperwork about her suppliers. You can kind of get some records about who her suppliers were so that can help their search for suppliers. And then, by process of elimination, trying to find any record of somebody besides suppliers who could have been responsible for this.
Or just somebody who would have benefited from it.
Somebody who would have benefited from it. You don't find anything here in her workshop, like paperwork-wise, that indicates someone might have benefited from this. You can find people that clearly, as you mentioned at the top, would suffer from this. Obviously, her suppliers would be one. People are probably already questioning where did she get her parts? Why did her parts go defective? Blah, 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 blah. And then, it makes Sinclair Media look bad. Their race got a bunch of people killed, and their driver is, brutally dead. And the car that they sponsor, it got fucked. So it kind of makes Sinclair Media look bad. But as far as people it makes look good, I think the conclusion you come to, even though there's not paperwork here to support this notion or anything that give you a concrete clue, but we mentioned last time the APSA going into effect.
Right.
To the extent that this can be construed as something just went wrong with her car, the Arcanotech is inherently unstable and dangerous, and this is why the APSA passed in the first place.
Right.
The people that would benefit from a continued public support of the APSA and support of their narrative is the government of Daybreak City, including, the governor's name is something Wainwright. I can't remember his first name. We'll go back to that. But the governor of Daybreak City's name. He's the one who pioneered this cause to get the APSA passed. Certainly he benefits from it looking like he made the right choice.
Okay.
I think he's up for re-election pretty soon too. And then also needless to say, all the gangs that are going to benefit from the APSA passing.
Right.
Those you think a little bit less of as being all that important because, the law is already passed.
I was going to say, we've already got what we need.
Yeah, the strange thing here that strikes you is, trying to garner public support and a narrative to support a law that passed 6 months ago and is just now going into effect. So I think that's what maybe strikes you as the strangest, but you don't find a smoking gun here that tells you this is the person that really benefited from this, if that makes sense. On the supplier paperwork, do you take paperwork with you, or are you just mentally jotting down some notes? On your investigation check, if you want to just kind of mentally take what you found and write it down yourself, or whatever you can. If you want to physically take the supplier paperwork, you can.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay, cool. You just grab up her paperwork and get out of there with it with your good stealth check before these cops make it inside to kind of start roping stuff off. Marble.
Actually, would I have been able to get your attention before you went in there?
I don't know how much time
Yeah, you have time.
Because
You walked up together.
I have a camera.
Yeah.
You could just take photos of it.
And leave valuable evidence for someone else to find?
It is worth noting, it's a lot of like fine text on paper. The camera technology is
Gotcha.
not.
Okay.
You would end up, for starters, I don't think, do you have proficiency in photographer's tools? You'd be attempting an amateur photo by like setting up a tripod, getting your flash box out, and like trying to take a picture of text on paper. It probably wouldn't turn out very good even if you did have
Also,
proficiency.
they'd be like,
yes, that too. Big loud flash.
Imagine sneaking in with the tripod.
Bones, go ahead.
Is the response time normal for the cops to get here? Is that
Roll me you could do insight, you could do history, and add a lore bonus to this even though you don't have a lore because it's literally your job.
9?
9. It feels fast.
Sure.
It's what strikes you is like this would not be a fast response time for cops to get to the scene where the thing went down.
Sure.
It's odd that they got here so fast to like her place of business that wasn't associated with the emergency like
Right.
in an immediate way.
They had to do lookups for that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Seems
Okay.
fast.
It does seem fast. All right.
yeah.
Cadence comes back out with a stack of papers, and you guys now have like a list of her suppliers.
If you give it to me, I'll put it in my
Yeah, I'll hand it to you.
backpack.
Perfect. And as you guys kind of move away from this place, so you're not conspicuous, and then kind of start looking through that stuff and carrying your same investigation check to sort of follow some of these leads, maybe go to some of the shops that are listed here and stuff like that. She got most of her parts at like cheap places and scrap yards. A lot of these are receipts from Hudson Salvage Company. You find looking through her records, like, she was not getting very much money from her sponsorship. Sinclair Media sponsored her, but kind of paid her bare minimum, a lot less than Rust Hudson pays Pee Wee Shooters. You're piecing together a narrative of like Sinclair barely paying her for what she did, and mostly like when she won a race or placed high enough to get prize money, she dumped all of that back into her car and into paying her bills, which was not negligible. You get the sense that like she was not getting much money from external sources. Most of her income was whatever she could win by racing. So in order to make that work, she had to buy cheap parts from cheap suppliers.
Obviously, she had I'm assuming I obviously see that she had a big amount of money.
Yes, you do find about 6 months ago a big windfall of cash given to her by Patches, who I don't think she has the name of, but by some guy. She has her own like handwritten notes on this because it's not a great way to like ledger these numbers. Basically, like a guy came and gave her a briefcase full of money and said that like an interested party wanted to invest in her race car. And
the date matches up.
And she like was skeptical, kind of was like, well, this is kind of shady, but she kind of couldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. She needed the money. She needed to keep her car going and pay her bills. She really wanted a chance to win the Verstappen Cup, to make the big prize off that, to sort of dig herself out of all the debt she had accumulated by all of this.
By beating me.
Yeah. Well, not by... Yeah.
Oh, I guess.
The debt she had accumulated by pouring all of her money forever into her car and, not keeping her bills paid and so on and so forth. So, the windfall of cash from Patches was huge. She was able to make some big improvements by getting some higher quality parts. The supplier that comes there is Walker Motors, which is like the inventor. It's Ford, essentially. It's the inventor of like the modern horseless carriage, essentially. But you look through the receipts for all those parts, and nothing matches the like placement or position of that suspicious device. Nothing like went to where that part was. And likewise, you go to some of these suppliers and you look through some of these receipts, and you piece together a narrative over 2 hours or so of like whatever this thing was on the bottom of her car was planted there.
Yeah.
It was not something that she installed or that she bought.
Yeah.
You get the sense someone must have, without her knowing it, planted a part on her car.
See, I had that suspicion. Marvel had that suspicion. I think he just wanted
you-
to make sure he had evidence that.
Yep.
that
You
was
feel that
the
you've
case.
confirmed that suspicion by your very good investigation check and this research that like this was not a part that Sadie meant to put on her car. It was someone planted something.
And then if we have time, make our way towards Sergei for a quick stop before heading to Sergei.
That's totally fine. Yep, you can have her Sergei's. You begin kind of after getting these documents, and as you kind of start to read them, you're walking over in the direction of Sergei's workshop. Find my notes. Okay, his workshop on the outside of it is here in Saltworks as well. Looks like not all that dissimilar, honestly, to your own. It is kind of a modest-looking little, just giant garage, essentially. At the moment, everything is closed on it, but you kind of know, you know where his door's at. He's told you essentially come by anytime. You guys eventually, Marble for the umpteenth time, but I think Cadence and Bones for the first time, are welcomed by Marble into this workshop, which is a big desk just littered with tools. There's a smell of kind of sulfur and ozone in here from all the parts, and also just like grease and oil. There are just there's a humming engine in the back. There are schematics everywhere, parts everywhere, and there's a fella behind the desk with big goggles pulled over his eyes. He is Kashrishi, which are humanoid rhino people, except that their horns are made from gemstone. Sergei's in particular is made of sharp, jagged ruby. He's got one large horn and then one smaller one right behind it. With that exception, he looks like a stout, muscular rhino person, about 5'10" or so. Tough gray skin and almost like mohawk of brown fur down the middle of his head. Dressed in a white shirt, unbuttoned at the neck with a brown leather work vest over it. Lots of straps and buckles and pockets for tools, matching brown leather work gloves. His goggles have ruby lenses that match his horn as he kind of pulls them up to his forehead as you guys step in. And as you step up, he says, "Hey, Marble, how are things?" "Oh, hello.
Not that so good.
My name is Sergei." "Pleasure to make acquaintance. My name is Sergei Leon." And he kind of offers handshakes to Cadence and to Bones.
Bone and Shell von Stoppel. And Hunter's Mark.
Incredible. You throw your Hunter's Mark on this guy's head, losing your sort of sense of where Ghost is at for the moment.
I have heard many things about you.
Eesh.
They're all good, of course. I've heard of your work.
Von Stoppel, you said.
Von Stoppel, please.
Have him roll dice here. Okay. Roll me an insight check there, Bones. 9. Okay. Yep. Nothing really to note there. Other than what you can intuit on your own. It says, "And you were, what was your name?"
Cadence.
Cadence. Pleasure. I've heard that this is a Cadence, eh?
You like blushes, kind of looks away. Nods a little bit.
So what brings you to my shop?
And then, okay. I'm going to describe this once so I don't have to keep describing this forever.
Okay.
So, Marble does this every single time he says shut up. He widens his stance, points extremely accusingly, looks really angry, and his tail poofs up, and he just starts yelling. Shut up! Sadie was murdered during the race.
I still haven't gotten used to the shut up thing. Sadie was murdered. Is this what you say?
What did he say?
Sadie was murdered.
Yes, and I'll pull out the piece. This was on her car.
He takes it and looks at it really closely, squints his eyes a little bit. Says, some sort of. Well, I was going to say bomb, but what? How did it? What did it do? It's hard to say from drawing. It is. These crystals could do anything. What did it do?
He looks at both of you and then
It made some sort of manifestation of arcane force, like an elemental almost. It attacked, and it seemed... It may have simply been coincidence, but it felt intelligent. It targeted broadcast first. It destroyed the car, flung the driver. She died on impact.
It is terrible. I'm sorry for you. You were close with Sadie, eh?
Yes.
Well, and this is interesting. Is some sort of conjuration make monster to fight? Go ahead, Cadence. You got a hand up.
Non-stop insight checking.
Be an insight check. You've already done yours. Yours was a 9, I believe, unless you want to do
I'll
anything
throw one in there too. I don't think he'd have any reason to do this, but who knows, man?
Yeah.
He gave me a terrorist machine, so
21.
21.
I'm sorry,
Marble, if you want to
21.
roll one. Thank you.
tracking humanoids anyway. What am I doing?
Just a 10, unless I get like anything from lore. But
Nah, I don't think any of your lores apply here. On the 10 and the 9, not really reading anything that stands out about him other than what's obvious from what you can tell from his body language. Cadence on a 21. As far as the like drawing and his reaction to learning about the death of Sadie and this catastrophe, you're not getting any sign of like guilt or any sign of like he had former knowledge of this or anything that strikes you as sort of fishy. He seems genuinely surprised by this, genuinely like interested in figuring out what it was. His questions seem to be coming from a genuine place. I think the thing that strikes you on insight check, even though it's not really germane necessarily to what you're looking into right now, when Bones introduces him by the name Barkstapel and says that he's read about Sergei's work, you saw Sergei go, ew. That wasn't to me as a DM making a mistake. He seems to... He doesn't love the idea of people having heard of his work.
Okay.
You see a look on his face that is like... maybe guilt or maybe secrecy or maybe like he just doesn't he would rather not talk about that,
Right.
And then also he recognized Bones' last name.
Okay.
This is an impressive device, but it's hard to say who would do such thing. It's anyone with mid-level ability could have done such thing.
right, we're going to go meet with her sponsor.
Hi. Ask her about it.
Yeah, I don't.
I can... he looks at the drawing and is like, I can try to study more without seeing the device. I didn't know Sadie. I do not know what she... where she shop. Yeah. Just like, I can look through for you if you wish. I'm just tinkering on little things here and there, nothing too important today.
Maybe after I look through them.
Sure, yes. You can take with, leave here, it is whatever you wish. You go to meet with Sinclair.
Yes.
Like the Sinclair.
Yeah, it's so hard not to say I. Like, I'm doing it just so hard.
Well,
Yeah.
that is what do you mean? You were able to just get you just walk up and knock on the door, or
We were invited.
well, you were invited. What for? Oh, did you?
Were we told the reason why, other than just like,
Basically, because you saved the day and she wanted to give you like a proper thank you, and certainly like a reward was her insinuation.
No good deed goes unpunished.
Yeah. Wait, so you?
We intervened. We saved some lives.
Hey, did you? He raises his eyebrows a couple times in a not very subtle way.
Yeah.
You try out field test.
Well,
It should not. Sorry, this was. We should keep hush hush.
You did make it though.
They. Yeah. Well, we worked together.
It's impressive. It's very impressive.
Well, thank you. You see a genuine like lighting up and pride. He says it was truly I could not do alone. He was instrumental. But I should not spill any more beans that are not mine to spill.
I feel like he's just trying to shift some of the blame onto me. I'm just kidding.
It's a shame to meet under these circumstances, but I admire your work. I would love to speak more on it some other time. Your recent work.
Sure, yes. I suppose you and Marble must talk then, yeah?
We've known each other for some time.
Yes, he has mentioned. I would love to. I'd love to talk. Yes, maybe you'll come back. We'll have conversation.
Yeah, we have dinner plans tonight, but I'm looking for work. I will have lots of free time for the next few days.
You could always use workers.
That's great to hear.
If you don't mind getting your hands a little dirty, both literal and metaphoric. There's a lot of
Literally.
grease and oil here, and
Yes, it depends on what kind of dirt we're digging in, but yes.
Sure, we'll talk. We will discuss.
Perfect.
Pleasure. And he raises a hand, shakes your hand for a second time. Von Stapel. He just kind of mutters to himself.
Still my employee.
And with that, you guys, I think, are kind of pushing on time to maybe get to Olga's. Patches and Ghost, you guys get after an hour or so of watching baseball and resting on the couch. Do you guys get up to anything else, or you just eventually head to Olga's when it's time to head to Olga's?
Yeah, I have a bunch of stuff to do.
Outstanding.
So I wait until Patches leaves, and then I'm gonna go and try and find a secluded room with a window that faces, ideally, like, away from the street.
Okay. Yeah, easy enough to do. There's several such rooms in this house.
Cool. Sit down, pull out a little bit of makeup, and start putting on just, like, under the eyes, and I'm gonna cast a spell.
Wonderful.
It just says, Ghost kind of chants for all the spells, but because he only speaks 3 green, it's just bug chitters.
Oh, terrible business.
But yeah, he will cast Detect Magic and take a look around the room and make sure that there's nothing unexpected.
Yeah. I don't think, unless you want to correct me on anything here, Patches, I don't think there's anything magical in just some random spare room in your house, probably.
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. Yeah, no, nothing magical about.
Then I'm going to take out a few things. I take out the text, a candle. I'm going to take out my smutty book, and a piece of paper and some charcoal. I'm going to go to the window, and I stick my staff under it with the lantern on it, and wedge it. Close the window again to kind of wedge the staff so it's half sticking out with the lamp on the outside.
Right.
And then I'm going to take a piece of paper, put it over the text, and then drip some wax to kind of seal the 2 pages together.
Okay.
And essentially I'm going to use the window as a shitty light box so that I can trace the picture of the creature.
Oh, okay. Understood. Cool. Go ahead and roll me a... I guess this is like a painter's tools check or like a calligrapher's tools check. If you don't have those proficiencies, you can just give me a dexterity check. Or if you have an applicable lore skill or other proficiency you want to sell me on.
I sure don't. I do have calligraphers.
Oh yeah, so calligrapher's tools check, and you can. I said dex. You can do dex. You can do wisdom. I'd even allow int here, something like pseudo investigation.
I would love int. I'm way better at that.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Well,
a 12 isn't bad. You get at least like an outline. Honestly, the problem is less your skill. It's more that the creature in the original drawing is not that detailed. It's sort of like a silhouetted sort of form. So there's not much detail to copy in the first place. And then when you're doing sort of like a backlit sort of tracing of it, there's even less detail to sort of capture. But you get, on a 12, the shape of it, where it's obvious what you have drawn at least.
Okay, cool. That's kind of all I need. And then I'm going to go, I'll take the wax off, take the actual texts, the real stuff, and instead of putting it into the scroll case, I'm going to hide it in my smut book.
Love it.
And I'm going to take the shitty drawing that I've done and put it into the scroll case.
Okay, perfect. That all makes sense. You get all that done, no problem. Under an hour. Patches has not yet returned from watching baseball.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Marble.
What is this smut book? What do you mean?
Just
Please explain.
It's,
A Court of Thorns and Roses.
that means that Ghost has a bunch of books in his haversack, and he have one of them is smutty.
I'm assuming, is that where he gets his magic from? Smut books?
It's called Passion of the Sea.
It's.
Yeah.
I'll share it with you if you ask about it.
I mean, are you gonna show it to me?
Who knows? Not well. I have this in here, but maybe at some
Right.
point.
Stands to reason. Cool, you get that tracing done, and I'll say probably about the time you get done with that tracing and get everything all put away and nicely cleaned up, you hear the front door downstairs kind of opening up as Patches returns home.
I'll just kind of walk in. I don't know if you've made it back down to the couch or not.
Probably.
Yeah, you have plenty of time to just be right where Patches last saw you. No problem.
Well, I think it's about the time when we start heading to the ferry.
Yes, we should be on our way. How did Scraps do?
Oh, he's learning so well. I'm so proud of him.
Ghost thinks he's talking about baseball, but Patches is talking about the Italian accent.
Giving me just 1 second, though.
And I'll walk over to the kitchen area.
Yeah.
And I'll write a little note for Scraps for when he gets back that there's spaghetti in the fridge for him. But I'll specifically spell it like in an Italian accent, like if it was spelled like that. Spaghetti.
There's spaghetti in the fridge. Got it.
Because I just assume that that's just how people would
absolutely
also write things. So
presumably,
I'll see why not.
it makes sense that Patches would assume that.
Yeah, he's just self-aware of his own accent.
Right, I love it. You are one of the few people in the city rich enough to afford, by the way, a fridge. Those are not very common yet, but they do exist. And you've got a lot of gang money that Fungo at one point splurged on a fridge for you. And then you guys head out to go to the ferry, make your way towards Olga Sinclair's. Eventually, Morisco likewise takes off in the Great Vinyl, and you three are headed there as well. But headed there before anybody else is Boss, who bounced in that direction a little bit early. Boss, you are the first, a number of hours before everybody else to arrive, making your way through the streets of Wax Row, this very, very nice sort of area of Daybreak City with huge kind of opulent manors and big houses that are gated and have large properties. Exceptional for Daybreak City, where most of the houses are packed pretty close together and a lot of people are living in like apartments and high rises. Big properties here with big houses on them, where clearly it's obvious that the rich and influential likely live here. And eventually you find the address written on your card, 1043 Hamilton Drive. You arrive at about 4 p.m. or so. Your card says 6 p.m. on it. But what do you do?
Do I smell Grim?
Roll me a perception check with advantage with your sniffer. That's the technical term for elephant trunk.
I rolled a nat 1, then I rolled a nat 20.
Oh, hell yeah. Incredible. Okay, on a nat 20, you...
So yeah, that's perception. It's 28.
Beautiful. Highest roll of the campaign so far, I think. You pick up... It's very faint. You essentially go to like the gate, the big heavy wrought iron gate at the entrance to this manor, where the address is sort of posted on like a golden placard. And you just smell on the gate itself very faint the smell of Fillard, sort of like perfume that he liked to wear. The sense you get being, again, it was a nat 20 for 28. Something on the order of 2 weeks ago or so, Fillard was here. Not currently present, or at least his smell is not currently out here, but he was in this spot touching his hand on this gate to open it a number of maybe 2-ish weeks ago.
And can you remind me how long ago it was that he left?
That was on the 18th of Wind, which was about a month ago, about 30 days ago. So the timeline adds up. If he would have left the Scriptorium and came straight to Daybreak City, he would have arrived here about 2 weeks ago.
But then from what I can perceive, he was here at Olga's Manor basically when he arrived.
Yes, he seems
and
to...
And then I almost cannot tell. It doesn't seem he's been here since then.
Yeah, that is what you, on a nat 20 for 28, yes. You suss up that he came to the city, seemed to know straight where to go, came straight here, within, at least a day or two of getting here at the latest. And then visited this place then and did not come back here since then.
Okay, I knock on the gate.
Sure. Yeah, you kind of, as you're even just standing there, and as you sort of go to like give a knock, you're a far distance away from the actual entrance to the house, but there are servants out kind of walking around. And actually, you see Arthur Sterling. He was the guy who gave you this invitation and told you he was kind of a messenger for her. You see, as you were standing out by the gate with your trunk up, kind of sniffing and putting it to the to the gate and kind of smelling the wrought iron, he walks past some servants that are out here gardening, watering plants and stuff. Hands in his pockets, approaches to where you're waiting at the gate. Says, hello there, it was Sam, correct?
Correct.
He looks at a watch on his wrist. Says, a little early?
Yes, I was hoping that I could convene with Mistress Olga prior to this evening's festivities.
He kind of, he looks at his watch and shakes his head kind of back and forth. And he says, she is quite busy. Roll me a persuasion check.
I only have very short, simple questions. It's 5 minutes is all I ask. Six. Okay. I'll go ahead, Mariska. After this. Okay, cool. He kind of shakes his head back and forth, and you say it's just quick, you need 5 minutes. He says, she's, I'm afraid, really deep in work, but we can, I can get you in, 5 minutes early, just probably not this early. If that's suitable, or if you'd like to stay 5 minutes late. I would really like to speak with her as soon as possible. It is quite urgent. Would she be able to entertain me 30 minutes prior to our engagement?
He offers 5, you counter offer 30, and on a 6 on persuasion, he's like, I'll talk to her, I'll see what I can do.
Let her know that an associate of Grimm is hoping to speak with her today.
All right, I'll pass that along. Come in though, don't wait out in the street. And he kind of pushes the gate open for you so that you can come in and at least kind of be on the grounds, kind of stand outside and just not be waiting out in the street at least. He shows you to a nice little kind of pagoda that kind of a little bit reminds you of home, though in the middle of an urban den and not in the middle of a palace. But
does everything seem safe here? Do I see?
Roll me insight check, or you can also do perception. Here's also fine. I think insight's probably a little better.
Let's go 19.
19. Yeah, you don't feel threatened. You're getting some just strange looks from people every once in a while, the servants and stuff, but nothing even that out of the ordinary. This is the home of an important person in the city who probably has all kinds of visitors. So you feel like a sore thumb in the same way you have in Daybreak City in general, but you don't feel threatened. You don't see anyone whispering about you or taking special notice of you or sizing you up or anything crazy.
Can I tell us, is there anyone else here that seems to be a guest and not part of the staff? Out here in this general waiting area, we're outside, right?
You're just kind of as depicted. You're outside in kind of like a courtyard, and you. Nobody else seems to be a guest here at the moment. No, you just basically see a lot of workers moving here.
Are there any large boulders or stones on the open property?
Certainly, yeah. There's some big sort of decorative rocks and such like that. Yeah.
I would like to go sit in front of one and just meditate for some time.
Awesome. Yeah, Arthur kind of leads you to this pagoda, this very nice little pagoda. Even with remarkable speed, only 5 minutes after Arthur leaves you, a servant comes out with a tray with hot tea on it for you and leaves it on the table for you with little biscuits next to it. But you kind of abandon all of that and just walk out into the yard and find a rock to sit on, which is maybe the thing that gets you some of those strange looks as you leave the hot tea with the nice mint leaf and the biscuits next to it and just go sit out on the rock and begin to meditate. Amazing. And as everyone else is kind of catching up with you, some time passes, you do some meditation, you spend some time resting in the yard. Go ahead, Morisco.
Okay. When Morisco's on his way over, he's going to think, damn, I forgot to get the twins something. Oh, yeah. So he's going to reach into his bag, and he bought some glass vials for taking spices out of his spice pouch, but he's going to fill both of them with dirt.
Okay.
Then he's going to use his staff of flowers on the vials full of dirt to make 2 flowers. He's going to pick the apple blossom and the apple dapple flower, They look similar, but they're distinctly different.
Aha. Beautiful.
So he's gonna do that, and then he'll carry those with him.
What a thoughtful and lovely
Yeah.
gift. You make your way in the direction of Sinclair's house with these couple bottled flowers and your vinyl under your arm, or probably in your bag, I assume.
Yep, put that in the bag.
Couple of glasses of wine deep into just like a pleasant sort of evening stroll. Just the right headspace.
Perfect.
Anyone else have anything as they're just walking to Sinclair's, essentially, before we cut back to Boss? Go ahead, Cadence.
Nothing major. While we're walking back, can I try to clock how quickly Sinclair has started circulating this news? Does it seem faster than it should be?
I think I'm just going to call this perception.
Okay.
Just to see if anybody is talking about it at all so far.
Right. Perception is going to be 17.
17. You hear just some chatter in the streets a couple times of people that saw what happened, and the news kind of just moving the old-fashioned way by people talking about it.
Right.
But there hasn't been like a quick press release.
They weren't like ready to just break the story.
Yeah. And that is worth noting. They don't immediately print a paper that says this happened as if they were ready for it.
Right.
I think you maybe would expect Sinclair to be moving faster, and she is not. And that maybe jives with what you said, what you learned earlier, that this whole thing is not good for Sinclair Media, right?
Yeah.
So the guess you would make, was it 17?
17.
Okay, yeah, that's what you get. She doesn't seem to be pushing the story as of yet.
Yep. Makes a lot of sense.
And we will cut back to Boss after you spend maybe an hour or so just kind of resting on a stone. The time passes. It gets to be about 5:45 or so. You're already kind of 15 minutes past the 30 minutes you asked for. But Arthur eventually does walk back out and says, thanks for your patience, Sam. Miss Sinclair can see you now. I think everyone else will be here soon, but a few minutes advance meeting if you'd like for a friend of Mr. Grimm. And he leads you inside Sinclair's estate, where he leads you up sort of 2 flights of stairs inside of this mansion, down a hallway, and into a big conference room with a large table.
Microphone's not good.
You step into this conference room where you see at the opposite end of a table with like 10 chairs at it is Olga Sinclair. She is a blonde human woman. She is looks to be maybe in her mid-30s or so. Sharp features, quite beautiful, has pale green eyes and bright red lipstick, a little blush on the cheeks, an appearance that is clearly very well manicured and kind of presentational. Glossy blonde hair that falls in layers to about her shoulders, classic kind of hourglass figure, wearing a white blouse, a pearl necklace, form-fitting black jacket with black gloves that go up to her elbows. As you step in, she has this long, ornate black and gold cigarette holder in hand with kind of a lit cigarette in it. Just come on in, have a seat.
Namaste.
And she kind of points and gestures for you to take whichever seat you wish. It's, I guess, kind of a window dressing question, but which seat does Boss take at this particular table?
Can I just take a quick passive perception of what I see in this room real quick?
Yeah, what's your passive perception?
18.
18. You see table with some ashtrays, a book of matches. At the opposite end of the room, you see that there's a little desk that seems to be just kind of like a writing desk. There's a typewriter on it, a lamp. There is I don't know if you even know what this is, but there's a telephone sitting on this desk. Kind of a waist back.
I feel like Boss would with the
potentially.
lore, with
Go ahead and roll me. We'll call this a Artificer's Tools check, which I assume you don't have, so it's just straight hint.
13?
13? Yeah, you know what a telephone is. It's probably your first time seeing one in person. Yeah. But yeah, it's a device that lets you communicate over long distances, sort of instantaneous back and forth communication over a transmission wire. So there's one of those there. There's a couple of bookshelves. There's like some flowers, some decorative flowers and pots. Everything, on your passive perception, everything is very clean and very like, I don't know, presentational. That you you clock that the paintings are like perfectly level on the wall, and that the windows have been recently washed. There's like a smell, even though she's smoking a cigarette in here, you don't really smell it. You smell like sort of fresh herbs or potpourri or something.
And then at the same time, may I use to see, like, can I smell it if Grim had been here as well, like within this particular room? And if so, can I do so like stealthily without like
Yeah.
sniffing my
I'll let you
trunk
carry that
around?
on the same nat 20 for 28 that you rolled earlier. Roll me a stealth check to try to do it sneakily, but either way, you're for sure going to get your senses in here.
16.
16? Yeah, you kind of discreetly move your trunk back and forth a few times as you like find your seat. You smell like underneath the table around the floor and stuff. The timeline matches what you smelled outside. Grim was in this room. You also now have Olga's sort of smell. Grim was in this room with her about 2 weeks ago and seems to have not returned to this room since then.
Okay. Oh, that was. Oh yeah, never mind. Okay, I would like to take the seat near the window, second from her. So top, second from her, right there.
There you go.
And instead of sitting, I would like to just stand behind it.
Yeah.
One hand on the back of the seat, and like with the other hand still on my staff on the ground.
Makes sense. She kind of watches you stand there in front of the chair, and she says, "You don't want to sit or anything."
I'm sorry, I do not require that much of your time, and I would hate to make myself too informal in your presence at this moment.
Sure enough, your customs are your customs. Arthur tells me you said you were a friend of Grim.
I'm a friend of his associate, and I have some questions.
Sure. What kind of questions?
I would like to know if you have seen him, or if you know of his current whereabouts.
She kind of takes a long drag on her cigarette holder, and she says, "And how is it that you know Grim, or that your associate knows Grim?"
From the university, the scriptorium, as I know you are very well aware of Grim's presence there for the last decade. Plus,
go ahead and roll me a deception check for trying to pass yourself off as not the person involved here.
16.
She says, "Yes, I'm aware of the scriptorium, certainly, one of the most important places in the world. You're a friend of Grim's, then?"
I'm here as a messenger from his associate of the scriptorium. And Meta, back up real quick. Olga, being the media magnate she is, does she know?
About what happened? Hard to say. You can roll me an insight check to see if you read anything on her expression when you mention the place.
16.
16. Very consistent. Let me roll for her. You don't see anything on her face that like furrows when you mention scriptorium, as if she and she doesn't say like, "Oh, I heard such and such happens."
But do I read her as someone who could easily pass with the stone cold expression of
Insight check. Yeah, I'll leave that
16?
to your judgment. Yeah,
okay.
Leave that to your judgment. She certainly seems quite presentational.
Yeah.
She says,
Well, and capable of maintaining power in the situation, right? So that I could. Okay.
She kind of takes another drag on the cigarette and says, "Well, frankly, Sam, friend of Philard Grim, I don't know as I should be passing out his personal information. I know him. I do know Philard. We've spoken recently. Yes."
May we speak in private? And I take a look over towards Arthur.
Arthur looks at her, and she looks at him, and she kind of just nods, and Arthur steps out the door.
You are no fool. You are aware of who I am, I believe. I need to find my Master Grim as soon as possible. Do you know of his current whereabouts?
Roll me a persuasion check.
14?
She says,
is there any way that I could use... no, leave it there.
Okay. She leans a little bit forward. Says, "I wasn't sure who you were, but that does give me a little bit of a clue, I suppose. We can talk about Philard after we talk about the other business I have to talk to about you and, I guess, the rest of the heroes from the race today. Let's say, we'll put it this way. Information is a commodity. It's as good as money or as good as anything else, and don't give it away for free. I think if you do something for me, which we can discuss tonight, then I can give you what I know about Philip. That's fair.
Is that on your word?
You have my word.
We can speak with each other.
Understood.
I will take my leave.
Please stay. Your friends will be here soon, unless you have appearances to keep. I understand that.
I would just like to spend the next few minutes with the outcropping that I found in your courtyard. It was quite beautiful.
At your leisure, then. She kind of gestures at the door.
Namaste.
Somehow, without her seemingly doing anything to conjure Arthur's presence, the door just opens and Arthur steps back in. And he will just kind of lead you back out to the courtyard. Where you only have maybe 5 minutes or so.
And that's kind of what I was expecting, just to be out there as everyone came in, instead of being in the room. Like to regroup. Yeah,
that makes sense. You, as you're stepping back out and taking another 5 minutes with your outcropping, the rest of you kind of run into each other in the street as you're walking through Wax Row under the dim light of near sunset. Again, as I described to Boss earlier, these streets are lined with opulent, huge houses. Some of them are like mansions, sprawling estates. Very atypical for Daybreak City. This is clearly where the bigwigs and the rich people live. And eventually find a large gated estate with multiple garages and stables and servants' quarters, luxurious fountains in the courtyard, and a placard on the door or on the gate that says the address you're looking for, 1043. And waiting at the gate is Arthur Sterling, who meets you guys at the gate as the rest of you guys appear here. Says, Miss Sinclair is ready to see you if you're all ready.
Yes, thank you for having us.
Of course. Our pleasure. And he kind of pushes the gate open, and you guys, as you arrive, see that Boss got here a little bit earlier than you guys presumably, is sitting out in the courtyard on a big rock.
As you walk in, I shoot a tiny little glare at Patches.
Also, at this point, may I be reminded, have I given anybody besides Bones and Marisco my name?
Not me.
I think only Morisco. I don't think you've given it to anybody else.
I'm not sure that I know your name.
Okay, I couldn't remember that either. I think you asked me a question at the end of last session.
You guys where you were from, where your accent is from.
That's right. Okay. Yes.
Are you referring to your real name or just a name at all?
If I'd given a name,
I think everyone was in proximity enough to have heard you introduce yourself as Sam to Top and Yo-Yo, for example. I think everyone probably heard that, even if you didn't direct it to those people, except possibly Patches and Ghosts. Although Ghost was there for part of that conversation too. So yeah, I think everyone knows the name that you're using.
Sam.
At least.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone knows you asked Sam.
Okay.
I'll turn to Mariska while we're walking down here. How was the grape vinyl?
It was good. It was good.
No Sam, just you? I assume this is before we, get to Sam who's waiting here, but...
He showed up for a little while, but he had something to do.
Understood. Well, I'm glad it was good at least.
You were there by yourself?
Only for a while. It wasn't that bad. It was good music. Good choice.
I will go back sometime with you. I'm glad that I went where I went, so I learned some valuable things, but I could certainly use a drink at some point.
I'd be honored. It'd be good to hear about that airship, too.
Oh, right. Yeah, the airship. Yeah. When this is over, perhaps.
Arthur opens the gate for you guys as you arrive after having had that conversation and lets you in, where you're kind of rejoined with Boss/Sam. And then he leads the lot of you inside of this mansion into a foyer with towering ceilings and rich dark wood. Everything is finely decorated with paintings, like I described to Boss, that are perfectly leveled on the walls. Nicely manicured houseplants that have been trimmed just so. Even the smell is strong and delightful in here, like spice and sugar and baked things. As you step into the front door, servants, 7 of them, come and individually take you guys' coats if you want to give them, or anything else you're carrying that you don't want to keep with you.
During that, I'll probably offer the flowers to both the twins and, let me pin that on for you.
Notably, the twins are not
here. They're not here?
Yeah, unfortunately, you come so excited with your little vases, but the twins were not invited, so it is just Marble. But Marble is here if you want to, or meet with the twins later tonight or something. Or discuss it with Marble, potentially. Anyway, yeah, I forgot to narrate this, but after you guys got back to Saltworks, or to the ferry, the twins kind of broke off to start, doing their own work for the day, for the evening. They'd there was only one invitation for tonight, and it was for Marvel, who helped with everything. They kind of tried to flee.
And they have a business to run.
They got a business to run.
No top, no yo-yo.
No.
It's a shame.
You guys' coats are taken, and Sterling leads you up 2 flights of stairs to the 3rd floor, down a short hallway, and into this conference room.
I do not give them any of my things.
Understood. Totally fine. They don't insist or anything. They just offer to take your coats.
Bourgeoisie up in here.
I'll hand my pistol, dagger.
Just one at a time.
And you see that there's a long table lined with cozy leather chairs, a desk under the corner with a telephone and a typewriter. And the rest of you see Olga Sinclair at the end of the table, who I've already kind of described here. She still has her long cigarette holder in it.
Is it the same cigarette as earlier?
Probably is. It's only been like 10 minutes.
Well,
I guess it's been like 10 minutes.
That's a long cigarette.
Johnson maybe has not started another cigarette yet 10 minutes
It's
later.
like an
so-
everlasting lantern. It's an everlasting
I was like,
cigarette.
is the cigarette at the same exact length? Yeah, I mean,
roll me a perception check. Or investigation is also fine.
Like an everlasting gobstopper and the
Right.
flavor changes.
17.
17. This does seem to be a magical cigarette holder that just has this cigarette in it at this length forever, essentially. Probably not cheap.
I love that.
Save
Oh, it's
for-
not, but it probably
save for
saves a
some
lot of money in the
yeah.
long run to spending
Sure
down
does.
the chimney.
So yeah,
smell.
you guys step in. Let me rewind a little bit. When you start to walk out, she says to you, when you return, I understand appearances are important, or am I pretending that I don't know you? Am I using your real name, or this Sam business?
My name is Sam Yadafa,
Understood.
and I will see you soon.
And this conversation didn't happen.
No, of course not.
Understood.
And I just take a bow and
Yeah.
that's what I leave.
So you guys return, and she acts as if she's never seen Sam before.
I want to sit next to her.
Understood. Anybody else have a seat preference?
Mersco notably does not sit next to her.
Oh.
Sits on the other side of Paz.
So you know, with that, I think at this point, like not knowing Olga Sinclair or whatever, I think I would take the far seat as far as like yeah,
Over there.
yeah. That's that feels more like Paz.
That makes sense. Patches, any seat preference at this table here?
No preference.
Plop you somewhere, and then how about Cadence?
Boy, Ghost is in my seat, so I think the next power move is to sit right next to Patches.
Ghost only takes this seat because he has to spin the chair sideways to make room for his tail.
So everyone can trip over you now?
All true.
Yeah, so it just takes up way too much space.
I also love that the only everyone's kind of like
Also-
parsed off, and Marvel's just like sitting there like staring with his big goggle glasses, just straight at Olga.
Oh, I'm not looking at her fondly.
Um,
I'll sit next to Cadence, though.
okay, understood. And then Cadence, roll me an insight check really quick before we even kick this thing off.
Insight 14.
14, okay. Olga regards you when you enter the room. As we've discussed, you know Olga. She regards you with a look like she doesn't know how much these people know about you, so she's going to play it coy until you reveal something.
Okay.
She kind of is going to act like she doesn't know you unless you say otherwise.
Okay.
The
She
energy
does
that
this.
you're getting from her. Go ahead, Mauricio.
Does Bones get to sit down?
Oh yeah, where's Bones?
It's fine.
So
Stands with Arthur.
Yeah, he stands in the back with Arthur. Okay, cool. You guys all eventually find your seats. And
Is it possible at this time for Boss to still be doing like his standing behind the chair?
yes, absolutely. You just continue standing behind your chair. The servants that come by as you guys come in here to sort of like set place settings down for you, little tiny like teacup saucers and plates and stuff, are like don't quite know how to handle a guy just standing. At the table.
I give like a slight nod, like please continue.
Yeah, they kind of work around you and put things down in front of you. As you step in, Olga says, welcome, come have a seat. As you're sort of finding your seats, she says, Arthur tells me you all proved quite capable today, is that correct?
Depends on Arthur's perception of capable.
Well, the way he said it, there was about to be quite a disaster, and you all made it, well, less of a disaster at least.
Or like opened his mouth and she said that and then closed it when she corrected herself.
Have Olga and Arthur besides that like little look of like you can exit earlier,
Right.
have I seen them speak to each other or like really interact with each other at all, or are they just kind of like?
Everything you've seen so far has kind of been like nonverbal sort of cues, looks, and
But there have been plenty of those.
yes, they've been making kind of looks at each other.
Okay,
yes.
so they are like communicating outside of.
potentially.
without- I mean-
roll me an insight checks on this.
Ooh, 21.
21, okay. On anything under a 20, I was going to say, like, they obviously just understand each other's body language very well, and they have signals that they are using. On a 21, you're guessing it's a little more than that. There may be some magic going on here, allowing them to telepathically communicate, potentially. Yeah,
Thank you.
understood.
Some people were all very brave. We saved a lot of lives, I think.
That was my understanding as well. Well, make yourselves comfortable. As Arthur, I'm sure, told you, I owe you a proper thanks. Some servants come in and ask each one of you if you would rather have coffee or tea to start with.
Coffee, please.
Okay.
I'm taking espresso.
Servant nods. Go ahead, Marble.
When she says, with blessing, she said, I owe you thanks or something,
Something like that, yeah.
I'm gonna be like, why?
Well, because you saved lives, of course. Well, at least I wasn't there, but I'm hearing this all from Arthur, and I trust him quite a lot. And he says that there would have been probably a great number of deaths. Not to downplay the terrible and unfortunate demise of Sadie and of the announcer and of all the people that were injured, but I understand it could have been significantly worse. Tomorrow's headline is 2 dead and over a dozen injured instead of over a dozen dead and 100 injured.
At the event that they sponsored.
She does not say, but Bones does. Eventually, you guys put in orders for coffee or tea if you want some, water, whatever you'd rather have, and with remarkable speed, those are brought out. There's everything is like perfectly presented. The teas have little mint sprigs on the plate next to them to make them very beautiful. The lattes have like foam art in the top. Your espresso is like a special little espresso cup made just the right size. Yours is on like a red and white checkered napkin underneath it. Everything is just very perfectly garnished and presented. She says, well, I suppose we should cut to the chase, shall we? I brought you here to thank you, and also because I think that I have a use for your talents, and I can make it worth your while if you're interested. Some of you look like perhaps you're not from around here, and she looks at Boss especially, also to Ghost. Says, I will just ask, I suppose, have you all heard of the Rat Kings? Some of you have. Anyone who wishes to make a history check can. There's no chance that either two of you have.
I'll make a check.
Then Marisko to shake his head.
Understood, yep. Anyone from Daybreak City can make a history
I'm
check.
assuming none of my lores affect this.
No.
Neither.
Yeah.
I think the boss just kind of like nods like yes that you were correct, like being like
right.
like,
You're correct that I do not know.
it's just like one of those kind of like
Yeah.
Yeah, 20, 25 with Thieves Camp.
Hell yeah. Okay.
13.
13.
White Thieves Camp.
His
Can I
name
also
is
use White Thieves
Rat
Camp?
King.
Yeah. I mean, like, it doesn't apply to give you a bonus or anything, but I'll keep in mind that you are a gangster with Thieves Camp.
17.
17, nat 20, and there's 13. 13 Marble. You have probably heard of them, but don't know much. They're a gang. On a 13, you probably think of them as sort of like a smuggling gang. Not all that dissimilar from Santi Silendilsi, honestly. Just a smuggling gang that moves stuff through the underground of Daybreak City. On a nat 20 for 20-something, and basically, I'm going to give you basically the same role because of your background. It's very suitable for this. The Rat Kings are a gang in Daybreak City. They are... People think of them as a smuggling gang because stuff gets smuggled through their territory. But their business is actually less smuggling and more territory. They control kind of the physical underground of the city. The sort of newly created subway tunnels, the sort of sewers, and like all the physical underground infrastructure. And essentially don't allow any other gangs to use that space without paying them an exorbitant fee. So you know this because if Santi Silenziosi wants to move something through the underground, they essentially have to hand it off to the Rat Kings and pay the Rat Kings to move it for them. They won't let you guys do it. This is a enormous thorn in the side of Santi Silenziosi and several other. The other gangs hate these motherfuckers. They're deeply hated by all the other gangs because they essentially extort other gangs for use of their territory. You know a lot of the same stuff because you're rolled in that 20. It's not really in the wheelhouse of your background, but you just have heard of them and know sort of like avoiding that sort of territory and know that like, you know, stuff gets moved underground a lot and gangs that have to do that pay a lot to the Rat Kings. But Olga, seeing that some of you clearly don't know what she is talking about, says they're a smuggling gang here in Daybreak City, involved in all manner of unsavory business, extortion, human trafficking, murder, you name it. A bunch of lowlies, if you ask me. In my opinion, our fine city would be better off without them. And that's where I think that you could all be of assistance. You see, there is a soiree tomorrow evening at the Gilded Parlor in Glimmerwick. Everyone who's anyone in this city will be there. Business leaders, politicians, all the well-to-do, including the leader of the Rat Kings, Mr. Rami Asher. Real piece of work, I don't mind saying. Now, here is where things get interesting, and she kind of flicks her cigarette into an ashtray. And then it, like, doesn't lose length. Rumor is the Rat Kings are planning some sort of funny business at the Gilded Parlor. A raid, an attack of some kind. We're a little sparse on the details, but from the sounds of it, things could get ugly. That is, unless, of course, there are some local heroes present to save the day. If you're interested, of course. To make myself perfectly clear about what it is that I am asking, when Rami and his rats make their little move at the Gilded Parlor, I don't just want you to mitigate the damage as much as possible, like you did today. That would certainly be a plus. What I want from you is to take out Rami. I want the rats exterminated for good. Chiefly among them, their leader. You take him out, even if there's some riffraff left over, the rest will take care of itself. There's not a soul in this city, legal or otherwise, with any love in their hearts for the Rat Kings. Once they're vulnerable, the rest will pounce at the opportunity.
And at what point does it make sense for me to attempt to take the life of a man that I do not know?
Well, he's taken many lives of people he doesn't know. You struck me based on your actions today as something of altruist, out for the greater good, helpful to people in need.
I just kind of look around the table. Does anybody else understand this? Like, I mean, from what you guys like rolled, what you understood, like that wasn't really spoken,
right?
You know, so like bosses like look around, like, is that true? Like,
what's your incentive for keeping your own hands clean? Why not use your own men?
I'm a newspaper outfit. I don't know if you know much about my business. I don't have men. This is a newspaper company. What I do to acquire help in these matters is exactly this. And in terms of why you would do such a thing, aside from just the good altruism of your heart, there is, of course, and she kind of gestures at Arthur, who comes by to each one of you with an envelope and sets it down in front of you. You open it up, and there are 100 marks inside of each of them.
Then why do you care?
I'll just say I'm trying to make the city a better place. Isn't that good enough?
No.
If there are rats in your kitchen, you do not leave them there.
The rats are terrible.
Well,
They've done a lot of bad things for the city. They kill indiscriminately. They incite gang violence. They're not good.
that's what boss was waiting for. So he just kind of like nod, like, okay. And with that, does boss, like, from even like the previous conversation and now, does like trust Olga's when she says like she's trying to make this city a better place like this?
Yeah, I'll let you do me a fresh insight check for that particular thing. And you can do it as well.
Yeah. Has she done things in the past to actually better the city, or is it always just some way to line her pockets?
Give me a history check.
22.
22 on the insight check. And I'll come back to your history in just a second. On the insight check, I don't think she's even trying that hard to hide it. There's more to it than that. She's certainly not being totally forthright. And as you look like kind of incredulous when she says that, she almost like smiles at it and says, I don't suppose it matters much the motives, does it? I'm offering you a payday for a job done. Is that not enough? If you're not interested, you're not interested. I'm not requiring anything of you. This is an offer, of course.
Do you play chess, Miss Sinclair?
She kind of smiles at you and says, how did you guess?
How about a game while my associates discuss?
A game of chess?
Yes. It won't take long. I'm quite good.
I'm afraid it is quite a busy evening. Let's, how about we finish our conversation and then we can play a game?
Surely you can talk and play.
She looks kind of incredulous. Says, after dinner, I'd be happy to play a game with you. And it's about this time. Well, I'll let you finish that line of questioning if you wish to. Some servants come by and take your empty kind of teacups and coffee cups, and
I haven't drank or anything.
I'm sure they take them away.
My envelope.
Full or empty, they take whatever is left, and just kind of clean the placemats off. And you see they start setting down stuff for like dinner, setting food plates out and such like that. But go ahead, Ghost, if you wanted to say anything else to her comment. And you know, actually, Ghost,
Not unless there's some way I can convince her to play games. No.
I was about to say, go and roll me a persuasion check.
I'm great at that. It's my dump stat.
Yeah, she says, a game of chess sounds lovely. In fact, I think chess is a lovely analogy for some of the discretion I might need from you in this particular job. But I think we should finish our conversation first before we start getting into games. Cadence, go ahead.
Okay, so this is the first time I'm hearing Ghost talk. Can I do an insight check on Ghost? He's like an outsider who's talking to a very powerful person very brazenly. Is it like confidence or ignorance?
Yeah, roll me an insight check and then go ahead and Marissa.
He talks telepathically, right?
Yes,
Is it
but
like a...
it does come out.
Okay.
So typically when Ghost talks, unless I specify, he does just like telepath to everybody in the vicinity.
Okay.
Understood.
I
thought
basically
it was
have like
direction.
120 feet of telepathy that I can designate who I'm talking to, and generally it's just whoever. I'll
Makes
specify
sense.
if I'm like soloing somebody out.
Yeah, we'll bear that in mind unless something is specified within the range of your telepathy. Here's what you're projecting. Then Cadence, your
He
insight
probably
check.
doesn't actually go to like 120 feet, but anybody in the room.
Right.
Pretty bad, only an 8.
On an 8 insight, Ghost, I'll let you say as much or as little as you want to about what is your sort of ghost intentions here.
Probably a little bit of confidence, but also a little bit of social awkwardness almost. Like, he has some other motivations for approaching it like this.
Okay, cool.
Then go ahead, Patches.
So I know from like backstory stuff that I at least know of Olga. I don't know if I've ever met, but can I sense anything from what I know of her and what she does, like any sort of ulterior motive behind this?
Give me an insight check, or I think insight's probably the best check for this.
16.
16. I think with a 16 insight, it doesn't strike you as very clear why she would care about this. What you know of Olga has never led you to believe that she has, like, I don't know, a deep love for Daybreak City in her heart, that she would just be trying to make the city a better place. You would guess that there is some ulterior motive here, but I don't think you can suss out what it is on a 16. And maybe ulterior isn't even the right word, but another motive than just make the city a better place. And again, she almost says it tongue-in-cheek when she says that. She says, like, oh, just trying to make the city a better place, of course. And then she says, it's just a job for pay, is it not? And then as she's saying that, envelopes are set in front of each of you that have 100 marks in them. And she says, and you can respond to that however you wish, but she says, if you choose to accept this job, then you consider that a payment in advance, and there will be another 200 marks in it for each of you after it's done. You guys know that the total of 300 marks is enough to like buy a car, almost. It's a lot of money. Go ahead. I think I'll do these orders. Mar,
I'm still waiting for my roll.
What roll was it? Oh, sorry. Yes, you wanted to know like if she.
I want to sell you on an intelligence-based insight roll because I'm doing it based off of what she has done in the past. So kind of a history insight in this sense, based on like what her actions have been with her newspaper and like what she, does that kind.
I'll give you either an intelligence.
investigation.
Yeah, I'll give you investigation or insight.
Okay.
Um,
And I can do investigation. Then.
yeah, and investigation's
Pretty
fine.
much the same thing. I'll be 15.
15. Yeah, you don't know a ton about. All that you really know about Sinclair Media is they put out the papers every day. You don't know much about Olga personally, other than you know her as Sadie's sponsor. You now know that she didn't pay Sadie very well, so take that for what it's worth.
Yeah, but at the same time, the person who runs the newspaper is one who decides what gets to be said and
Right.
what doesn't get to be said.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and all those are sort of suspicions that you're welcome to sort of bear in mind as you talk to her. But yeah, you don't know of any, like, I don't know. You don't know of any specific cases of her being, like, corrupt or having bad dealings, but you also don't know any specific cases where she really, like, put her heart out to save Daybreak City from something that you would guess she's probably mostly just self-interested in some way or another. Cadence.
I might not know this, but do I get the sense that she would already know the symphony was going to do this anyway?
Roll me... Oh, wait, you already covered the check between sessions, right?
Yeah.
With the check you made...
If I take this money to do this job, even though she knows we were going to do it anyway, is it gonna like reflect badly on us? I guess is the heart of the question.
Pretty gangster.
Something strikes you as a little fishy about this. It seems too coincidental that Olga is here, like, proposing the exact same thing that Solomon was proposing a couple days ago.
Right.
It's, you know from your backstory the sort of connections between Olga and Solomon. So I think what strikes you is, like, presumably Olga and Solomon have talked about
Right,
this.
which she has to know.
I think what strikes... Go and roll me an insight check.
Okay. 17.
There's some things you don't like about this, but I think the thing that you like about it the least is that you seem to have been left out of the loop. If Solomon and Olga both knew that this was happening and both are making plans to deal with it, that all is maybe on the up and up. They do things together from time to time. But why didn't you know? That rubs you the wrong way, I think.
Okay.
It's like, why was I left out of the loop on this?
Okay.
But it's not necessarily surprising. You would there's nothing wrong with you taking this money, you don't think.
Okay.
You would guess that probably, you don't know this for sure on that roll. Your guess is that Solomon probably knows that Olga is doing this. Solomon is probably trying to just secure more manpower for what you guys were already planning to do.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
As these envelopes are passed out, and as she says there'll be another 200 marks if the job gets done, she says, oh, sorry, go ahead, boss. You had a hand raised.
Just a very quick question. 300 marks total for the assassination of a mob boss, particularly a mob of this stature. I mean, does that seem like... I mean, that's 300 each, sure, but, like, does that seem reasonable? I mean, that's
kind of like just your own sort of judgment call. I mean, I can tell you what 300 marks is worth, and you can tell me whether you think that's worth killing
you
a
said,
guy
like,
or not.
like, buy a car, but...
What you do... Go ahead and roll me an insight check.
I was also wondering that too.
Yeah, insight check from you as well.
11.
11.
Can I use the geopolitical?
I'll allow it. There's some kind of politicking happening here. I'll allow that.
Still only 13.
Right.
Matters.
10.
10, 13. On a 13, it's
Do
kind
I
of...
do I get bonus for like mafia lore?
Yeah, I'm kind of giving you lore here, even though you don't technically have it to sort of apply that. Or you do have Mafia lore, don't you?
Yeah.
Yes, Mafia lore absolutely applies to this. So on a 13, I'll come to you first. It's kind of just a personal judgment call. Like, would you, Seth, take a shitload of money take money to murder a mob boss? Hard to say. She does say, and interpret this how you will, that there's no love going to be lost for the Rat Kings amongst any entities in the city, legal or otherwise, I think were her exact words. As in, like, nobody's going to miss these guys. Everyone hates them. Legal entities and illegal entities hate the Rat Kings. So it's like, you can make your own judgment call about how much danger you're incurring to yourself. On a 12, same thing. You think that getting rid of the Rat Kings would bring you nothing but praise and love from the other gangs in the city, and probably also from the cops. Nobody likes the Rat Kings. The danger would be in, like, if some other Rat King loyalist comes after you for killing their boss, but, you know, if the whole gang is dismantled, how much does anyone have that loyalty anyway? The other thing that I'm going to give you specifically on a 12, you are due to have a kind of scary conversation with Don Vittorio Cremini tomorrow. And if you were to come to that conversation with having just dealt with one of the biggest problems in the city for the Santi Silenziosi, certainly could buy yourself some redemption on that count.
Yeah, I was wondering that, and also, I don't know if you've mentioned it. How much do I owe him?
It's less like, there's not like a set dollar amount. The way Fungo has explained it is like, you're going to have to explain to Don Vittorio what the hell happened to our money and hope he's merciful, essentially.
Okay.
It's not that, like, it's hard to...
I don't know how much I, took to do that.
I don't think I came up with an exact amount, but it was a lot. It was a hefty amount of money, and essentially... It's more than just that amount of money. It's the opportunity cost lost to them because then they couldn't buy a bunch of Arcanotech to sell later. So it's you lost a bunch of their money and you lost their opportunity to invest that money and turn it into more money. So it's a great deal of money you've lost them and a great deal of sort of like footing that you've lost them. But you get the sense on a 12 insight, getting rid of the Rat Kings could probably get you back in the good graces of Fungo Cremini and his father.
Okay.
Go ahead, Marble.
This is a little bit more meta. Because obviously I don't want to not what I'm looking for. Marble's not cool with murder. I don't want to derail or get railroaded, but also if I
Your
get
choices,
dragged,
brother.
Yeah. But also I don't want to be well, I'm just not going to go, and then just miss out on an entire session.
That's
because we're dealing with gangsters. But
so that's your call. I certainly can't make you make any choices as your character. But as of right now, you've got an envelope in front of you and an offer for more is what you have to contend with. Choices are yours to make.
And then Boss just chimes in and says that the removal of this one man guarantees the dispensing of the Rat Kings?
She nods and says, as I said, the rest will take care of itself. If you cut off the metaphorical head of the snake, there's plenty of other entities that'll have no problem cleaning up the riffraff. And here, I don't know if anyone notices it, but she certainly makes eye contact with Cadence.
Yeah. Well, the choice seems simple to me. I'll grab the envelope.
Yeah, you pocket 100 marks.
Wilkes looked conflicted for a second. He's been staring at the envelope and his stomach keeps rumbling. But
Just for appropriate timing, as you're conflicted, thinking, stomach starts rumbling, you realize the reason your stomach is rumbling so much all of a sudden is because you're smelling dinner about to be set down in front of you. And as you're deciding whether to pick up this envelope, dinner is, in fact, set down in front of you. It is these beautifully cooked Cornish hens with roasted potatoes and sauteed green beans, a cranberry chutney. There's a salad and a soup off to the side and a glass of white wine for each one of you. Just a gorgeous, gorgeous dinner put down in front of each other.
wine. There's not any amount of privacy about the wine. Just bring it up.
Oh, yeah, you're straight up. No problem at all.
Is the wine paired well?
Maybe a cook's utensils check with wisdom.
As he rolls really quick note,
The wine also.
this is the moment that Boss finally does sit down. Once the food is shown,
Yeah.
Boss finally takes a seat.
to eat.
When Cadence takes the envelope is when Tom takes the envelope.
Okay, understood.
It's only an 11.
On 11, it is it's like a textbook pairing. It's exactly what should be paired with this meal. And the whole meal strikes you that way. It's when you go to a really upscale restaurant and pay $70 for a meal that is $35 good, but it's beautifully presented. It's all perfectly just so on the plate. But it all strikes you as a little bit kind of disingenuous in a food way. It's not actually cooked that well. It just looks really nice.
Kind of like The Room.
Yeah, something like that. It's all very, very well presented and well paired, and everything should be just right. But there's just something that isn't very wholesome tasting about it. Cadence.
It's the wine top shelf, so to speak.
Yeah, it's absolutely top shelf wine. Fine wine. And Maurice, go one more time.
With my training with Briar, does Briar kill anyone?
What button?
What? I'm sorry, I have to be on the right tab. It's so hard. Has Briar killed anyone?
I don't think Briar has ever had to kill anyone. Most of her business is not quite that serious.
I didn't think so. Okay, Marisco looks conflicted, but then transitions over to judging the meal and isn't thinking about the money at this point.
Understood, yeah. Stick to the meal for a minute before you decide about the envelope. Marble, go ahead.
All right. Marble will push the envelope away.
Okay.
And he'll be like, "Turn and forgive me." And then he will stand up and very slowly, get into his position of pointing at her and be like, "Shut up! I'm not interested in becoming one of your lackeys. I'm interested in who murdered Sadie, one of your underpaid employees. And he like, and then sits back down.
She seems unfazed by sort of the sudden yelling of shut up at her and the finger being pointed. She just kind of stares at you quite intently as you say it. And says, the servants all look a little startled, like one of them like drops a water glass, like catches it really quick as it falls over on their tray. But she just looks at you and says, as I said, this was only an offer. You're not required to be any kind of anything for me. I'm just offering you an opportunity for employment. Take it or leave it. It's your decision. She looks to Arthur, who comes over and grabs the 100-mark envelope from off of your plate and sticks it back in his pocket.
I also wave off when someone tries to give me food.
Understood. And she says, as for Sadie, I would be happy to know what happened to her as well. Maybe that would be a different offer of employment for you if you can get to the bottom of that.
I will pull out the paper that has the picture of the bomb and just slide it over to her.
She'll take it and pick it up and look at it for a second. You see her brow kind of furrow. See if she can tell what she's even looking at. She says, so you're implying foul play? Slides it back to you.
Yes.
Well, that is troubling indeed. I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. That could certainly be a story to be told there. Information to be found.
Justice.
I suppose so. She says, she looks to Arthur for a second and both of them just fall silent for a few seconds. She says, tell you what, why don't you hold on to that? And Arthur sets the 100 marks back down in front of you. And consider that gratitude for services already rendered. You already helped with what happened today. And you come back to me with who did this to Sadie, and you'll get the same 200 I've offered everybody else. I do hope you'll reconsider, though. The Rat Kings are... Regardless of my motivations, I'm not going to pretend like I'm just here for... Everyone here in this room, including all 7 of you, is here because you wanted something from me, and I'm here because I want something from you. I don't see any reason to mince words about it. I think we can benefit each other. I'm not going to pretend like I just want the Rat Kings gone out of the goodness of my heart, but I do think it will serve the city. I do think it will be a net good for the city, whether that's why I'm in it or not.
Oh, and at that point, I mean, not to do it quickly or whatever. Just boss slowly. Just go ahead. Sorry, what am I trying to say? At that moment, boss reaches down and subtly just kind of takes that money, realizing he does need something from this woman, as they already discussed earlier.
Yeah,
and so he's just kind of subtly takes that money and slides it into his pouch.
Right. Understood. How about you, Ghost? Have you grabbed this envelope, or are you still pondering? Are you still waiting for your game of chess before you decide?
Yeah, he's waiting for the game before he makes a decision.
That makes perfect sense. It's just left in front of you for the moment. And as a couple people start reaching for their envelopes, as Marble rejects his soundly and has his little outburst, she looks to the rest of you, kind of not looping Marble in on this, since he has stated that he doesn't want to be a part of it, and says, now, back to that chess analogy. Navigating the power structures of this city is a bit of a chess match as well. So I'm sure you can understand that discretion is key here. We can't be seen as instigating anything. This little attack that they have planned is just the pretext we need to shape the narrative. It makes it look like Rami brought this on himself. So, in other words, the headline isn't Sinclair Media hires vigilantes to kill a gang leader. The headline is local heroes prevent a would-be massacre and bring a violent criminal to justice. What I'm saying is, you don't throw the first punch, you understand? You wait for Rami to make his move and show their hand, and then you act. Not before.
Right, and that's why you need us, people who are unassociated.
She kind of smiles a little bit. It's just not just unassociated. Heroes who prevented a massacre just today. That story practically tells itself.
Expendable, I'd say.
Your words, not mine. That's not my thinking at all. My thinking is, after what happened today, you'll already be regarded by heroes as the city, so when heroes of the city then take out a gang leader, a notorious violent criminal who nobody has any love in their hearts for. What's not to like? Go ahead, Marble.
At this point, Marble kind of chimes up again. It's like, who? Like, rub the bridge of his nose, trying to not yell again. Who are Sadie's next of kin?
She looks at Arthur, and he nods and leaves the room for a second. She says, I'll find that for you.
Thank you, you.
Of course. You were close with Sadie.
Yes. She was my rival.
I'm sorry, I didn't even mean that as a question. She spoke fondly of you. I knew you two have been close with her, and I'm sorry for your loss. I would be lying if I didn't say that at the end of the day she was more my employee than anything else. We only met a handful of times, but obviously her loss is tragic and deep and personal for you. So I am sorry for your loss.
Thank you. You.
As you guys are pondering this information, you hear a ringing as the phone behind you starts to ring. And she gets up and says, excuse me, I just need to take this. And she goes and sits down at her desk, and you see that she presses a button on a device on her desk. It almost looks like a concierge bell. She presses it, and there's no visible effect, but you see as she holds the thing up to her ear with one hand, with her left hand holds the microphone to her mouth. Her lips begin to move, but there's no sound coming out. She's obviously put herself in sort of a bubble of silence.
What is she saying?
You have lip reader, don't you?
I also have that, and I'm doing the same thing. Yep.
The two of you that can read lips, you pick up the phone and says, what do you need, Frank? And there's kind of a long silence as she listens to the other side of the line, leans back, and says, well, I thought I made this quite clear this afternoon. I'm alarmed I have to tell you about this again. Long silence as she listens to something on the other end of the line. She kind of rubs her forehead with her fingers. Says, no, Frank, that's not the headline. This isn't a heartwarming story of heroism. It's a goddamn horror show. A cautionary example about the dangers of high-capacity arcanotech. And a reminder of how grateful we should all be that the APSA will prevent something like this from ever happening again, thanks to Governor Wainwright. Long pause as she listens to something being said on the other line. He says, I don't care about the damn photo, Frank. Put it on the special interest page. Bury it. They're not the story. And since I apparently have to do everything myself around here, do not send anything to print without my approval. She sets the phone down. And just touches the concierge bell device again, and you can hear her once again. She says, do everything myself in the city.
What was that governor's name? Sorry, I just didn't catch it.
Cornelius Wainwright. He's nearing the end of his first term and is up for re-election, looks like this fall. It's currently spring. He's up for re-election in the fall.
And she's clearly playing ball. Meta. She's clearly playing ball with this Wainwright character.
Yeah.
Is looking to push the APSA.
Yeah. Although, again, it kind of begs strange questions. It's already passed.
I would say she's just spinning it. She's just good at what she does.
Yeah. Of course, I mean, she's definitely taken some sort of... she's been incentivized to, spin the media this direction.
Stands to reason.
Yeah. I mean, this is, of course, nothing we're sharing at this point with anybody.
Of course.
Right. This is what bosses like.
Things the two of you are thinking, reading her lips. As she's on the phone, Arthur Sterling re-enters the room and comes over to you and says, I wish I had better information for you. There is no next of kin. She had no siblings. Her parents have been dead for some time, she told us. She has an aunt, and Glint is her closest relative.
Do you know what the fuck Glint is?
Yeah, no check required. It's a fairly big city north of Daybreak City. Another city in this country.
Gotcha. Can I also make, I didn't think about it at the time, but can I make a retroactive insight check when I showed her the bomb?
Yeah, sure. You can make an insight check.
Oh. Natural 1 for 4.
Yeah.
She's good. Or I'm bad. It's hard to say.
Some combination. You get yourself, you had, ever since Cadence's conversation with you earlier, you'd sort of compartmentalized all that grief, and she, this conversation has sort of brought it back up, so you're having a little trouble focusing on the things you're trying to focus on, instead kind of just wallowing. You kind of are having trouble not replaying some pretty gruesome imagery from, 5-6 hours ago only. But she comes back and sits back at the table. Says I have to do everything myself around here. So, do we have an agreement? I'd be happy to see you all at the Gilded Parlor tomorrow. If nothing else, you'll have a wonderful time. It's a fantastic casino.
Are we expected to keep this quiet?
Yes, I would prefer that, at least until after it's done.
People will ask why the same group is in the same place twice in a row.
I can cover that part of the story. We're honoring your heroic deeds today with a thank you amongst the city's elite.
That makes sense.
If nothing else, you can spend the payday you just received on gambling, if that's your flavor.
Yes.
It's my weak spot, if I'm being honest.
Understand. Horses racing.
Poker, usually.
Chess.
A little bit of chess, even. Honestly, it's much of the games at the casino are too much chance for my liking. I prefer things like poker or kobolds and golems, things that are skill-based. There's always a little bit of luck, that's the thrill of it. I'd like to be able to best someone intellectually instead of just rolling a higher number on the die than them. But it's the soiree is tomorrow at 6 p.m. at the Gilded Parlor in Glimmerwick. I will be expecting you there, other than perhaps... Or have you had a change of heart? I know that you just wish to do the right thing, and I assure you, think what you will about me or about this place, but the Rat Kings are deplorable monsters, and nothing will be lost by their losing. Take it or leave it, though. It is your decision.
It sounds like the invitation on the table to celebrate him for his heroics is there whether he does the job.
Absolutely. Feel free to come to the Gilded Parlor one way or another. Perhaps you... Does she say this or not? Hold on. Yeah. The invitation stands one way or another. I hope that you'll bring your reward for today's heroics and grace us with your presence at the Gilded Parlor tomorrow. Go ahead, boss.
Is her this ceremony at the Gilded Parlor tomorrow? Is she expecting us to take care of Rami prior to that?
No. So, in fact, explicitly no. Basically, the deal that she is offering tomorrow, this gang, the Rat Kings, is planning to make some sort of attack at this soiree at the Gilded Parlor where a bunch of important high rollers are going to be. She wants that to start, and then you guys to respond by killing Rami Asher.
She wants us to do exactly what we did today.
Yes.
Be in the right place at the right time.
Yep, she specifically does not want you to go kill Rami in advance because it looks like she wants it to look like Rami brought this on himself, like he instigated and just people responded and brought.
And that's kind of what plays in the story that they're already kind of like mixing up that I was able to decipher. Yeah.
Stands enough to reason, yes.
Okay.
Well,
at this point, I think Boss is finished eating.
Yeah.
Whether he's taken much food at this point, I don't know. But no appetite further.
Makes sense.
And has no other questions. Just politely looks over and requests to take an absence, take his leave back to the courtyard.
Yeah, absolutely.
For some time.
I'll be seeing you tomorrow, I do hope.
And then gives a nod. Turns to Arthur, gives a nod.
Yep, he leads you back out to the courtyard.
At this point, Boss walks up to, instead of to the outcropping, walks up to the fountain.
Yeah.
The first one that's like right there by the door.
Yeah.
Picks up a couple pebbles, slides one of them into his pocket, and then starts tossing pebbles.
Yes, it's really cute. Old habits die hard, as Boss probably running back to some old memories and wondering how the hell you found yourself here dealing with gang leaders in the Arcanotech capital of the world.
The stair is definitely 1,000 yards.
Yeah. Meanwhile, back upstairs, anybody else walk out with Boss before anyone makes a decision, I guess. As the dinner plates are taken, things are cleaned up. She looks to Ghost and says, we could have that game of chess now if you're still interested. Looks like you're still deliberating. And she looks at the envelope sitting in front of you still.
Yes, I appreciate it.
Arthur walks in the door from having taken Boss outside and walks in with a chessboard and sets it down on the table. You kind of move over to sit across from her here.
I will place a hand on the lamp and say,
You can have the other seat instead of kicking me.
That's a really good point. Sorry.
Literally move.
All right, sorry. Ghost, go ahead.
I touch a hand to the lamp and then just say, do you mind?
What's that do? A little bit of light or something?
No, just a little magic.
I suppose it depends on the kind of magic.
Just something to make sure that the board is okay.
She looks a little incredulous. She eventually says, I suppose so. Well, this is a no stakes game anyway, so if you're trying to do some sort of magic cheating, I suppose there's no stakes involved.
He'll just cast Detect Magic.
Yeah. There's magical things about. Obviously her telephone is magical. And she's got some magic, magical items on her. Like, her cigarette thing is magical. She has also magic on her person. I think it's like transmutation magic. Maybe divination as well. Yeah, a couple of magical effects. Nothing too unexpected here. I don't think you get anything you weren't expecting from the other people in the party, necessarily. Let me just make sure that's true really quick, looking through these. Yeah, no one else in the party gives you any unexpected magical auras. Some of them have magical items and stuff, but nothing that, shocks you or anything. And then, Olga has some sort of magical spell or spells on her, as well as at least one magical item, her cigarette holder. And then Arthur also has some magic on him as well. Go ahead, Bones.
Small point of order. When he cast the spell, I want to try to identify it and to figure out what he did.
Oh, okay, yeah. Give me a DC 11 intelligence check.
Got it.
He cast Detect Magic. Cool.
I have Detect Magic. Do I need to make a check?
I think you only can because you have Detect Magic,
I
yes.
have it in my prepared list.
Yeah, it's the only way you can make this check. So go ahead and make me...
Well, I thought even if you could just learn it. If it's on your list of spells you can cast. I'm prepared to cast.
Unless you've changed it, I believe that if you cannot learn it yourself, it adds 5 to the DC. But anyone can try it.
Say, give me a DC 11 Arcana check.
12.
12, okay, yes.
This thing rolls like crap. I might need to get a new one. Sorry.
He cast Detect Magic. And yeah, Olga will, as you cast that, let me see if she recognizes it, as a matter of fact.
It's a bomb. I cast bomb.
She will look down at the board and say, you want to be white or black?
Black.
Alright. She turns the board so the black pieces are facing you. And then assuming you guys are about to just truly play a game of chess, unless you have some sort of trick up your sleeve.
I do.
Okay, cool. Tell me about the trick you have up your sleeve.
I think we play for a couple of moves, and then Ghost will start talking. So, the wonderful thing about games is that you can tell a lot about somebody by how they play. I'm not very good at reading people or socializing, especially all of you surface dwellers. It's all very new to me. But one thing that is consistent is the way that we all play games. It's very reflective on ourselves as people. Whether you play aggressively and will sacrifice any number of pieces for a small advantage, or if you play the same moves over and over again, or try something new. I may be new to this place, but I won't be taken advantage of. I did not come here to be a killer. And I would like to use one of the things that you can do, according to Tasha's, is with the gaming set, you can do that as in place of an insight check.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I like
so
that.
I would love to do chess to get a read of what's her, not necessarily her angle, but what is her personality like? Are we going to be thrown under the bus immediately? That sort of thing.
I love that. That's a really cool idea. Go ahead and roll me a gaming kit check. I don't know what the rules say, but I like this, so I'm going to say this is what it is. She's going to test this with her gaming kit check, just as essentially deception versus insight, except it's just gaming kit versus gaming kit.
Cool. I think the default is literally like it's a DC 15.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm going to give her a chance to contest it.
Yeah, that's right. I am going to use my inspiration on this.
Okay, love that. Ooh, that's a good roll. Yeah, she smiles as you say all of that. And says, I think that's one of the most true things I've heard tonight. I do think there's a lot that can be told about someone by the way they play a game. And I assure you, the only extent that I would say I'm taking advantage of you is because you have something that I need, but I think I also have something that you need. It's mutual.
That I'm curious about. How did you know that I needed you?
She looks, as she slides her bishop out to kind of get it out from behind all the pawns, looks like... let me have a roll really quick, actually. She says, well, I think everyone in this city needs money.
Can I do just a straight insight check on that?
Yeah, give me a straight insight check on that, and I'll get you your answer on the gaming kit thing here in just a second. That strikes you as genuine. You get a feeling of, she says that she has something that you need, and you assume that she means what I think you assumed you thought she meant. But do you think that on a 12 that she generally just meant you could use money? You don't get the sense that she meant anything specific about you.
Okay.
And on the contested gaming checks, she plays chess in a way that is very, there's a lot of trying to bait and bluff. She plays it very calculated, and she takes calculated risks. She's not risk averse by any means. But she very much, her strategy is a lot less of trying to make the right moves and more about trying to bait you into making the wrong moves.
That tracks.
And that's what you get on the insight check talking to her about motives. She says, I find that people want a lot of things in this world, and it's hard to drill down exactly how to get them to them, but nearly everybody can find a way, at least in the direction of the things they need, with a little money. Crass as that might sound. They say money doesn't buy happiness, but I'm not entirely sure that's true.
From what I've seen of the city, it does seem to certainly help things.
But you do
At
have...
the very least, it's proof that poverty doesn't buy happiness.
No, certainly not. But you do have something more specific that you need from me. Is that is that what I'm
Perhaps.
intuiting?
If you're the person that I think you are. The thing is that I've asked around for you specifically, but what I need of you, many people in the city don't actually know you for that.
And what is that?
Your theological studies.
She looks a little taken aback for a second, kind of furrows the brow. Says, you know, it had been years since I dug up those old books, and now you're the second person in as many weeks coming around asking for my expertise. Suppose when it rains it pours, they say. What is it that you need?
I will reach into the scroll case and I'll pull out the drawing that I did. Hand it over.
Okay.
I'm wondering what this is.
She has the good sense to use her discretion and kind of lifts it, kind of almost like a hand of cards at a poker table so that only she can see it, and then kind of lowers it back down, face down on the table, and slides it back to you. And just describe to me, you've just drawn the creature, or have you drawn the whole, the situation the creature is in?
Just the creature. I want to get a vibe for her before I show her the actual thing.
Understood.
Basically just enough so that if she knew what it was, she could point me in a direction.
Yeah. She says, well, simple enough. It looks like some sort of angel, celestial. She says, angels, of course, come in all shapes and sizes. They're as diverse as spirits or people or anything else, but this particular appearance, the sort of classic humanoid form with feathery wings, typically associated with Axiarch, the plane of order, law, and structure.
Interesting. And is there any particular religion that focuses on that?
Why don't you roll me a religion check really quick before you even ask her that?
Sure.
She will certainly answer you. On a 19, you would even know of, without even having to ask her, the Holy Anuvilarian Church. That is a religion about structure, order, law, that sort of domain. They are specifically worshippers of angels, of the angels of Axiarch. On a 19, they're sort of their messiah, their sort of godlike entity is the angel Akrasiel. And yeah, that would be the most prominent religion that worships the planes of order. And if you ask Olga, she kind of corroborates that. She says the Holy Anuvilarian Church, of course, would be the most obvious. The worshippers of Akrasiel, they preach things like law, order, structure, and obeying your higher-ups and so on. There are others, but that's certainly the most prominent.
See.
May I ask why you're looking around for information about a drawing of an angel? I can't imagine that you needed someone of my expertise just to tell you what an angel was.
I'm an archaeologist. Doing some studies. Found some old drawings. Was curious.
I understand. She kind of studies maybe for the first time your appearance, the sort of creature that you are, your lamp that you have hanging from your thing, and says, I hate to presume, I don't suppose you're City of Amber, Hallowhide?
That's correct.
Unusual for someone to have, someone to be questioning the faith.
What makes you think I'm doing that?
She actually chuckles a little bit. And says, well, you tell me how many people leave the City of Amber looking for information about angels. I could be wrong. That's my read. She moves another chess piece.
I suppose we'll have to see.
I suppose so. And I'll be seeing you tomorrow, I hope. And she looks over at the envelope still sitting at the place setting you had in front of your seat.
He will think long and hard. And,
as you
he
are...
will take the, start to reach over.
As you're still thinking about it, she makes a chess move that is borderline suicidal, essentially leaving herself open for you to win the game.
Do I feel like she is throwing intentionally?
Kind of. She's sly about it. It's not as obvious as truly just immediately, exposing her king or something. The move she makes is subtle, but intentionally bad, and you can see that 4 moves from now you will have won the game because of what she just did, and you think that she knew that too. Worth noting, you were also winning at that point anyway.
I will say, I believe that's game, and I will take the money.
All right. She says, I believe it is. Good game. It was Ghost, right?
Yes, that's what most people call me.
Good enough for me. What people call you may as well be your name, right?
Yes, I believe so.
She kind of straightens her chair. Arthur comes and takes the chessboard and pieces and picks them all up. And anybody else do anything particular while Ghost and Olga are playing chess? Or just kind of
Just watch her.
I'm watching super intently, but
Can
understood.
you give me the name of Sadie's relative in the city again?
I will. I'll
Yeah,
make one
it doesn't have to be
yes.
now, just-
Yes.
Outside, is there anybody else of note on the property?
You just see more servants tidying up for the night. People are kind of closing up. Nothing that stands out to you.
I'll ask Marble if he's going to drink his wine if he doesn't.
Oh yeah, boss left his.
Oh, they didn't even pour me one. I didn't I didn't let them give me anything.
You're not fun at all.
No, right beside you though is boss's full glass of wine.
Well, you left, so...
It'd be rude to waste it.
Exactly. You shouldn't waste food or wine.
As you drink that glass of wine and get like halfway done with it, a servant comes by and would you like more?
Is it a male or female servant?
Give me a luck check.
Okay. Six.
It's whichever one you'd rather it not be. Yeah.
No trophy. It's a woman.
She takes her wine bottle and pulls it back and leaves it to your business. Olga, Arthur re-enters the room having put the chessboard away, and Olga says, "No, I do need to call it an evening, but I'll look forward to seeing all of you at the Gilded Parlor tomorrow, and it's been a lovely evening, a pleasure to make all of your acquaintance."
Thank you for dinner. Pleasure to meet you as well.
Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And do wear something decent, for heaven's sake. She looks at, like, bones and...
For what it's worth, despite having two copper to his name, he is dressed up, guy.
That's
That's where all of his money is.
She looks at you like you're not currently wearing a tuxedo with a bow tie.
I'm gonna thank her for hospitality. I'm not gonna. It's gonna be stuttered.
Understood. You stutter out a thank you for the hospitality. She says, "Thank you for yours, and if I'm not being too presumptuous, thank you in advance for your taking a chance." And she stands up, straightens her coat, and heads out of the back room of the door, or back door of the room. And as Arthur leads you guys back out onto the front courtyard, and you reunite with Boss, I think that is a great spot for us to go ahead and take our break. So we will be right back. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back here in 30 seconds. See you in a minute.
Scared me. I thought.
Yeah, same.
I was like,
No. And welcome back, everybody.
Hey.
Before we leave Sinclair's estate here in Wax Row, Arthur Sterling leads the rest of you guys out of here. And he walks over to you, Boss, who is outside throwing pebbles into this fountain. Says you needed to use the facilities.
I did. Please, thank you very much.
And leads you back inside as the rest of you, by other servants, sort of ushered out to the gate to make your way out of this place.
he does that in front of us, question?
no, he's doing it in the bathroom.
Oh, okay, got it.
Got him. Yes, no, that conversation takes place in front of you guys. You are led back up to the conference room, Boss, where Olga is still sitting in her same seat. Says you had a little more to talk about.
I thank you for your time. This will only take a minute. I assume that I will receive no vindication or answers from you until this job has been completed.
She kind of smiles. Says you are a quick learner. I don't mean to be rude or anything, but information people don't seem to understand. It is a resource with value, and I don't give it away freely. Once this job is done, I can tell you what you need to know, I believe. What? Just to be clear, what exactly is it that you need to know? I don't want to mislead you into thinking you're going to get something that I don't have.
As you just said, information is paid for.
Fair and square.
Pay me with this. Is he in good health?
Last I saw him,
On your word.
on my word.
I need to find him, and once I know where he is, I will be able to share with you what I need from him.
She smiles and says, "That I believe I can help you with."
I'll take my leave. Namaste.
Very well. And you head back out, and arriving with the rest of the party not long after they are let out the gate of Wax Row. And you guys find yourself in the streets once again of Wax Row in Daybreak City. It's maybe 8 p.m. or so. The street lights have come on. It's dark out here. Ghost, this might be the first time. I don't know for sure. This might be the first time that you went in a place while there was still daylight and then walked out and it was dark outside, which I assume is just a really horrible experience.
Yeah, he before he leaves, he will light or I guess kind of like uncover his lamp so that because an ever bright burning lamp. And he'll hold it out in front of him. And as Arthur walks past us with Boss, he'll kind of glance back at Arthur once he's out of earshot. Not that he really needs to actually, because he can just telepathically tell everybody, but he will say, "Goodness, she's rather intense, isn't she?"
You're kidding.
Intense is a good word for it.
So, what do all of you make of this?
Not enough data.
I'm not sure what to make from it. The job seems fine enough. The money is good. I've killed better people for worse. Marble, don't take this job. You're not ready to kill people.
I wasn't planning to.
Good. Just making sure.
Sorry, I probably said it with a stutter, but it's too late now.
2 sessions, everyone.
I wasn't
I'm just messing with you.
planning to.
Is it that hard, killing people?
It's actually quite easy, but it's not the act of killing someone that is the hard part, no. It's actually very easy.
It's concerning.
It's harder to keep the things that are intended to explode from exploding.
Did you think I was?
I did not know what to tell. You've been understandably very emotional, and that can sometimes make people do strange things. I wanted to try to at least put one voice in your head that said, "Do not go kill someone for money."
I won't be pushed around.
Good. For all I know, she may have good intentions. I've heard bad things about this group. I don't think the world will be worse off for not having them in it. It may be, well, quite a bit better. But that is still a dirty job that not everybody should do.
I appreciate it.
Anyway, I need a drink. Somewhere where I'm not being judged for how I'm drinking it.
Yeah, you guys, if you wish to, you can make your way to a...
Yes.
Sorry.
Did you see how delicately I ate that quail?
At this point, Barble's stomach is probably growing because he didn't eat anything while he was there.
It was delicious. I wanted it all in me at once, but no. Decorum.
Patches, if you wish to. You guys are not very far from Baxter Square, which is one of Fanti Silencios's speakeasies. You could lead the party to a speakeasy that you know well.
You know, it sounds really good. It's a big plate of, like, meatballs.
Spaghetti.
Yeah.
Did someone just say spaghetti?
He just pulls it out of his pocket.
Just pull it out of his
Pockets we get. Sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry. We're canceled.
I mean, if you're in the mood for some good food and some good drink, I know a couple of places.
Lead on. I'm still learning the city myself.
I mean, if you want to come, then I can show you. It's not as good as Nona used to make, but it's still good.
Nothing ever is.
Anybody not coming to the speakeasy with Patches as he leads you guys?
I'll catch up with you later. I've got some work to do.
Real quick, going back to that conversation that Olga had with Frank, that the two of us could read the lips of. What she was saying, and correct me if I misremember, what she was saying though was that no, she was not going to actually end up spinning the story as if we were heroes. She wants to truly spin this as if it was a horrific event that backs the action that was taken. So therefore, like, what I perceived to occur in the conversation was that she actually just lied to our faces about the fact that she was going to make us heroes in the public eye, when really what she's going to do is just spin the horror story.
Seems that, that's a fair interpretation.
Like, that
for
was
sure.
pretty much like on the nose, right?
Yeah.
I think, I shared that with Marisco. At least, like, say, like, she has no intention of making us heroes, and I, long-windedly, or like short-windedly, like, try to explain what that phone call was. Do you think we should alert the others?
Probably. That was half the reason I wanted to do the job.
Don't know how to continue with this. Almost don't want to tell Marble for the like sensitive factor that's already kind of like shown itself.
Right.
The one person that seems to be like outwardly kind of aware in the situation, I don't know. I don't really understand Ghost yet. I think Boss doesn't understand Ghost yet, but Bones, I would say. So I think Boss wants to speak with Bones, since Bones was the first to approach Boss and ask questions. May I have a moment of your time, please?
Yes, of course.
And once again, long-windedly, just explain what that phone call was.
Okay. Well, if I get the gist of it, it sounds like she's not trying to vilify us. She's just trying to make the emphasis is on how horrible the event was, and not necessarily that it was a heroic save the day.
Correct, but I just it does not rest well internally that we would be deceived in such a way as to use us for this assassination.
Oh yeah, certainly. She's using us. I'm certain of that. I don't think that I would have taken this job if I thought that her motives were evil. The truth is that I don't know what her motives are. I just know that the pay is very good. My stomach is rumbling, and the person she wants dead probably needs to be dead.
Well, this is the attempt that we could be making at this time might be even against us.
True. That's certainly possible.
If we've only received this much of the offered payment, who says that she's going to follow through with the rest of this offer?
If this is the only money that I receive this year, then I will be fine. With that said, your concerns are legitimate. I need to speak to a friend about this. I took this job because I think that I understand. They know more about this than I do, and I'm leaning on their judgment for all of it. I need to follow their lead. If you want to follow mine, you can, but it will be the blind leading the blind, is what I'm saying. I trust my friend, but I don't expect you to trust me for trusting my friend.
I appreciate the awareness. At this time, nothing is set in well.
For what it's worth, I hope we don't all die. You seem nice enough.
Well,
I will say, just to add a little extra context. The context of the call that you guys sussed out from the lip reading was like, essentially, you guys on the front page as the heroes of this race is not going to happen. The front page story is going to be about how horrific it was. She did say something about, like, put it on the special interest page, whatever. So she just wants to de-emphasize that part of the story.
Right.
And the second thing I'll add is, if how this is portrayed in the newspaper affects your decisions, the newspaper should be out tomorrow morning, well before you have to make any decisions. Right. So there's that. Marvel, you've had your hand raised for a
This
minute.
is mostly just kind of a funny comment.
Okay.
Because I love how you're like, you can't tell Marvel it's too sensitive. But the moment my friend died, you handed me a set of body part.
I'd say
It's a joke.
it's culturally different.
Sure.
Like,
Right.
it was almost more like you couldn't believe in that moment what had just occurred, and I was trying to give you clarity. Like, you know what I mean? Just like, here is, without trying to make a pun on my like stone cold proof of, you know, here's what you
Oh
want
yeah,
to see.
it was very obvious to him that it was dead, but he was just, coming to terms with that.
So, go ahead.
And if again, as we're like having this conversation, I mentioned that I'm following a friend's lead. I do look around and I see that Cadence is like starting to walk off. One moment, real quick, if you don't mind, I'll be right back. And I'm gonna go chase Cadence down.
Yeah, I don't think she's gotten very far yet.
No,
she
not
just
yet.
started to walk away.
I was planning on meeting up wherever they were going after.
Hey, so what the fuck is up? What did Wyatt just sign up for? I took it because you took it. Is this fine? Am I going to be in trouble? What is,
It'll be dangerous.
I'm fine with danger. I just want to make sure that I'm not getting on the wrong side of people.
No. The Rat Kings were going down either way.
Oh, that's great news.
Yes. You're not getting on the wrong side of anybody.
Perfect. Just a free meal then.
Essentially.
I could use a free meal. Okay, just making sure.
Sounds like everybody else is headed to a speakeasy, so I'm going to first come to Cadence. You're doing something else. What do you do?
How hard is it to find Solomon?
You know right where to find him. No
Okay,
problem.
cool. Yeah, I'm going to Solomon,
Okay.
essentially.
You hop on a street tram and take it through the Willows and up through Glimmerwick, and eventually across the bridge over into Matinac, and eventually to find Solomon at the first movement. The rest of your associates are not here currently. I'll delete some of these tokens.
Tommy, no.
Also of note, this place is open for business tonight, so there are actually like patrons here, they're customers and stuff. But Solomon has his own little space over here that he's sitting in. And you step in. He smiles at you, regards you, raises a martini glass towards you.
Yeah. I'll just flag down the bartender, assume they know what I want, so I'll just walk to my seat. Yeah.
By the time you make it to your seat, they've sat down and you're drinking from where you will be sitting. Solomon says, Cadence, what do I owe the pleasure?
Just stopping in. I just had an incredibly interesting conversation with Olga.
Did you?
I did. Do you know what she's up to?
Yes, I was hoping to inform you next that I saw you. I'm glad you're here, actually. She...
Sidetrack.
Yeah, that's a check.
12.
12. He seems genuine.
Okay.
He says, I made her aware some time ago about what was going on with the Rat Kings. I honestly didn't expect her to have any kind of involvement with it, but she phoned me earlier today saying that she might have some extra manpower to lend to the effort, and thought I certainly wouldn't turn it down. What do you know?
I know I don't like being left in the dark.
Fair enough. I would have reached out sooner had I had the opportunity.
What do you know about this manpower she sourced somehow?
She said something about... you've heard what happened at the race, so you were there. She said you were one of them. After the race, after the events that happened today, she said that she was going to try to get those individuals that helped there to help with this Rat King's business. Thought it might be an opportunity to find some extra hands. More hands, less work and all that. That's my understanding was she was going to offer them some money in exchange for their assistance.
Yeah, she offered us all money.
In truth, you probably know more than I do. It was a brief phone call. She simply told me that she actually told me that she was going to help provide us some manpower and that she was going to speak to you and that you would inform me. So, I probably know less than you do.
Why did I do
Isn't
this
he your
to him?
boss?
Yes, I also love him and I do trust him. Which makes this really hard.
Almost spit ticked. I don't know why that got me the way it did.
I think that's just relationships, right?
Yeah, his energy seems to be like he's kind of waiting for you to tell him what's going on with Olga. You're one of his top 3 informants, and you were at this meeting. So.
Yeah. Okay. 2 of the people came to the race looking for her already. I don't know what the connections are yet, but one of them, the Loxodon Sam, I think his name is. He was there before us and stayed after us. I think he's closer than anyone else, other than probably me.
Understood.
The rest of them, Marbles, Bones.
He nods.
There's a... I don't know what Ghost is. I'm sorry, I'm a terrible person.
A Thrycreen.
Thrycreen, thank you. From the Lamps. I don't know what he's doing here, but
alright.
Confident nonetheless. It seems a little odd that we all happen to be in one spot.
No, I suppose that is strange. I don't know, that wasn't our doing, and my understanding from what Olga told me is it wasn't hers either. Just a stroke of luck, I suppose. But that is the business of orchestrating this city, is taking advantage of the strokes of luck that we get.
I suppose it is. the next time something like this is going to be coordinated, it'd be nice to know ahead of time.
He nods. He says, "You're right, Cadence. I could have been more transparent, and I apologize. It doesn't do us any good for us not all to be on the same page. Have you heard from Vanira?"
Not yet. Demaya hasn't heard anything, but I think Rami will have answers.
Rami? About Vanira?
If she was smuggled out through the underground, that's the only way she could have gone.
Understood.
I don't see how it benefits the Saints to make a move against her, well, in light of everything.
Understood. Well,
her supply chain, it didn't stop, right?
Vanira's?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we received everything that she was there to negotiate. We got a large shipment of Slumberjack that we've moved successfully through our own channels, so everything seemed to turn out. Rooster said that after the rendezvous was complete and the deal was done, they parted ways, so who's to say where she went after that? Just a reminder for you, out of character in case you don't remember, Demaya did tell you that she got a kind of a lead, which was that Vanira was seen by
the church, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
Somebody with the Rat King saw her after this rendezvous,
right?
Seemingly injured, bloodied, and walking into a church.
Okay. Well, hopefully we can find out more tomorrow.
Yes, I think that sounds like when we take Mr. Arsha out of the picture, that could elucidate many things for us.
Demaya did tell me, sorry, it must have slipped my mind. One of the Rat Kings did see Vanira hurt after the interaction going into a church. That's another reason I think maybe Rami knows something, but...
Yes, if he did something to Vanira, then to make his death especially painful. But let's find the rest of the facts before we make any hasty decisions, yes?
Oh, of course. And, how do I want to say this? There's not a delicate way to say it, so I'll just say it. Don't let Olga forget who's in charge between the two of you.
He smiles, a wicked smile, his tiefling fangs kind of exposed for a second. He says, "I appreciate that advice. I would never do."
She's clever. I'd be careful.
She is. Friends close, enemies closer, yes?
And cheers to that.
He cheers as your drink. Clinks with his martini glass.
Alright, well, I'm supposed to be meeting up with the rest of them back at,
Right.
Some Saints hole over in the... I don't know. It's probably worse than here, but...
Enemies closer and all that, as we said.
Yeah.
And we, on that note, will cut away from Cadence as you begin to head over towards where Patches now leads the rest of the party. Patches, you lead the party into East Willows. Let's see here.
Mamma mia.
Mamma mia. You move through, now that the sun is down, lamplit streets, lots of residential areas. You make your way through Sylvantown, one of the neighborhoods of Daybrook City, which is home to spirits of all kinds of shapes and sizes. This is very much like, the streets of Spirited Away, very Miyazaki, very Studio Ghibli, so there's just like strange creatures of insane shapes and sizes wobbling around the streets, all kinds of just bizarre spirits that occupy this place. Eventually you're making your way past all of that and into East Willows towards Baxter Square Chapel, a First Altruist church, where you head inside and are greeted by Reverend... I'll zoom in a little bit, hold on. Pew. That work? Cool. Reverend Jeremiah Snow, who is just a human man in perhaps his 40s or 50s, probably more closer to 50s, honestly, with graying hair, just a cheery smile, just looks like a real pastor of a guy, you know what I mean? So this is... Patches, pleasure to see you this evening.
It's so good to see you too.
It's wonderful to see you. Are you? He looks at the crowd you brought and says, "Here for business or pleasure?" We'll say.
We'll just say for pleasure.
Very well. Come with me. Come with me, you all. And this guy, Jeremiah, leads you guys back to past a bunch of pews and back to where there's like the altar, and then around to the door that kind of goes behind, sort of like stage for the church, down a dark staircase. As he's making his way down the staircase, you see his like feet sort of disappear from the bottom. His whole body sort of pulls up until it's just like a floating 2-foot tall frame.
Sure, this is the right place.
As he transforms into this itty-bitty little, maybe 2-foot tall, kind of ghostly-looking spirit, all made of like translucent blue with a black spherical head and 2 little beady yellow eyes. Patches, you know that this is Odosato. He is a spirit who masquerades as Jeremiah Snow and several other pastors around the around East Willows, running your speakeasies for you. And he leads your way down into the basement of this church, into Baxter Square Speakeasy. Just a cute little bar with a few patrons, not terribly many at the moment. And the place is fairly quiet and pretty relaxed. There's some music playing on the piano. It seems to be some sort of either magic or like a player piano. And Odosato sort of and heads back up the stairs, just kind of squeaking at you a little bit. You have no idea what he's saying. He always does this to you. You don't know what he's saying.
I just kind of nod.
Unless you speak Sylvan. You don't speak Sylvan.
I do not know.
Okay. He makes his way back upstairs, and you guys are left to sort of enjoy your drinks here at Baxter Square Speakeasy.
I figure I'll take us over to the large table.
Yeah.
And
I like it. There is a couple sitting at the bar. One of them is a Shisk, which are sort of humans-looking people that have like porcupine frills on their backs. He's sitting with a half-elf up at the bar. There's a human man over at one table all by himself drinking. And then behind the bar is a Thrycreen, a classic kind of ant Thrycreen, that is using the extra arms to facilitate his bartending. He's grabbing all kinds of cups. Doing an unnecessary amount of like bartender tricks for a guy who's just serving like 2 people. He seems super excited that there's more patrons here right now.
I'll sit across from Ghost.
Okay, cool.
And
Put your
hopefully
tokens on here.
I'll wait to sit down until everyone else does. And then I'll actually go up to Marvel.
So it begins.
Bark.
Oh, we're sitting at that table.
I love the idea of you taking us to a bar just to start a bar fight. It's really good.
What are they gonna do, kick me out?
He wants to sit where boss is at.
That's why I said I was going to sit.
That's where you want to sit, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I think you said that's where you were going to sit.
No, I'm sitting in the middle.
Okay, yeah, you can easily make your way over to Marble, no problem at all.
Can I swap places with Boss?
Yes.
Well, boss isn't sitting.
He's going to stand.
Go stand.
Just standing.
Menacingly.
Oh, it's calm. Like he has his like hand on the back of the chair and a hand on his staff. Sorry, he's calm. He has his hand on the back of the chair and a hand on his staff.
Alrighty.
Definitely keeping like a watchful eye, but not like he's, uncomfortable. It just seems like he actually is more comfortable
Makes sense.
in this situation.
Patches, before you get seated next to Marble, when you walk in, the bartender at the back telepathically talks to you and says, "Hey, good to see you, boss.
Yeah, it's good to see you too.
We feeding these guys for free, or are they paying?"
Wait, it's telepathic, right?
Yes.
Oh, it's good to see you too.
Doesn't have the accent telepathically. Oh my god. He says, everybody drinking free tonight, or is this, we paying?
No,
Obviously, you're drinking free.
I mean, obviously, but just put it on me.
Okay.
I'll cover it.
On the house it is. And then out loud, like, still not out loud, he can only do telepathy, but projecting his telepathy to everyone and not just to Patches. He says, "Hey, everyone, welcome to Baxter Street Speakeasy. What can I get everybody?" He kind of goes one person at a time to get your drink orders. What's Bones' drink?
I'm realizing that I have not put thought into this yet, and I'm trying to think.
So important.
Give me a second.
Yeah. Do you know what Mariska drinks?
I have not thought about that either.
Patches. Do you know what Patches drinks?
Probably just. Let me think about it.
Huge pressure. I know.
Right. This should have been part of character.
I agree. I shouldn't have sprung this on you guys like this. Go ahead, boss. You know.
Hot water, please.
Just the hot water. No tea in it or nothing.
That is correct. Thank you.
Hot water it is.
He's got his own tea. For sure he's got his own tea.
He's a guy who brings tea in place.
Absolutely. Boss definitely has his own tea. It's actually puree, which is okay, I'll explain this later to you guys.
Right.
But he carries his own tea for sure.
Marble doesn't drink alcohol. Does he want anything?
He will actually order something.
Okay.
Hot sake, 2 cups.
Hot sake. Okay, I haven't break that out in a while. And he goes up to kind of a higher shelf and gets that out and starts kind of warming it up in a pan.
I'll whenever it does get, I'll pour one out for Sadie.
Oh, nice. So special. Bones, you got a decision.
I think he just gets a stout of some sort.
Okay, yeah, just a dark sort of stout or porter. Patches.
I'd probably just get an Aperol Spritz.
Hell yeah. Makes sense.
He gets me an sauce.
He's had normal wine all day, so he probably wants the sangria.
Makes sense. Yeah, gets you a sangria, no problem. The bartender just goes over the top with preparing all these drinks again, doing tricks and stuff, throwing glasses, wildly unnecessary. Ghost, he connects with you after doing sort of. He goes to each person asking for drinks. He does you last. And says, "Hey there, you. This probably isn't as weird for you as it is for everybody else getting talked to in the mind and all that."
It is. First time in the city. Could I get I keep hearing people talk about this, a root beer float?
Absolutely. Root beer float I can do. Do you want I can spike it or something if you want alcohol in it, or I can just get you a root beer float?
I guess you know best. What do you think is the taste of the city?
You're gonna love it. If you want the taste of Daybreak City, it's gonna be spiked, my friend. He goes and back to a little ice box where he keeps a few cold ingredients. Not a cheap device to have, but gets out some cold ingredients, starts making a root beer float and a sangria, an Aperol Spritz, a stout, so a cup of hot water, and some sake. Cadence is not here yet to place her order. And your guys' drinks take 5-10 minutes to come out, and eventually are brought out and placed in front of you. He sets them all down in front of you.
I will reach out to Patches and just ask, what's spiked mean?
Does he say that out loud or
it's telepathically? Everything's telepathically.
Just to you.
Yep, but you can only speak to them out loud. I'm now realizing you also can't respond.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Telepathically, yeah. I'm sorry, I forgot that earlier. Yeah, it's not two-way.
Okay.
Everyone
So
forget that he
pretend
doesn't
I
have an
spoke
accent.
out loud in an Italian accent.
Mm-hmm.
No one heard that.
A spike that means a little alcohol in there. It'll make you feel good.
Well, that's exciting.
I'm sure you'll love it.
What's the bartender's name?
His name is Crick. Oh no, I'm sorry, wrong one. His name is Cho Sho. I'll put it in this open here.
Cho.
Cho Sho.
And then keep talking to Ghost
Oh yes, Chiosho is a very good bartender. He'll do you right.
There we go.
Wonderful. Forward to it. Seems like a very good job for my kind.
I mean, he quite enjoys it, so... And he's a very nice guy.
This is quite lovely.
It's about this time, Ghost, that a root beer float is placed down in front of you. It's in this big glass mug. It's this thick brown liquid that smells very sweet, super, super sweet. Reminds you kind of like the nectar of the sweetest flowers that grow in the verdant path. And it has a dollop of cold ice cream floating in it. And there's just a give me a perception check.
Is it poison?
Literally.
If you're asking because you have a mechanical feature to smell poison, yes, it applies.
No, I don't.
Okay, cool.
And like that one.
And then 2, yeah, just smells unbelievably sweet, pure sugar.
Yeah, Rochelle here to poison you. I hope that's okay. Not even inside of me. Too late. It's true. Well, for anywhere.
Huge mistake. And yeah, okay, that's it. He sets your drinks down in front of you all.
Can I talk to Marble now?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm dying.
Just so our audience at home knows, they are standing up right now, rolling their sleeves up to fight in real life.
So I'll turn to Marble and
Hey, I know we got off on the wrong foot, but I'm sorry. What is your name again?
Marble?
Oh, I thought your name was a Mumble. Okay, that just to hear you talk, I'm so sorry. I'm glad I didn't say that out loud. I know you've had a rough day. I saw you didn't eat anything earlier. Can I get you some food?
Can I insight him?
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Uh, 18? Sorry, not 18.
You can say as much
16.
or as little as you want. based
Probably
on
the
what
best
you
roll
roll.
I've had all night.
he seems genuine about it. Seems like, especially since I'll be working with at least people that you like, I should try and kind of smooth things over a little bit.
Kind of clears his throat. That would be very, very nice.
Oh yes, of course. I mean, you know my culture. We like to help our friends out. So give me 1 second.
And
Did you say buy our friends out? Oh, buy our friends out.
It would be really funny if you said
so I'll
that.
walk over to Jojo.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gyosho.
What can I help you with, boss?
Hey,
I guess I don't know what I would call like the people that work under me are. Like,
Yeah, I would call them like
Cousins. Goons.
Yeah, your goons.
My goons.
Goons is probably right. Yeah.
hey, are any of the goons around? I need a favor.
I could rustle somebody up. You need somebody. Yeah.
Do you call it?
Oh, yeah.
To their face.
Can you get one of them to run over to what's the restaurant? Spaghetti About It, and get them to bring me over some food.
Yeah, we can run over to Spaghetti About It. No problem.
Thank you.
And I'll pull out a little bit of money and hand it to him to kind of cover it in a little extra. He knows there's a little extra on
Yeah.
top for him to
Yeah.
help me out.
He walks back into the kitchen, and you hear, well, it's telepathic, but you hear what amounts to a telepathic shout that he doesn't have the forethought to not shout, so the kitchen or the dining room can hear it. He says, "Hey, I need somebody to go to Spaghetti About It. Somebody make a Spaghetti About It run."
Sorry, he went into the kitchen to tell somebody to go to a different restaurant. Just call. He doesn't want
You
this.
do know the food sucks.
Yeah, it sucks. And then
Dies a little.
I assume I hear at least one of them just like say,
Yeah.
"What the fuck?" And then this says, "It's for a fascist."
Yeah.
And they're like, oh yeah.
A little spirit rolls out of the kitchen that looks like you know those toys that are like a sphere, and then they have the like funnels coming off of them. They're like dog toys or like balls that bounce and roll.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like one of those. It's just got two little beady eyes in the middle, and it kind of like rolls its way up towards the door and starts rolling up the stairs to head over to Spaghetti About It. It's got like a little coin purse hanging off of its side.
I'm just imagining a bowling ball.
Wait, so
Kind of.
it looks like a giant like coronavirus bacteria.
Essentially, yeah, kind of, yeah, not dissimilar.
I was this close to taking, was it purified food and water? I didn't take it, so we'll find out what happens.
It'll de-booze your sake. It'll just be like gross water.
And yeah, I'll just walk back over and
I'll trust him. See what happens.
Don't worry, Marble. It'll be here soon. I had one of my employees run in, get it from one of my favorite restaurants.
Which one?
It's called Spaghetti About It.
Have I heard of Spaghetti About It?
It'll be a history check.
A natural one.
It's session 2, so that I can already say this will be the lowest stakes roll of the campaign. No, you've not heard of
But it's
Spaghetti.
still a 6.
Spaghetti About It, never heard of it.
19?
Yeah, you totally heard about Spaghetti About It. Some of the best Rooksy food in East Willows.
Really, really delicious. Like, capers on everything. It's wonderful.
What's the district that like my family lives in?
Jowtown.
Jowtown.
Yeah.
I don't get much
Is
out
he
of
going to be alright
Jowtown.
bringing all that food?
Oh yes, they're very capable.
You know that each one of those little funnel things can turn into a hand, so he's actually the best guy for the job.
Awful.
It says the guy with 100
And I
hands.
have extra limbs.
So he's gonna roll back here and have to like rotate to keep the bags from
Yeah,
smacking the
it's a
ground.
scene to behold.
Okay.
It's kind of like a pendulum. Yeah,
It is kind of funny too.
What he does is the front hand passes the bags backwards as he rolls, so the bags are in a constant motion over his rolling body as he goes.
Fantastic.
This is the Miyazaki shit I came here for. Anyway, it's about this time as the food run begins, and as your first round of drinks are halfway through, so that Cadence, you arrive at the Baxter Street Speakeasy, which is located in the basement of a church that Santi Silenziosi runs. You know the location, and you don't have to be associated with Santi Silenziosi to come here. You get there just as you see this weird little... Do you hear for the description of the weird little spirit? It's just little... Okay. Yeah, you... you see this weird little spirit going into the church with a bunch of, like, brown bags and a strong smell of Italian food wafting past him. So, you presumably follow him down into the speakeasy. And you show up just... you show up just as bags of food are being unloaded onto the table here for everybody to eat.
Yeah, I'll walk over and just pull up a seat between... is there one between Boss and Ghost there? Oh wait, that's facing the
Boss-
table.
Boss is actually standing
that's
at
where
the
I was
table.
trying to sit, but you didn't put me there. Shit, my damn.
So sorry. Boss is
But I guess my
anyways.
Oh, okay, cool.
Cadence can have it.
Switch seats. Just let the record show these seating arrangements may not be the player's preferred seating arrangements. And with that, you guys have drinks placed in front of you. This bartender behind the bar, Cadence, this Chosho, this Ant Thrycreen with extra arms to help him facilitate his bartending. As you step in, contacts you telepathically and says, "Hey, what can I get for you?"
Espresso martini.
Done and done. Interesting orders this table. I like it. He goes over and starts working on an espresso martini.
I assume all of his cats are just like licking it out of my...
That mental image. All four fucking cat people just blemming up their alcohol. Ghost, roll me a Constitution saving throw.
I assume that,
It's like fucking. Oh my god, why am I blanking? The Last Wish with Puss in Boots.
Oh, yeah. I need the fan art of the four of you lined up at a bar, just blemming your cocktails. Ghost, let me get it. Oh, you're doing it. Never mind. I see now. I see your mouse moving now.
Still trying to.
Hey, look at that. I don't know if Ghost has ever drank alcohol before, if he just didn't know what spiked meant, but has had alcohol. But one way or another, whether it's just by luck or circumstance, you handle your alcohol just fine. This root beer makes your head feel a little swimmy and you feel a little kind of buzzy and good, but nothing, you don't feel sick or anything.
This is very sweet. Yeah, I think Ghost doesn't speak common very frequently, so he probably just doesn't understand a lot of, like, double meanings.
Yeah, absolutely. Makes sense. In the city of Amber, like, everyone is truly just transmitting meaning into each other's minds, so there's no need for, like, double entendre and, metaphor.
What did you get?
Root beer float, spiked.
Oh, good choice.
Yes, I heard Scraps talking about a root beer float and how delicious it was. I don't imagine it was spiked, though.
I don't know.
Do you even know who Scraps is?
No, Scraps.
Yeah.
Who knows? You're not talking to me?
that little boy is drunk playing baseball.
Just a drunk 10-year-old.
It's gonna be the best.
Forget about it. It's the baseball.
I do love the, obviously, like, we met it kind of a little bit now that, like, no one knows this accent, they just teach it to each other. You can do
Where it came from.
Right. No origin.
On the topic of accent, I have been able to place almost everyone here except for you, Ghost, on account of the way that you speak. Where are you from?
I'm from the city of Amber, in Hallowhive.
History check, please.
Have I heard of it?
21. History check.
I guess I should.
Anyone else?
Natural 20 for 25.
Beautiful.
Oh, wait, I would probably know something about it. It's the Underdark.
Yeah. So yes, all three of you have reasons you would have heard of this, especially you two.
Unless it's
You-
known for ether salt, and then it's even higher than
Yes,
that.
it is.
Then it's 30.
Yep.
Oh, no, sorry, it's a 27.
17, okay. All of you, 17 and higher than 17, have heard of the City of Amber. It's not that low of a DC, but those are all quite good rolls. There is a kingdom in the Underdark called Hallowhive. It is a whole subterranean kingdom and the City of Amber is kind of its capital. You know it because there's a very important institution of magic and learning there, the Citadel of Hallowhive, a very important, maybe second only to the Scriptorium in terms of its importance. And actually, well, you each are going to have your own tidbits, so I'm going to give you your tidbit first since I started talking to you.
Do you want me? I had a 22.
22, and plus academia is 24.
24.
The reason it's so important, so, a little bit of backstory here. The Kingdom of Hallowhive did not have contact with the surface world until maybe 100-ish years ago, I think, something like that. Maybe like 70 years, somewhere in that ballpark. Mortal kind, mankind, whatever you want to call it, discovered arcane magic about 100 years ago when they found the Scriptorium Vox Ethereum and found all these records about arcane magic and learned how to do it from the dragons that had founded that place. Then, some 20, 30 years later, contact was made with Hallowhive by people that were going into the Underdark to mine ether salt, and they were practicing arcane magic down there. And they had been doing so for hundreds of years. In other words, Hallowhive had arcane magic way before the surface world did, and no one knew it because they never made contact. So the Citadel is an institution of learning about arcane magic, more ancient even than the Scriptorium, potentially. It's little is exactly known about its age because it's all kind of couched in sort of religious mysticism. But very important for that reason. That's why you've heard of the City of Amber and the Hallowhive. You've heard of it because of it being a huge source of ether salt. And of other, not just ether salt, but also like precious gemstones and minerals that are used in the creation of ether transmission crystals and ether conversion crystals, the sort of crystal prisms that are used for arcanotech. Those, to do really high level magic, they need really high quality gemstones, so more than just glass like you use for basic stuff. And ether salt is also more prominent in the Underdark, so with a reason that the surface worlds were originally mining down in that way was to get to ether salt, they ran into Hallowhive. Hallowhive holds ether salt as kind of like sacred. It's like religiously important to them. So there were a couple years of conflict about it, and then eventually some sort of agreements were made, like you can take this percentage of it, and then we get this much money out of your mining, blah, 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 blah. And a sort of tense agreement was made between Sol, the nation on the surface, and Hallowhive about the mining of ether salt, and they've been like at peace since then. That was kind of a tense sort of peace. What was your roll again, total?
27.
27, okay. Very important piece of knowledge. You definitely know a 27. As described a little bit before, we're kind of getting on a bit of a tangent, but it's important. Different qualities and rarities of gemstone are better for arcanotech, right? So glass is the kind of low stuff that you can use for lower end arcanotech. You get into sort of like sapphire and ruby and diamond, and those higher calibers of magic effect can be produced without breaking the stones. The number one very best mineral for the creation of ether crystals is amber. Nothing is better than amber. It can, in fact, amplify. You put like a level 1 worth of magic into it, you might get a level 2 spell or something. It can amplify the magic that was put into it to make it more powerful even than what went in. Amber itself is not prevalent, but more prevalent in Hallowhive than in other places. But amber is, in fact, extremely holy and sacred, and Hallowhive will not relinquish, like, any amber to the surface
And
world.
do I know that they have, like, the giant amber thing?
Yeah, on 27,
And I'm assuming
absolutely.
that's just full of salt.
There's not salt, it's just a crystal. It's just a giant gemstone of amber.
Gotcha. It's not actually channeling any magic?
It glows like the sun at all times, so there must be some magic
Gotcha.
going on, but there's no salt in it.
And does he, I don't think he has, like, a ever-burning torch. Does he have amber on him?
I don't know, Ghost, do you have any amber on your person?
A little. There's nothing on the lamp that's visible, at least, but his staff is kind of like this gnarled, like, root, and, like, in some of the kind of, like, protruding from parts of the root, you can see little bits of amber.
Makes sense.
And I guess maybe realizing this, does it seem that Ghost is, like, offended by the arcanotech that we have that uses ether salt?
I don't know if you seen him react to enough of it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're in a room right now that's probably lit by.
Yeah, the lights here are lit by conversion crystals. Now, importantly, and we've talked about this a little bit, you know it in character for sure, not all of this is necessarily ether salt. In fact, most of it is not.
Oh, yes.
Most of the magical power for Arcanotech is provided by actual casters called ether tappers, or just tappers, that draw ether into the world and put it into crystals that then take it through a power grid to deliver power to
And
places.
that is, I'm assuming that is, the people in Amber City are pretty cool with that.
Yeah, they don't care as much about ether. They care about specifically salt, and they care about it even more. The salt is one thing. They care more about the precious gems and minerals. The ether salt is like important to them, but not as important as precious gems and minerals. Those are what are considered like very sacred, especially amber. 17 on your knowledge check about Hellhive. You know kind of the basics, subterranean kingdom, then contact with the surface. The reason you know about it probably is with your like background is because like anything in Daybreak City and really in other places, a lot of gemstones get like smuggled through here by gangs, and the source for a lot of them is Hellhive.
Okay.
And then you rolled
21, 22.
Okay, you know everything that I've just said about Hellhive and its origins and stuff like that. I don't know if you have any sort of like specialized knowledge that applies to you specifically, but that's what you know about Hellhive.
Okay.
Subterranean kingdom that...
I at least know it's a bunch of bugs down there.
Yep,
So
bug people, yes. You guys all know that their predominant population is bug people.
I'll kind of point at his staff, like, is that Amber?
Yes, just a little bit.
That's so cool.
Boss, go ahead.
Thank you.
Has Harsaman or like the Spires as a whole like done trading, since if they find jewels and gemstones to be very important, like has there been a lot of like political trade?
Yeah, a huge amount of money comes into Spires. I forget which island is rich with sapphire. I know this is in the Lordock somewhere, but some of the islands, Gati especially. Yeah. So parts of Spirus are very rich in sapphire, especially, and in some other gemstones, and they're beautiful. Spirus loves them for the reason we in real life love gemstones, but they don't necessarily have as much practical use for it because Arcanotech hasn't really reached Spirus yet from its sort of like epicenter in Daybreak City. So a lot of your best use for gemstones is exporting them for enormous amounts of money. So a lot of the wealth and riches of Gati in the last 10 to 100 years have come from exporting gems overseas.
Of course, and that makes a lot of sense. But also working with, sorry, I just drew another blank. Give us city.
Hellhive.
Yeah, Hellhive.
Or the city of Amber. Hellhive is the country, City of Amber is the city.
Working with Hellhive to import and trade.
I don't know if Spirus would have much dealings with Hellhive specifically. Okay. They're both more exporters, does that make sense? Sure. Spirus is exporting a bunch of gems, and Hellhive is exporting a bunch of gems. They're not really selling gems to each other.
Understood.
As much, anyway. It's not zero, but little.
They're also in very different locations. Right?
Yes.
Like,
of course.
Hellhive is extremely landlocked between a bunch of other countries.
Yeah. Absolutely. Go ahead, Marvel.
I'm probably gonna clear his throat, and then in his best undercommon, he's gonna give him a greeting. I'm not sure what it would be, but he's just like, "Hello, good evening."
You speak Undercommon?
A little.
Quite good at it. I didn't expect to meet many people who could speak that language. At least not up here.
It's my understanding you mostly speak with your minds, yes?
Yes. Unfortunately, lack of a tongue does make most of your languages kind of difficult for us.
How do you taste things without a tongue?
Good question. I don't know if I do. That's up to God.
Fraggrant can taste. Oh well, that's
what antennae are for, right?
Yeah, the antenna definitely help you get most of your sensation from your antenna. I would assume, I'll just make an important decision right now, so it'll be an image for the rest of us for the rest of this campaign. When Thri-kreen eat, before they actually consume it with their mandibles, they first kind of rub it with their antenna to taste it, and then they eat it for sustenance. So if you wish to, Ghost, you can eat a meal without ever tasting it by just not fucking with it with your antennas. But if you want to taste them, you just gotta kind of rub it with your antennas. Nobody at me about what bugs actually do. I don't care.
I presume
Biscuit, I need you to know I don't care how bugs work.
He knows everything about bees. So if you don't have the tongues and you don't speak out loud, do you have music? Do you have song? What?
We do. Many of us we don't have many of the same instruments as all of you. It's primarily a lot of percussion string instruments.
Makes sense. Do you have records down there?
I don't know, Zeke, do you? I imagine quite rarely.
Yeah, it's not common. It's not unheard of. That's technology that certainly Hallohive did not have prior to contact with the surface. And since contact with the surface, which, for the record, is a long time ago, it's before you were even born. But in the decades since Hallohive has been in contact with the surface, some surface technologies have started to come down here. But it's not common, and it's kind of also very socially and religiously taboo. So it's kind of not dealt in. It's not straight illegal or heresy or anything, but a lot of people find it kind of off-putting and sort of distasteful.
Yes, we have some, but much of the technology hasn't made its way down here, and there is certainly a little bit of pushback from certain groups down there.
I will say that you definitely do have a gramophone and a couple records in the Society of Enlightenment. That's definitely something you guys would have there, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Pushback against records.
Yes, many of the people at Hallohive, the Byzantine faith is predominant religion here, and they find a lot of the arcanotech and the use of ether salts quite distasteful.
Do records exist independent of that, or are they all inherently arcane?
There's an exception to a lot of the technology in this setting that is not inherently magical. A record is inherently magical.
Okay,
if you cast Detect Magic, a record will bring up as magical.
Okay, in that case, whoever did Detect Magic earlier, you get a bunch from my backpack.
Oh, sure.
Do you not have a bag of holding?
No.
Poor records. Oh wait, if they're magic, then they're resistant to it and they're not nearly as fragile.
True.
That's nice.
Use those weapon.
That sounds fascinating. I would like to visit sometime to hear it.
It is quite a lovely place, honestly.
Me
do miss
too.
it terribly. Where are you from? I assumed you were from the city, though. So.
No, I've been here for a couple of years, but I'm originally from Steklin, over in Chernaya to the east.
Have I heard of that?
Roll me a history check.
Can I also roll?
Yes, history check. Anyone who wants to. Roll
That
a history
catches
check.
boss's attention.
I was about to ask
I need this
who
one?
reacts to
Everyone
it.
is around the table together. Anyone who wants to can roll a history check.
Have I already made it?
I don't think so. Well,
Okay.
I don't need to. Yeah.
yeah, you don't necessarily need to know. You can if you want to see how much you know about this city specifically or something, but you certainly know that.
I'm
In
assuming.
fact, roll me a history check because this might actually matter and apply your geopolitics, Laura.
That was Ocasio, right?
That is not Ocassus. That is Presidium.
Dirty 20.
However, your Ozergrad operation book absolutely you can apply to this.
Oh, okay.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, okay?
Does any of my lore?
No.
Okay, then dirty 20 as well.
Okay.
I rolled this pre-campaign,
Okay.
so I think, yeah.
Got it?
12.
12.
Damn.
What was it? TM? Okay.
TM.
Start with the 12 and the 10. This Steklin doesn't ring a name to you, or ring a bell to you. You're not sure where that city is. Chernaya would be hard not to know, and every one of you guys knows this. Chernaya is a very large nation geographically, the biggest one in the world. Over east. Hold on, let's pull up the world map for a second. So you guys are currently in the continent of Ocassus, in the nation of Sol, in the city of Daybreak City. Across the sea is the continent of Presidium, and then east of that, Ortusia, and then here is the nation of Chernaya, aka the Second Dominion. It is a very large and sort of monarchical / sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Authoritarian sort of country. And it's kind of very warlike, expansionist. And specifically, even on a 10 and a 12, you know that 4 years ago, a war between the Praeocasian Union and Chernaya just ended. We just ended a large war between Chernaya and the entire union of nations that are out to the west. And even on 10 and 12, you know the war was over this boundary here between Chernaya and Prexen. Prexen being a member of the Union. and Chernaya. Not being that border didn't used to be where it was. It used to be further to the west, and the Union pushed the border east to where it is now in this war. Higher rolls. You two don't have any like applicable lore skills here or anything. Oh, I'm sorry, you did just briefly.
Yeah.
So yours was 20. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Would I know anything because it's relatively close?
Yeah, absolutely. Your knowledge, again, on a 12 is kind of all you know, but yes, it is relatively close to where you lived, for sure. And then, Dirty 20, you know everything that I just said. The name Stecklin itself still doesn't ring a bell to you on a Dirty 20. It's a small town that you just probably wouldn't have heard of. The reason you know about this, the thing that you know about Chernaya that they would not, because you rolled a 20, is probably that Vanguard Ethertech International, this company that makes wartime Arcanotech, has a big hub, maybe even their main hub of operations here in...
Would my Arcanotech give me more information on it?
It'll give you kind of this information,
Okay.
essentially. Rekovo, the city right here, that is where one of our Vanguard's biggest bases of operations is, and they sold wartime Arcanotech to both sides of that war. They're like, oh, you both want a bunch of weapons? Here, free money for us. They have no problem funding both sides of a war.
So they're not part of the same country that he's from?
So, a little more detail for you. This border here between them used to run a little bit further to the west, all the way to Sieg is where it used to be. So, you rolled a 20. Rekovo used to be entirely inside of Chernaya territory, and it now sits on the border where literally half of the city belongs to Prexel and half of it belongs to Chernaya.
Kansas City? Or
Kind of, yes, except it's like if Kansas City sat on the border between Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah.
Something like that. So yeah, it's a city divided between two nations that are actively hostile to each other. And that's where Vanguard Ethertech International, like their main hub is. Coming to you last.
Plus the 2 on geopolitics.
Yes, what was your total again?
I had Dirty 20 plus those two, so...
22.
Yeah.
So, obviously you know a great deal about Chernaya, the Second Dominion, that I don't have to describe to you.
And may I just point out that if this was 4 years ago, Boss was at the scriptorium where the line was basically pushed away from.
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
Thereabouts. Yep. And yeah, that's this war was ongoing while you were there, so you kind of were aware of it's going on for sure. I'm going to say that on Twitch, you actually do know where the city of Stecklin is. Specifically, 4 years ago, prior to the war, Stecklin was Chernayan territory. In the war, when the border was pushed to the river, it became Union territory. In other words, if Bones grew up in Stecklin, he was born a citizen of Chernaya and is now a citizen of the Union because his city changed nations, essentially. A nation kind of annexed it and made it their territory. So, yeah, Bones being originally from Chernaya, if he's still from Stecklin, you know, it's no longer Chernayan territory, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's probably the detail that's most salient to you about that city.
That makes sense.
So, sorry, there's a ton of lore. Carry on your conversation.
Yeah, no, it's, I think on that note, that just really brings Boss back to the conversation hearing Bones is from Chernaya.
Yeah.
Would you like a seat, Sam? We can make room.
Oh, I prefer this stand, but thank you.
Your accent, I placed you from the Spirelands, yeah?
Correct.
Yeah. I picked up a record from there recently. They do wonderful music.
This beautiful music, yes.
Very, very. Another place that I would like to go. I think eventually I would like to go to all of the places, but that is near the top of the list.
What are your thoughts on Spyrus and the standing as an independent nation?
Bring up politics forward.
What's your opinion of the geopolitical state of the world?
The truth of the matter is that I think most politics come down to rich men telling young men to die for dumb reasons. I think that if you have been there, then it should be yours. I don't have many thoughts on it. I like the music.
I can appreciate that sentiment, thank you. But Boss kind of leaves it that not upset with you, like clearly not upset with you, but definitely,
There's some issues there, yeah.
are you from? I mean, do you have the backstory on the Chernayan?
He did check about it, knows a little bit, but he's done some dice rolls about it. If you wish to in character inform him about stuff, you're certainly welcome to.
No, just more at this time. Still, just like has an eye.
Yeah, I'll tell you about board. Dice rolls have been done about it in the background.
Okay.
It's about this time that Cadence, your espresso martini, is brought over. It says, Chosho goes, "This is one of my favorites too. I actually made myself one." He kind of hands you one and sips on one himself.
I wait for him to turn away. Is it top shelf?
Make a perception check.
Does he taste it with his antenna first?
Absolutely. He sticks his antenna in it to taste it a little bit, and then sips some.
He can just taste it without even drinking it.
Only a 12.
12. You take a sip of it, and it's really well made, so it's hard to tell if it's actually good liquor or not. You know what I mean? It's when I say well made, he's put enough sort of pizzazz and flavorings and stuff on it that it's hard to find how good the booze is under all that.
Okay.
But it does taste good.
Then it's not top shelf.
Is it you won't finish it?
No, if it's not top shelf, what's the fucking point?
I love how fast Elijah has become Cadence.
Cadence and Marble local, at least the two of you. Morisco and Patches, you both speak Rooksy, one a very different dialect than the other. Where are you from?
I'm from Porto Solera. Solera?
Solterra, yeah.
Solterra.
I don't know anything about.
Make a history check. Anybody who wishes to.
Well, that's where I've been most of my life.
18.
9.
Okay. 9, never heard of it. 18, never heard of it.
Oh, +2. 19.
19, you've heard of it because of its proximity to the scriptorium. I'm going to move back to that for a moment.
Oh, also, I think Meta maybe even that we shared a lot of time on a boat.
We probably talked about it.
Right, that's really back to
Never mind.
You're gonna find out that the education in Daybreak City is very lacking.
I will mention, though, aside from the conversations you've had, the Scriptorium Box Ethereum is along the Bastion Mountains. Puerto Solterra is a city on the sort of seaward side of the Bastion Mountains. When you left the Scriptorium, you went through Puerto Solterra. You kind of found your way to a port city, sailed to Puerto Solterra, and then to Esmeriz. So you've been there, even. It's just a small sort of seaside villa. It's not that small. It's a small-ish sort of seaside city in the mountains. A lovely little quaint place. Let's see. Your roll, Patches?
14.
14? Absolutely no Puerto Solterra, because that is so you're part of Santi Salenziosi, the smuggling guild that operates in Daybreak City. They are an international smuggling guild that operates in lots of different cities around the world, and their base of operations is in Puerto Solterra. That's where Don Vittorio lives. That's like the HQ of Santi Salenziosi.
Yeah.
24.
24. Same thing, you don't have any special reason to do anything exceptional about it, but you do know where it is.
Did I
You've heard
pass
of it.
through it when I traveled over?
No, you went.
I know
yes.
I was in Esmeriz
I'm
for
sorry.
at least a little
Yes,
while.
you did. So you would have passed through to get to Puerto Solterra, and then you probably went from Rekovo to Puerto Solterra to Esmeriz.
That makes a lot of sense, yeah.
So, yes, you did pass through it, yes.
Oh, I was there for a short time. Lovely place. I almost put a tower there, but I ended up doing it in Nesmoros because it is larger. But, yeah.
The tower.
Oh, that's a long story. Radio. Have you heard of... Do you know anything about telegraphs?
Roll me a Artificer's Tools check. It's just straight int unless you have proficiency.
It's an 11. I don't have proficiency.
Looking at the map, it is in between Zhao and Daybreak City, where I've literally passed through it, going every year.
You probably go the other way, I'm guessing. I would need to measure, but I think you probably go east.
Columbus. You mean west?
No,
You mean west?
No, east from Zhao around the world to...
Yeah, but I start in Daybreak, so I would go west.
Oh, right. I thought you meant you came to Daybreak City. Yes.
I didn't come from anywhere.
still
I'm
do.
strong
You
here.
do-
I was born here. I'm a
You
native.
do yearly, though, right?
Scream didn't get to enjoy the look on his face when he realized the world is round. Like, it was like such a, oh shit, right.
Hey, you never know in a new setting. Maybe the world's flat.
True.
Okay.
The world is flat.
11 on, do you know what a telegraph is? You know what a telegraph is. Nearly anybody knows what that is for the most part. You send messages that are sent in essentially Morse code. I'll call it pulse code in this world. And they translate to messages that can be sent overseas and long distances almost instantaneously. You've never heard of radio. Did anyone else roll on that, or was that just you?
I think it was just
Okay.
On radio?
Yeah.
Oh,
Dino.
we know.
Yeah, you guys have talked about it, so you're good.
Right, we talked.
We're building one.
True. Essentially, imagine that a telegraph needed no wires, or at least far fewer wires. It could just jump through the air. And then it could carry more than just beeps. It could carry a voice, a song, a story.
Oh,
Like Ghost.
Like us.
like the telepathy, but far. Bend through. You use a phonograph?
It's similar technology. It's very complicated. It's very mechanical. There's a lot of magic involved as well.
I see.
But in 10, 15 years, I think that we will all be gathered in here listening to something coming from a box instead of the piano that is being broadcast from the other side of the city, the other side of the country, maybe the other side of the world. The world is getting very small very quickly.
Sounds like it. I mean, I was on the other side not too long ago, so.
In Shadian, boss just says it is.
It is. In Shania back to you, he responds, well, one of the reasons I set these up is so I can try to send things back to my family. They're still there. It's, and then back to common. It's rough, but I'd like to be a part of it. I think it is where the world is headed. I think that a lot of good can be done with it if the right people are the ones who make it happen. And then you also speak Ruxi, but I don't recognize your dialect. I have been studying the language for some time, but it's mostly in the hands, so I have trouble.
I mean, I'm from here, so just how you speak it in a little Ruxi.
That's good to know. Good to know. You raised here, born here.
History.
Well, Little Ruxi's like where all the races are at, right?
It's close to their same islands,
So
yeah.
do I have like?
Nah, this is still just a history check.
I choose to believe.
And then go ahead and risk while he's rolling.
That
When you passed through Porta Solterra, did you stop by El Encanto?
What a great question.
Gee, Wood Bones in the time that he spent there stopped at sort of like a smoky lounge and bar with music
He
playing.
would have asked where the local food and music was.
You would have absolutely found your way to El Encanto.
It's been such a long time. It's been 2-3 years. But yes, the name sounds kind of familiar. I remember there was a blob guy in the kitchen.
Yeah. You might have eaten some of my food then.
You worked there.
Yeah, I am. Well, not the head chef, but going to be the head chef. You might have had something I did.
You're a long way from there if you're trying to become head chef.
I'm a bit in a creative slump, so I'm looking for inspiration elsewhere.
I see. Well, it was delicious. It may have been a creative slump. It was the tastiest creative slump that I think I've had in some time.
Marvel, go ahead. Dirty 20. No. When you listen to Patches speak in Ruxi,
it's like
I need to be so clear. When you listen to Patches speak in Ruxi, the way it sounds to you in world as Marvel is the same way you and me at this table hear Sochi doing a fake Italian
it sounds like
accent.
someone doing.
It sounds like someone doing a bad, kind of offensive Ruxi. Yeah. In world, it sounds like someone faking a Ruxi accent.
Right.
Hey, he just gave me food. I'm not saying.
Should I be offended all the time then?
And none of you have also heard me speak any actual
True,
Ruxi. I'm just speaking with an accent.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, I'm probably in Rooks. So you were born, you were raised here.
Do you speak Ruxi? I don't even know.
I'm just like, I know I recognize it.
Yeah,
like,
for sure. You've heard the La Familia speak it from time to time.
Say like yes.
Yeah, you know the like, hello, donde está la biblioteca? Sort of thing.
You have to forgive me. I mean, not from being there. I'm a little rusty on my actual Ruxi.
No, it's quite right. I take it you are second or third generation then.
Something like that.
I see.
Don't use it, you lose it. So
True. I'm not trying to relearn it, but it's a rough.
To answer your question, the accent that Patches is attempting to do is from kind of the Esmeriz region. It's less from Puerto Solterra, sort of your area.
Right.
There's regional accents throughout Caruxo, and yours is a little more Spanish, his is a little more Italian, to put it above board.
But you're a chef, huh?
Yes. I mostly cook in seafood, but I am branching out a bit.
perhaps on another night I could pick your brain, borrow some recipes. I have a friend who would love some new inspiration.
I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Oh yeah, sure. I would love to trade some recipes. Maybe you have some that would interest me.
Unfortunately, I'm not much of a chef myself.
Well, there's a book I could show you that's very interesting sometime.
He gets very excited to mention books.
So you've got
I
it on.
have plenty of books if you'd like to exchange them for a short time.
As long as I get it back, for sure.
Of course.
So if you want to, you can reach into your book and pull out Feasting on Myth, The Art and Alchemy of Monster Cuisine, and show that to Ghost. Ghost, you see Ron Nikosi's book. Morisco is in possession of it. And that is like no small coincidence. It's not a very well-known thing. Rahl is not like a prolific or all that well-known author. This is kind of a very niche sort of book.
You have a copy of Rahl's book.
Yes, I am actually looking for Rahl. He's one of the reasons I'm here.
Oh, he's who I was talking about, actually.
Oh, that's a very big coincidence.
It certainly is. I don't believe he's in Daybreak City. I saw him shortly after I came here. He was in Hallowhive not just a week ago. I guess closer to 2 weeks now.
I see. I wonder if he's still there.
It's possible. I think he was planning on moving on, if I recall.
Yeah, the last thing he said to you, Ghost, was that he had some ideas for a new kind of cuisine he might be able to make from some monster in the deep, like the deep, deep Underdark. But he didn't think that he was equipped to slay it, so he needed to round up some people to help him.
Yes, he's working on a recipe. He needed to look for some assistance.
Also, it's shame I'm here and he's there, but maybe I'll read about it someday.
If things go well, perhaps I could introduce you.
That would be fantastic if you could. But we have a job here for now.
Right. On the topic of things. What?
I will say, real quick, before Bones continues, Morisco, as you dig into the spaghetti bolognese, this is the best food you've had since leaving Puerto Soltero. Spaghetti about it makes such good food.
I love that.
Forget about it.
Forget about
it.
it.
Go ahead, Bones.
So, on the topic of things going well, we did good work today, by fluke, I think. If we're deliberately going to be taking a job that puts our lives in danger, have any of you done work like this?
I have done nurse work as needed, but never on the offensive.
It sounds like at least this is being framed as defensive. But what I mean is you are comfortable fighting and killing another person.
Hard to say, certainly not.
Conceptually?
Combat magic was never my forte.
Real quick, Marble, you had something?
At this point, have I done any of my reading stuff?
Yeah. You've done a number of fights.
Okay, that's it.
Carry on.
I've had some
He's a
combat
killer.
training, but I've not really put it into practice much.
You've had combat training?
See,
As a chef.
that's a different thing. My fiance is very protective, so she taught me some.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Oh, don't misunderstand me. I mean, you saw me flirting with the twins earlier. See, she's okay with that, just so you know.
Oh, of course. That makes a little
Just to clarify.
Sure. Very protective, I did wonder, yeah.
And are you okay with taking the life of another man?
Oh, that is a question, isn't it? No, but I do need to eat, and I think that if there is a dirty job and it needs to be done, and I think that this one does, then people who are used to it should do it. What I mean is I would prefer not to be doing this because it did not need to be done. But if it needs to be done, I can do it. The paycheck is not bad either. To be clear, I would not do it if I thought that they were undeserving. I don't like to kill.
Could we not just detain them?
We could try, but I don't know if our employer would be happy with that solution.
At this intersection, I believe that it might be best to just pursue the interests of Miss Sinclair. Continue with the path that has been set ahead of us. I know that I would like to continue moving forward as quickly as possible, and I don't need any more of these hindrances in my way.
I agree. When back home we looked at mercenaries like they were disposable, almost as if we looked down on them. But I've come to realize that I think some of that was envy, that when it was done they could just walk away. They had no loyalty. Which is to say that I'm doing this job as a defensive contract. I'm doing it to save lives because they intend to take some. And then I'm going to take the money and I'm not going to do it anymore.
That is noble enough for the situation set before us.
Maybe.
It seems reasonable.
How does Bones seem to actually feel about the words he's saying?
You mean inside it?
Give me a sec.
Uh, 16.
He... Oh, 16 is pretty good. He doesn't like this. It's a fuckload of money, and he kind of gets the feeling that he doesn't have a way out of it. He's done a lot of work to rationalize this job. And with the 16, I think the impression you get is he really wouldn't do it if he thought it was morally wrong. Mm-hmm. But even with it being justified, he's still not super happy with it.
If the money's the problem, you can have mine.
That's very sweet. In truth, the money is part of the problem, although I've learned that I have a job opportunity waiting for me that is very exciting. A much bigger part of it is that...
Does this mean that he forgot about his job opportunity with me?
No, I received two opportunities. There is another part of it too, which is that I am on thin ice being here, especially after... I would like to have friends in the city. Friends with power. Friends that are not upset with me. What I would like more than that is to not have powerful enemies. And I think that if we had turned down the job, there would be no reason for her to not make enemies of it. We would then have... How do I put this? When you know that much information, when you know as much information as she just gave us, you are either allies or loose ends. And I would prefer not to be a loose end.
On that exact phrase, like, that's when Boss, like, nods. Like, just nods.
We were all bound to that job the moment she made the dinner arrangement with us.
There is no other way past this hindrance.
Cadence, you got something.
Oh, no, sorry. I was
My
conscious.
understanding of her, she is quite spiteful. I would much rather have her as a friend than an enemy. The money is just grease.
Right. It's good grease. I'm hungry.
Marisco, go ahead.
Is a mark a gold? Or
mark is a silver.
Okay.
Yes.
Just making sure I wrote down the correct amount of money.
Sorry, if I had any good sense as a DM, I would just call it a silver, but I've been leaning too hard.
I've been calling them silver marks in my head just to get used to it.
That's their enrolled name is a silver mark. Yep.
That'll be a little easier, yeah.
And she gave us 100.
100 marks.
Okay.
Yep, she would have given you 10 mark bills.
And then she said 200 more? 300?
Yes, 200 more marks after the job is done, after Rami Asher is dead.
So 30 gold total?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure I was doing the math right. Cool.
Yep. Which is, in this city, I'd have to check specifically, but I think you could pay for like a year's rent for 30 gold or buy yourself a car.
Not you.
Yeah, not yours.
I mean,
For what it's worth, it is a public service. The Rat Kings need to go. They're a danger.
Sure. I didn't see myself working in law enforcement, and certainly not mercenary law enforcement, but the pay is good.
It's
Job
more
is a
community
job.
service, but
I do agree that they must go, and I mean, I don't mind getting my hands a little dirty if I need to. It wouldn't be the first time.
You've done wet work then?
Yes. a wet to dry, whatever you want to do. A little bit ago.
Wild.
That's good. So we have some combat training, we have wet work, we have something. Okay. Alright. Well, do we want to have
With all due,
Yes.
with all due respect, this is not my city, and I don't feel qualified to make a judgment on whether or not the Rat Kings need to go or not.
We think... Go on.
Either way, there are people in danger, though. So, is it not the right thing to do to help those people?
To be perfectly honest, I haven't had the best track record of doing the right thing when people are in danger.
So your stance has been noted, and do you intend to attend the festivities tomorrow evening? All the same?
I'll try to attend, though I'll need to find some better clothes, apparently.
I'd say then, with the understanding of your stance, I encourage you to attend and act as you feel necessary when the events unfold.
I appreciate it.
Go ahead, Marble.
So this meeting party thing we're going to, like, who all do we know is supposed to actually be there? Is it just like mob bosses? Is it like just city officials? A mixture of all of that?
All that you guys were told is it would be like the big wigs and the higher ups and the high rollers of the city. I think Olga said like politicians and mob bosses and corporate people.
So like, no upstanding citizens.
There's probably some decent.
This is Daybreak City.
Yeah. Yeah. Make what inferences you will, but you know the city is quite corrupt, and most powerful people are at best like rubbing shoulders.
Are there
with
any
bad.
politicians who actually like try to do good for the city?
Yeah, history check.
We're carrying advances.
Well, he's rolling. Actually, never go.
It's going to be a 24.
Thank you. On a 24, there's some the politicians that try to really serve the people and are really like servants of the people. Generally speaking, get outfunded by politicians that have gang money. Essentially, one person that comes to mind. This isn't really a politician, but it comes into this role because we talked earlier about the church and state thing, right? The Archbishop of the Holy Nuvolarian Church, the sort of leader of the Holy Nuvolarian Church here in Daybreak City, is a fellow by the name of Elias Hastings. And he, as far as you've heard, seems to be one of the very few people of significant power in this city who kind of refuses to play ball with the gangs. And he's not a politician. And the fact that he refuses to play ball with the gangs also kind of means that he refuses to play ball with the most powerful politicians too. So he doesn't you guys don't know each other's roles and character or anything, but the separation of church and state and or the extent to which the church and the government are kind of intertwined has eroded in the last several years since Elias has been Archbishop, because he's we're not playing ball with criminals anymore. We're done with that. Which has lost them a lot of kind of political standing and stuff. But his name comes to mind. He's not a politician.
Does it seem reasonable he'd be there?
That's kind of hard to say.
Would I recognize him if I saw him?
The 24, yeah, sure. You'd recognize if you saw him, yeah. I think you'd be maybe surprised to see him there, because it's he's, again, this is the place you go to rub shoulders with dirty people, and he seems to be of the opinion that you don't do that.
So really what I'm learning is that if the Rat Kings came here and murdered all these people, it really wouldn't be that bad.
I will say really quick, I know you have your hand raised. Actually, go ahead, I'll do it first.
It's similar. For the earlier Nat 24 or 25 on the Rat Kings, do I have examples of them killing innocent people? Do I have a couple of incidents that I can spout out for Ghost?
1,000%.
Okay.
Yes, you've heard plenty most of what you have heard is of them killing other gang members,
Sure.
gang wars in the streets. To the extent that matters to you, I mean, a lot of gang members are youths that got caught up in something, but there absolutely are for sure cases of like innocent people being caught in the crossfire, and then also cases of them just straight up abducting people and demanding ransoms or trafficking humans. And on that subject, I'm actually going to interrupt really quick.
Yep.
As you guys are sitting at this table having a conversation about the Rat Kings, this woman, this half-elf woman over here,
The one with the boobs?
that's the one. The other one. She turns around in her chair and says, excuse me, I'm so sorry to interrupt. And she stands up and kind of walks over. Are you... give me a perception check.
19.
19? No, doesn't ring a bell to you at all. Doesn't look familiar at all. You're pretty sure she's not like a gang person. She says, I'm so sorry. This is really presumptuous and probably a bad idea. And she looks back at the other guy, the Shisk sitting next to her, with who's got a look on his face like he told her this was a bad idea. And she says, I couldn't. We overheard you were talking about the Rat Kings. I don't know who you are. Can you help us? And she passes over a piece of paper. That is a... You look over it really quick. Over she hands it to. Looks like Patches is closest, and Bones probably looking at it together. A ransom note. It has a photograph of a little Shisk girl. And a note that says that she will be returned to them for 500 marks. And it says that they should bring the money to a rendezvous point, and then leave it with the Rat Kings. And she says, I don't even know what this means. I don't know who the Rat Kings are, but I you were talking about them. I'm sorry. Can you help us?
You're fine. You're fine. That is a lot of money. Forgive me, I don't know you. Are you a woman of means? Do you have this money?
She shakes her head, and at this point, the Shisk, seeing that this is happening, whether he likes it or not, slowly makes his way over, and says, "No, we're not even from here. We came to visit. We just wanted to see the city, and she." And we only took our eyes off of her for a minute, and then she was just gone.
They're predators. It's not your fault.
The man starts openly weeping. The woman says, we don't have this kind of money. We're not going to have this kind of money. And we don't even know who they are. We don't know what this is. Go ahead, Marvel. You got a hand raised.
I have two things. First off, it's a little bit it was a little in relation to what Bones said, and he was like, "How I heard stuff." The information you heard about, like the kidnapping stuff, obviously it's maybe a little bit mute point now. Was it all through newspaper, or was it actually just like people talking about it?
A little bit of both, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because media control.
No, good to know.
And then also, like, does it seem kind of weird that these people whose guy was just kidnapped are just like drinking their money in a bar?
You look over. Roll me a perception check or insight. Either one's fine.
They're the same. 15 are the same.
Yes. You look over at their seats, and there is like 2 water glasses and a half-drink beer. And make of that what you will.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to say I'm an inner city kid, so like, am I getting scammed right now?
Sure,
like...
yeah. On a 15 insight check, roll dice. No, the look on their faces is very genuine. If you had to guess on a 15 insight check, it's like
what are we gonna do?
Coping.
Yeah,
I
gotcha. Okay.
So, Boss walks over. They had a photograph of their child.
Yes.
So,
seemingly like taken by whoever sent this thing. She looks kind of ragged. You see that there are
They have that tripod.
there's like a cuff on one of her hands that's chained to something that you can't make out in the photo.
and this is Boss turns to the woman. This is your Punajaram. This is your how do you say child?
Miri. Her name's Miri.
How do we know where she would be held?
I have no idea. They give us this place to drop off money.
Where's this rendezvous point?
They give you a rendezvous point, and it's like a It's just subway station in Matinac. You know it. It is a one of many entrances into the subway system of Matinac. The subway being pretty new, it only opened last year. But yeah, it's one of many entrances into the subway system, which itself connects to many places. It's there are dozens and dozens of ways to get to the subway.
Yeah.
They just picked one and here.
When is the rendezvous time?
Is
Is it after the party?
Yes, it
Okay,
does
that's all
list a time. It lists not tomorrow, but the day after at midnight.
Then the party is right before
Yes,
that?
tomorrow. So the party is tomorrow at 6 p.m. This thing lists basically 36 hours later.
Cool. Thanks.
There's a 200 mark or 500 mark.
Yes.
And the letter does explicitly say that they're just going to leave the money there.
Yep. Essentially, it gives them a specific spot. It says that there's a mailbox. It says that it has a lock on it, and this is the code to open the lock. It tells them to open the lock, put the money in the box, and relock the lock.
But there's no guarantee or message as to how they're going to get their child back.
Nope. Sure isn't. Go ahead, Bones.
Is there any sort of history of them actually honoring these deals? Do people go to the police about it? How's this normally go?
What did you roll just now on your check about shit the Rat Kings do?
It was not just now. It was early. I rolled a nat 20 for 25.
It's probably not that likely that they're going to get their daughter back, even if they pay this ransom. And more specifically, that would always be the case, and it would certainly be the case if 24 hours earlier their boss had just been killed in this event. Go ahead, Patches. Hand raised.
So I know I asked about if I recognize them and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Can I also insight how truthful it
Yeah.
feels and everything?
Roll me an insight check.
It's a 17.
17. They strike you as truthful. They strike you as desperate. They strike you. It strikes you the amount of desperation it would take to walk up to strangers in a speakeasy who have been getting free drinks all night, seem to maybe have some connection to these gangs, maybe, and be like, do you guys know this gang? They were just, the reason the guy was like, this is a bad idea is they don't know if you guys are the Rat Kings. There's a reason you guys would be saying that, you know what I mean? So they took a huge gamble by doing this, and it doesn't strike you as manipulative or lying or anything. They seem honest and desperate.
Okay. I get, I wondered because they said they were not from here, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So, just being it's one of my speakeasies, how did you find this place?
Yeah, they probably just had to ask around, presumably. Yeah, that's a fair question. You could ask them that question if you wish to.
No.
Okay. Go ahead, Gaines. Hand raised. Sorry, I missed that.
Where do the Rat Kings typically recruit from?
Kind of the ways that most gangs do. Most gangs other than the Symphony, their methods are very unique. Generally just poor people, especially kids, that live near entrances to their territory, essentially. Near subway entrances and near sewer entrances and buildings with especially big basements that are connected to other buildings by certain maintenance tunnels and stuff. It's territory. People that live in their territory are on their territory.
Okay, cool.
Are the Rat Kings all rat people?
Not all, but many.
Have you told anyone else about this?
She shakes her head, and you see that on the note, I forgot to mention this, but on the note it does say that if you talk to the authorities, we'll kill your daughter.
Well, luckily we are not the authorities.
We're not. It is, our kings are not known for playing by the rules that they give to other people. I think that, this is tricky. I think that if you were to somehow scrounge up the money and deliver it to them, you would not get what you wanted.
You see her eyes kind of start to water. I just don't know what else to do. I'm sorry, this isn't any of your problem. You were talking about them and we thought maybe that you would maybe you would know something. But I'm sorry, we've wasted your time.
Shrimon Patches, Mr. Patches?
Yes.
Where do the Rat Kings stay?
Roll me a history check. Cadence, you can do this as well if you wish. Both of you can apply mafia lore and criminal lore.
Is that history?
Yeah.
7.
22. 7, you're not sure. They operate in a lot of underground places. It's not clear like where their headquarters is.
I guess that's not including like the lore. That's just
Still 9, same kind of result. 22, on a 22, that they used to have a headquarters kind of in the middle of like a section of sewer maintenance tunnels, like a maintenance hub essentially, that they'd taken as kind of their territory, that they moved out of about a year ago, around the same time that the subways opened in Matanak.
Okay.
The presumption has been that they have started a new headquarters somewhere else in the subways. You don't know exactly where it is, but it's safe to assume probably somewhere in Matanak in the subway system.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, they own the underground, but their headquarters is probably somewhere in the subway system.
Where do we find
Matanak.
these? Where do we find these rats?
Sorry, what's a subway system?
It's like the cars, but bigger and underground.
Even
Mass transport.
even here in Daybreak City, the Arcana Tech capital of the world, this is a brand new thing. This is still cutting edge for even this city.
And I'm proud
They're
for it.
underground trains that connect parts of Matanak. It's as of today, it's only in Matanak. It doesn't go through all of Daybreak City, but one borough of Daybreak City.
I assume there's nothing in this. My new Arcana, New Age of New Arcana. That's way too old.
Yeah.
I probably have some notes of it.
So the book was written well before the subways were developed, and you can roll if you want to know like more about
I
subways.
mean, I'm more like do I have like any cool blueprints I could show him? Like I'm assuming that like it's land vehicles, so I probably have a high interest in it.
Yeah, roll me a land vehicles check, intelligence land vehicles.
It's going to be. It's only a 13.
A 13. Yeah, you know some stuff about the subways, but you don't know specifically like the maps.
No, I meant more like, do I have like a diagram of a
I understand what you
subway
mean. Yes,
train that I
yes.
could just show him?
Yes, you can show Ghost kind of the underlying technology of how the subways work.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
Where was Miri taken from?
We were walking through Matanak, just gawking because everything's so insane here, and we didn't look away for more than a minute, and the man kind of composes himself enough to say it was 56 and him.
Do you have anything that belongs to her?
They reach into their bags and pull out. They have several things that belong to her. They hand you like a shirt.
I think we could use a moment to talk amongst ourselves. Don't go anywhere.
Okay.
But
you see
also,
her-
like, go over there.
but like go over that.
yeah. You see them.
Are
look-
you hungry? Do you need any sustenance?
we can ask you to do that.
I would be more than happy to. And then I just like look, Josho, whatever they would like, please.
We also have like a whole bunch of food in front of us.
As boss goes, whatever they would like, please. Choso looks at Patches.
I'm just like, I'll just nod.
Okay.
No, I hold up silver.
Okay.
I hold up a note or
You
whatever.
hold up a mark. Okay. Yeah, he takes it. And, you do that. He still looks at Patches. Patches still just nods. He says, yeah, no problem. It's on the house. They give you guys a little bit of space. You see that they're like kind of anxiously awaiting something from you, but they're kind of talking quietly to each other.
Okay. Well, do we want to follow the defensive job with a offensive job afterwards? When we spoke, they said that after the head was dead, others would go in and clean things up. Do we want to be part of the team that goes in and cleans things up?
I find it's more important to take care of a young girl's life than to affect the life of evil men.
I agree.
Do you think that if we take out the head, that girl won't be in danger?
I believe she will. I believe that they'll just clean every loose end they possibly can.
We could go tonight.
I'm ready to go right now.
I think we're taking a big risk assuming she's still alive to begin with.
Yes.
I would rather take that risk than to let her die.
Well, if these people are as problematic as you say, they wouldn't just kidnap that girl and kill her. They would double dip, yes? Try to sell her, get the ransom and get payment.
That horrid thought is exactly why I think we should leave now.
This city is worse than I thought it was.
I am not happy either.
Welcome to Daybreak City.
Well, I had to live in New York.
So they told us where they were, like what, right? The crossroads-ish. Like,
Yes, they give you an intersection where it hell out.
May we at least go there?
We can at least check out the site, yes. My hesitation is not whether or not we should do this, but how we should do it most intelligently. If we're walking into a beehive where the queen bee is still there with all of her loyal workers, if we kill the queen bee first and then raid the hive quickly, we would have less resistance. There would be a lower chance of us being simply gunned down in the street. We do no good to this girl if we are dead.
Alternatively, I could just go into the sewers tomorrow instead of the party.
Alone.
And why would you do that?
Well, if they're attacking the party, there will be less people.
It's not a terrible idea.
That's true.
I have my armor.
There remains the question with that plan of how you would find their headquarters and find where they are.
We have that question.
Ideally,
doesn't away if
I
we
could go
tonight
to
or
the
tomorrow.
public library or some such and get the blueprints of the city, and I could actually just get actual information of how the tunnels are.
What a library answer.
That's at the city planner's office.
Oh, whatever. Sorry, I'm a librarian. I'm just trying to advertise.
If we are going to do that plan, we need to know exactly where you are going before then, which means we need to spend the rest of tonight looking for their headquarters.
That I agree with.
I also don't know if we should go alone. I think if we're going to do this, we should have 2 teams.
Split the party.
Split the party, episode 2.
We're not a party yet. We can't be
Sorry,
split.
we're not having fun, so it's not a party. It's more of a meeting.
Perhaps we look for the headquarters. If we're very lucky, maybe the headquarters is right under the place where the party is being held.
Patch's hand raised.
I guess with my connections, do I know anybody that would be in the city planning area, or if I would know anyone that would just know where their headquarters is?
Yeah, roll me a history check and apply your mafia lore.
Is this an ability check?
Yes.
Okay. Can I use my stroke of luck?
Yeah, sure can. Give yourself advantage.
Sorry, what do you want?
History plus your +2 for lore.
16.
16. You know some people that you could ask, and Cadence, you probably do too. The trouble that you think is going to come up. A great deal has been discussed tonight about how corrupt the government is and how everyone's kind of in the pocket of somebody. If the subways were built about a year ago, newly built, totally new infrastructure. If the Rat Kings had a headquarters for themselves built as part of building this subway project, the government officials in charge of documenting that fact probably did not document that fact, and probably would go straight to the Rat Kings if people came asking questions about it.
Yeah, I guess it's more do I know anybody that interacts with them at all? So we obviously have to pay them to transport things.
You definitely you could find a person with the Rat Kings that you talk to if you need to move something underground for
Whoever
sure.
my informant is with them.
Yeah,
And
totally. As mentioned before, you have a downright animosity relationship with that person. They are a thorn in your side, and you guys fucking hate each other. So that's not someone to tap as hey pal, can you tell me where your headquarters is? But you've got a point of contact. You can go try to contact your guy at the Rat Kings and see if you can learn something from him or whatever.
would it be? I don't know where I would meet him at. If that would give me any kind of clue as to where it might be.
The way it's worked in the past is if you need to move something underground, you send a telegram to an address for someplace above ground. It doesn't go straight to their to underground or anything. It goes to some office building somewhere, letting them know that you have something to move, and then you usually get a response within a day or two telling you where to meet them. and then they will sort of make a rendezvous point, which unfortunately is like different each time. They don't rendezvous in the same spot every time for obvious reasons.
Okay.
And then you'll drop off your goods and pay them, and then they'll pay you whatever at the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you, I guess the moral of that story is you could tap that contact and like set up a meeting with that person under false pretenses of having something you needed to send. That timeline would put you past tomorrow's thing at the Gilded Parlor.
I have something crazy.
Okay.
So you're talking about using telegrams to communicate with someone in a specific building. Between Bones and I and our communication skills, can we use that knowledge to track where this building is? And from there, I mean, I personally don't know how telegram systems work, but I know that like there are switchboards and such, so someone has to know how to communicate to them. If he's like, when he sends out a telegram, how does it get there? We would probably obviously know that.
Yeah.
Could we use that to find where that building is, and then from there maybe even find like, is there any sewer entrances that there that
Right.
would be closer to where?
Yeah, there's certainly no need to even do the community. You know where the building is. You could walk there instead of sending a telegram. If you want.
Okay.
The telegram is kind of to make it quicker and more convenient.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the building's not a secret. The building is some office building that's just a front, essentially. So you could find that building no problem and then just look for nearby sewer entrances. That's certainly possible.
That I just had like a
or-
contact there that worked with us,
Right.
That kind of knew what was going on.
Yeah, for sure. There's a guy. There's like a liaison that talks to Santa Celia and Josie on behalf of the Rat Kings to organize your deals for you, for sure.
Does it seem reasonable that they would then have a like private telegram line that would go from the building to the Rat King's lair?
Could be. Yeah, that's not an insane assumption. I don't think you know for sure, but that's not a crazy guess or anything.
Like, there's more like original designs of like hardline communication devices are untraceable. Like, they're
Yeah.
just hardline.
Unless you have
That's the
something
thing.
called Detect Metal.
So that's the thing. I don't know. Like, aside from whether or not it's necessary to track, but assuming that there is a telegram running from the building to the Rat King's true headquarters underground, wherever it is, I don't need to think about an important precedent, but I don't think there's any way that you'd be able to just like track where it goes, other than physically following a wire by digging it up or whatever.
Yeah, but there also is the spell that you need to tell Detect Metal.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Which I don't know, like...
all over the city is
True,
the problem. You could potentially find it if you found like. Also, I don't know if Detect Metal sees through things. I'd have to look at that.
I think that
blocked
it's
by
actually
like.
blocked by a lot of things, which makes it kind of tricky.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal.
Right.
Yeah, meaning if your shit's buried, you're not going to be able to detect it.
Yeah.
It lists that it detects ore veins. but
It's 3
then
feet of
blocked
dirt,
by
though,
stone,
so-
it's a little weird.
It's a
Yeah.
little strange, yeah.
I think that Sam is on the right path. I think that all of our plans start with going to the site where the kidnapping happens. If we're lucky, maybe we can tail it from there.
I believe that time is also of the essence, and we should move now.
I agree. I'm a little tipsy, but I'll sober up when I get outside.
Okay,
Chosho, may I please have some more hot water?
hot water coming right up. He brings out more hot water. Anybody else not around? Or?
It's going to be a long night.
Water, if you don't mind.
Yeah, water. Yeah, waters. Everybody waters. All right.
I assume that we already had water, but what a horrible way to get
Agua de Corrupcio.
What is the name of the mother and father?
I don't think they ever introduced themselves. If you go over and ask them,
I would like to walk over and
First name's easy.
I'd look this at the table and say yes. So we do it. Okay. I walk over to the mother father.
they like at the moment you like move to walk towards them, they like stand up right away. Like they're eager to hear what you guys have to say.
I apologize to ask that we may take the last image of your daughter with us, but may I please keep this as we go to investigate the kidnapping site?
Shua doesn't want to let it go.
I understand if
you're-
not. I will just take a good mental note. Is there
You're-
anyone in our
you're-
party
I
that
could
can
take a picture.
draw?
Sorry, you're going to
You
help.
can't develop this quickly enough.
You're going to help us.
I believe that we were going to try.
Please do not get your hopes up. I don't know what we can promise, but
You're going to try though.
I personally will promise you I will try.
Yes. She passes over this photo.
Now, is there anybody within our party that is very good at drawing? Ghost, can you draw? I know you did earlier.
Not at all.
No. Is there anybody else that has the this proficiency in them? No.
Yeah, painter's tools, calligrapher's tools, anything like that.
And then I guess I'd turn back to the mother and say, one last time, are you sure that you would be okay to give this photo to us? I will return it if
If it helps bring,
we can unable to return her.
if if it helps you find Mary, anything you need, whatever you need.
This act of generosity will never be forgotten.
The guy says, well, what should we do?
Do you have a place where you are staying?
They look at each other and says, we had a place, but we didn't want to keep paying for the room because we weren't sure if we needed 500 marks. He kind of looks around and the woman says, we've just been finding somewhere to sleep.
Is there a reputable hotel, whatever sort of like?
Yeah, there's many. Yes.
How much would they cost per night?
I mean, I'm assuming I could also probably just like.
Yes, you can absolutely just find somewhere to stay for free if you wish to.
Is that what you'd wish?
Don't worry about it. I'll have just to take care of them for us. Let us know where we gonna meet them at. Because when you're a hero, you're a family.
Shoso goes, you got it.
You're a family.
Hey, he's right. When you're here, your family. You can stay here. We got places to stay.
The rats are not stupid. They know they're not getting 500 marks from these people. They will send somebody back to send a more reasonable offer tonight. Somebody should be there when that happens to tail that messenger back. Figure out where it goes with it.
And who shall that be?
I'm happy to do it. Unless somebody else wants to.
Yeah.
I'm not especially discreet. I can try.
What I mean is that they should not be alone when they're confronted by a rat giving them a more reasonable bribe tonight. If that happens.
This I agree with, but I am going for the girl.
I would like to go to the place where the kidnapping happened, I think.
I'd be alright waiting with the couple.
Okay. So it sounds like maybe
Frankly,
Kate.
the idea of doing any of this at this time of day is unpleasant.
Yeah, it is about maybe 10, 11 p.m. right now in World. Dark outside, getting a little cold.
Would it be good for, I mean, I guess, in character, but not otherwise, would it be good, just speaking to the other party, like, if this is Patch's place of business for him to stay here as, like, protective asset to
Stands
the
to
family?
reason. Yep. Yeah. So maybe Patches and Ghost and Cadence are staying here with the family, and the other 4 are...
Oh, I have a stealth of 0.
Okay, so
And
you're
I
staying here too.
I cannot be sneaky, and if I'm in my armor, I have disadvantage.
Understood. So it sounds like Bones, Morisco, and
You
Boss.
know things about the rat. You know things about the rats?
Yes,
We
I know
might
things
be
about
able
the
to
rats.
use you. Did you come with us?
I could. I think I'm better suited tailing the rat that comes here, though.
I think I agree.
Okay.
If one comes, it's gamble, but it's good.
So, Morisco, Bones, and myself,
We'll go check out where the kidnapping happened.
let's leave right now.
Okay.
All right. So Morisco, Bones, and Boss, you have to walk out of this place. Some of you stay here to stay with the family, sort of watching them.
And Marvel? Right?
No, I have no stealth.
I think he's staying behind too.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I mean, I could go, but I'll be very...
Bad.
I just
ruin it.
misunderstood. Yeah, I'm with you now.
So we'll go back out to the Daybreak City here. You guys depart East Willows. Go ahead, Marvel.
I just want to enter this before we move away from it. I do want to do like a little toast to Sadie. I like say and Cookie.
yeah.
I'll just say like until we see each other again.
Yeah.
Like a little like Cookie Cookie like farewell or something.
Yeah. You give her a lovely little
And I was
toast.
like, her sake would just sit there, like it won't be drank.
Yeah, sits there for the remainder of the night. At one point, Cho comes over and goes to like take the cups and
He can take it. There's no one can drink it.
Yeah, he doesn't know that, so he comes to like take the cups and the empties, and he sees that one's full, and he reaches for it. He's like, "Oh, never mind. I'm still working on that." Or
It's for my dead friend.
oh, I'll see if he knows what that tradition's about. He goes like, Jim.
It just can't be drank.
Okay.
But you
This
can,
is 2, and I'll slide the espresso martini over.
Unreal.
Importantly, do I pick up the Cadence is doing this because it's not good enough for her, or because she's actually pouring one out for Sadie?
Give me insight.
Do you need an insight check?
Probably not. I feel like I would know you.
Just let
I
that
probably
go.
saw you sip and go like,
What do you want to believe?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Just let that
I want to believe that, honestly, the first one's kind of hotter.
Yeah.
So, like,
You choose what you want to believe as Shosho takes both drinks and then picks them up from the table and takes them away. Since those two are away from the table right now, for people that are staying with the family, waiting for like some rat king to come here and offer them a better deal or whatever, you guys give me perception checks.
so wait, are they being stealthy, or is the group being stealthy?
So a group here is basically, my understanding is being on lookout for if Rat King's gangster comes here to talk to this family and offer them a better deal or whatever. I guess you're probably trying to stay stealthy in case you see that person.
Either that or one of us should go to the actual, like, ransom drop off.
Well, that's
Did
what
the
the
letter
other
say,
group
like, we're gonna check it in 36 hours, or did it just say drop it off at some point?
No, it did give a time. It gave midnight, basically 36 hours after the Gilded Parlor thing, which is like 2.5 days from now. So about 50 hours from now is the drop-off time.
Well, then presumably somebody is there watching it to see if they drop it off early. Right?
Yeah, could be. The letter, for instance, the letter specifically lists the time. It says drop off at. It does not say drop
Okay,
off
that's what I was
by.
wondering. Okay,
Yes.
yep, okay. Then I
Yeah.
think that was the plan.
Yeah. So if you guys are
I think some of us are staying here in case someone
understood.
did drop by, that then someone could follow. that
Understood.
person.
So the question is, are you guys like staying hidden, hiding during this, or are you just out in the open? What's your posture?
I feel like if they're staying in the speakeasy, it makes sense to just be
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
acting like we're here. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
stands to
think
reason.
Yeah, I don't think I would know that
Yeah.
we're looking for.
Who all was staying? Sorry, me, or not me, Patches, and Ghost?
Marble and Ghost. Yes.
Marble and Ghost.
And yeah, if you guys are just kind of waiting in the speakeasy with this couple, an hour goes on, another hour or so. It gets to be maybe 1 a.m. or so. Go ahead, Cadence.
Yeah, sorry. I will actually, I'm not going to wait in the speakeasy, but I'll be close by. Are there any, like, sewers? I want to go try to find some rat kings and just listen to them talk to each other.
Yeah, I mean, investigation check. You're just trying to find some rat kings about.
That's going to be a 6.
Yeah, no, you don't find. I mean, you find some sewers. That's the thing about the rat kings is like they control an incredible amount of territory.
Right.
There simply are not enough manpower to like have literal physical presence in all of that territory. So it's you never know where they're going to be essentially. So you look in some of the vicinity of this church where the speakeasy is and try to find like an actual rat king's presence and don't find one on the 6.
Okay, I'll just head back then.
Understood. And yeah, an hour or two pass by. It comes to about 1 a.m. or so. And no one comes like into the speakeasy to talk to these people. No one like comes down the stairs looking for them or anything. In the meantime, while that's going on, Bones, Boss, and Morisco, you guys head over to Matinac, to where this went down.
How long does it take for us to get there?
The total from getting all the way from East Willows to Matinac, I have to kind of go through Glimmerwick and across this bridge here and into the city. Probably an hour, taking mostly like street trams.
Okay, that's where Cadence went earlier.
Yes.
Cadence was able to get there and back in roughly that hour time, though?
Yeah, hers just took a little bit longer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's where we're going, though. Is that
Yep.
same region of the city?
Yep, exactly. And you eventually do find your way there. And find this sort of intersection that this couple told you that this went down at.
Very busy.
Yeah, at this hour of night, by now it's midnight, maybe even a little after midnight, so it's late. The streets are not this busy anymore. The city, as they say, never sleeps. There are people about, but not that many. It is quieter now. There's not that many people about at this moment.
What other... so I did not write down clues quickly enough when we were talking about like what happened to their daughter. I only wrote down like where it was, but can you tell me, like, remind me what else they gave information was?
Yeah, they basically said that they came to visit this city, just kind of to see the sights, see this amazing place, and that the mom and dad essentially were like walking down the street, and the way they described it, just truly like looking up and kind of gawking at buildings, and then like looked down, and their daughter was just gone, and they couldn't find her.
Do we know what building they were in?
Yeah, they described, we'll say just for the sake of it, this like clock tower right here. This kind of beautiful clock tower. They like stopped for a moment to look at it, like pointing at it and talking about it and describing it, and then they turned around and their daughter was like missing.
And had she been? We didn't interrogate them enough.
You asked their names, by the way, and I forgot to say the main character. Her name is Ravenna, Rivenna, and his name is Jack.
His daughter was
Miri, Miri.
in the image that I have, the photograph. I'm assuming like they didn't change her clothing, correct? Like from the time, like
As far as you know.
like does she look like she's wearing something like decent or like
Yeah.
like
Actually,
rags? Like,
yes,
she
the
was
parents will be able to tell you that's the same outfit she was wearing when they last saw her.
Okay. I know that there's no color here. I'd like to look around to see if there's like potentially any other, like a ribbon or anything that may match something
Yeah.
that's just laying on the ground, maybe dirty or soiled from the day of lying there.
Sure. Give me a perception check or investigation. I assume perception's better for you.
It's 26.
26. Jesus, nice. You look around, all around this clock tower and the vicinity of, nearby. And you do find a shoe, which the parents probably wouldn't have even known was missing because Miri's feet are not in the photo. But it's just a little pink shoe. And it's just kind of sitting in like the curb where the curb meets the street. It's kind of near to a storm drain,
Right.
but on a 26 that seems to maybe just be coincidental. Like it fell off in the street and then it's just kind of over a couple of days been sort of knocked off to the side of the
Do I
street.
recognize the smell from the shoe to the parents?
Same 26, yes, yeah. It's delicate to smell like the smell of a child based on their like parents' scent, but a 26 is very good.
Family traveling together too.
Yes,
then,
yep,
right?
absolutely. Yep, similar smell.
Do I smell the same presence of like the shoe through the storm drain down?
Roll me a new perception check for that. You have advantage because of the smell.
No.
23.
23. No, you do not. And as you stick your trunk down there and kind of sniff around and kind of look a little bit more, it looks too narrow for any kind of person to even fit through. It's a very narrow spot.
Let me take that same question then and ask like, can I tell which direction that smell went?
On a 23, you kind of try to follow the smell a little bit, and it's been several days and a lot of foot traffic later, and it seems to
It's
just
been days. I didn't.
yeah, it seems to have just kind of faded.
Was it? Do I have a directional sense?
You sense that you can kind of trace it a little bit backwards. They were in front of this clock tower. Then the movement went towards this curb. Shoe fell off somewhere in here, and then kind of kept moving. So you get a direction that she was seemingly like dragged, but it kind of dead ends, and the scent kind of breaks off.
Well, I share that with the two.
Yeah. I'm looking around for two things. The first is a way to get into the sewers. The storm drain is too narrow. You
Yeah.
can see a manhole cover.
Yeah.
And also footprints, especially like running footprints.
Yeah. Give me a survival, investigation, perception, any of those are fine.
So is this the stealth group?
Can I assist also with survival?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, really, we're just on.
Okay, but you guys.
They may end up stealthing if they find an entrance to the sewer.
Gotcha.
17.
17. On a 17, you're in Daybreak City looking for ways to get into the underground. There's many. You find several manhole covers and sewer drains and buildings that probably have basements that are connected by maintenance tunnels and so on. Yeah, so many ways nearby. And on a 17, none of them you don't see footprints or obvious signs of someone moving quickly towards one of them in specific, or one that seems the most convenient in terms of getting a person from where she was snatched to the underground.
Right.
There's a few points of entry that are about equidistant, so it's it could have been any of them.
With machine tools, can I quickly check each of those to see if any of them are already unscrewed for easy in and out?
Yeah, lovely question. Roll me a machine tools check. You can use either wisdom or intelligence.
15.
15. Yeah, you find a manhole cover that is not secured the way that most of them are.
Okay. I just start cracking that one open. I'm gonna go down and see if I can see footprints. It's the best I've got.
Yeah. Crack this manhole cover open. Start to make your way down the sort of maintenance ladder into the sort of sewer system of Matanak.
Do you want someone to go with you? Or?
Especially if you can provide light.
I can. And with that, I turn the head of my staff and it begins to glow.
Perfect. Wonderful.
Beautiful.
Mage is always handy.
You guys all make your way down into this sort of sewer, and you're looking for footprints, signs
Just
of where
any
she
signs
went.
of traffic down here that is recent.
Yeah.
Maybe a search action here.
Yeah. I'm going to keep basically the same rolls because you're kind of rolling off the same things. You're 23 perception, or 26 perception specifically for that part. 17 survival, and then 6 or whatever survival.
Yeah, 6.
You, out of 17, you find signs of foot traffic down here, signs of movements, but they go both directions. And like, there's movement as recently as like, I don't know, 7 hours ago or so. It's the most recent. But the thing, there's some that is 12 hours and some that's 36 hours and some,
Sure.
people have moved in both directions down here many times since this happened.
Okay.
On a 26
With scent.
trying to follow the smell of this shoe. And the scent check was a 23.
That is correct.
I think you're able to confirm your suspicion that she was brought down this manhole. You follow the scent down this manhole and down into here. And then once you get down here, it's just kind of overpowered by the days-old stench of this place.
Okay.
You kind of find yourself... The situation is you find yourself now in a vast and sprawling network of Daybreak City's sewer system, huge and spreading in every direction. And it's clearly where she was taken, but it's unclear which way she was taken in here, and it's a labyrinth down here, and it's hard to, suss out which way she might have been taken. There's a good reason the Rat Kings use this and have been, as of yet, kind of undeterred by those that have tried to stand up to them. Because, it's a true maze down here. It's very hard to track their movements. It's very hard to... Many a gang has tried to interfere with the Rat King's operation, and it's very difficult to do so. As much as you're picking up the smell of her shoe, you're also picking up the smell of drugs, you're picking up the smell of literally shit and piss, you're in a sewer, you're picking up the smell of rainwater, and it just, there's too much going on down here.
Yeah.
So short of beginning to just truly, brute force your way through the sewers of Daybreak City, you're kind of finding yourself at a bit of a dead end.
Any ideas?
Not off the top of my head. My temptation is to just brute force, but we're down here for days, hours.
I'd like to cast Voice on the Breeze.
Okay.
Send it back to the room in which they are all hanging out.
Yeah.
And let them know that we are at an impasse. We found the manhole in which they entered and took the girl. We found the girl's shoe. We cannot tell which direction they went. It is an absolute labyrinth down here.
And just, for the sake of it, what does that spell look like?
Yeah.
Tell me about the spell.
What is it?
Yeah. So I think with that, Boss would whisper into the staff itself, and as that is whispered, that light kind of pulses a little bit from it, a little bit brighter since it's already lit. I think if it were not lit, you would see the smallest little pulse of light kind of emanate from it, and then with that, just as they're in this room, they just hear this we found the shoe.
Yeah.
And you can tell it's Boss's voice, but it's definitely as the papers on the bar rustle, and you feel you see a systematic pattern of wind, and the words are within that pattern.
Absolutely. Bones.
What did you just do?
Let our friends know our situation.
With magic? How does the magic work?
That I'm not exactly entirely sure of.
I'm probably explaining myself. Can you send that to anyone?
As long as I've been there, and as long as they are there.
A place you have been, I see.
Personally or magically, yes.
But you have to know the location.
I have to have seen it.
I was wondering if you could send it to the girl, but it sounds like you would need to know where she is to do that.
That's why I wanted to see the headquarters. So that's why I wanted to know. If we had known where it was, maybe I could find a way to see it.
Right.
And then I could let her know.
Right.
Back at the speakeasy, we follow this wind as it winds through the streets of Matanak, through the buildings and the high rises, and past the streetcars, and through the glittering lamps of Glimmerwick, and eventually finding its way to the Baxter Street First Altruist Church in an open window, and down the stairs past Reverend Jeremiah Snow, and into the basement where everyone in this room, including the parents and the bartender and everybody, hear this whispered message from Boss on the wind. At this point, for you guys that have been back here waiting, it is something along the lines of about 1 o'clock in the morning. You guys have waited for about 2 hours here and have still not, as of yet, seen any like Rat King's person come here to talk to these parents. Marvel, you've got a hand raised as you hear this message.
While we were waiting, I've been reading through all of the papers that we've gotten from Sadie, which I assume are the papers that are now thrown into the air
Yeah,
as I'm scattered.
I said rustled.
Yeah, they get stuck.
I like it better if it's just like a little wind tornado. I'm just like,
I agree. Yeah, absolutely. And that gets you the time to catch up on the reading that I kind of prequeled you to earlier since you went to Sergei's. So now you're caught up with where we said you were earlier. What do you guys do as you get to this point here? Are you still just kind of waiting?
You said the message just got here?
Yes. It's about 1 a.m.
So are we turning in for the night?
Cadence, roll me an insight check and apply your criminal lore.
Okay. 16.
16.
Oh wait, maybe I just lied to you. 18.
18. There wasn't zero chance that a Rat King's person was going to come here and offer them a different deal. I think that once it gets to this point of night, you think a couple things. If they were going to do it, maybe they would have done it by now. But more important than that, they are in a Santi Silenziosi controlled speakeasy.
Right.
A Rat King's gangster is not going to come in here. Maybe if these people were back at whatever hotel they were renting before, this would have happened. But it's certainly not going to happen here.
Yeah. There's no reason to wait here. They're not going to come in here. I didn't even see any around here when I went looking earlier. Sounds like they might have a lead in Mantanak, but if you want my honest opinion, it's pointless at best and suicidal at worst to go into the sewers right now. We don't know where we're going, we don't know where she is, and we do know that Rami, who does know where the headquarters is going to be at that party tomorrow.
we could interrogate him?
It's better. We have nothing right now. We have no leads, we have no information. We're beyond we're not even stumbling in the dark. We're sitting in a speakeasy.
One thing to consider is that we'll have to act quickly if we want to interrogate him. I can't imagine that Holga will let him live long once things start.
I want to ask you a quick question, Caden. Sorry to interrupt this conversation. This is more a window into Cadence than it is the plot-related question. What kind of tact, if any, does Cadence display in having this conversation as these parents are nearby listening?
I was just thinking the same question.
As you essentially say, like, this is a waste of time, we're not going to find them this way, etc. But this isn't, plot relevant. I'm just curious. Yeah. I want to know about Cadence.
I think she almost has that mentality towards it, especially, obviously, the backstory. I think she thinks this is a waste of time, and she's not a sugarcoating things kind of person, so...
Very not dissimilar to the handling of what happened with Marvel and Sadie earlier.
Yeah, it's just practical and the truth. Yeah. It's just, we don't have any information.
Yeah.
Your daughter is gone, probably dead, let's be realistic, and we're not going to find her doing nothing, so...
Sorry, Ghost, continue your conversation.
I was just saying, you seem quite well informed. Do you have any suggestions then?
I think the best option is to interrogate Rami tomorrow.
Do you think that we'll have time to get an answer out of him before Olga steps in.
Olga's not going to step in.
Well, somebody employed by Olga. That isn't us.
You just leave that to me. We'll have our time. The Rat Kings are stupid and cowards, and they've been baited into making a mistake. Once we have Rami in a corner and his life in our hands, he'll talk.
Isn't there supposed to be like, what was it? What she's saying, like a big attack or something like that? So I mean, it's not just going to be him. And I mean,
I guess, like, did we see...
even if we kill Rami and the others run away, couldn't we get Bones too? Just like a mark of one of them and then follow them into the headquarters.
Tracking him after he flees sounds like a great idea. Yeah.
Yeah, even not him, because we can kill him and then get the reward for that, and then we have our own separate thing, because they're all going to run back panic, like, oh shit, where are we just
need
dead?
whoever's a coward to explore information from.
If you guys wish to, for the sake of bringing you into a conversation about strategy, again, we can say that after you guys kind of hit a dead end, you return to the speakeasy and you guys can continue conversations. And it's about 2 a.m. now.
Loudly play guitar and lure them to us.
I guess I could say that, like, once you guys are back, because I don't know if I would have saw you do it, or if you would have told us that you did it.
No, certainly does not reveal that he can do that.
Okay.
It's also, just as a meta note, even with that, I'm not super great at following people.
Okay. But I guess, like, that, then, yeah, like, kind of backtracking that, just, like...
I mean, if we kill him and then just follow some of them back, or find one of the more cowardly ones and get the information from them, because
I
they're
agree.
more likely to talk to save their own life. But
I feel
The goons.
I feel that Boss's skills with perception, insight, investigation, especially the smell or whatever, we would be able to follow the rat's fresh scent from the party. However, Boss would, in character, I'm going to skip all the dialogue at this moment, but like in character, I think Boss would definitely voice the concern if we're going to do the battle and wait for the rest of the Rat Kings to flee. Like, we can't stay with Olga and collect our reward before going, because they're going to tie.
I highly doubt we're going to be collecting the reward.
I'm saying like we'll need to take care of Rami, thumbs up Olga, and then run, because they're going to clean up all of their loose ends as quickly as possible.
Yes.
And they're not going to just like leave their hostages. I mean, they might just leave them tied up. Who knows? But you get what I'm saying.
I agree, yes. And we do what we do at the party, and then we need to follow them, chase them back immediately.
We just like tell Olga we'll be right back, and then we're
maybe even tell Olga ahead of time that we have plans to help clean up the mess after we finish our business there.
Olga also...
Didn't she ask us to?
Olga explicitly doesn't want it to look like you did this for her. Right. So the more you just like do this thing and run out to go, that's
if we just like chase them down, we're just chasing them.
She certainly isn't good. Like
Okay.
Marvel correcting too is that she certainly doesn't have checks she's going to hand you at the Gilded Parliament to kill Remy Asher.
Of course,
the party's going to be in chaos at that point. Everyone's going to run away. So like,
well, I guess what I was trying to say is more so than just like, oh, we're going to walk up to her and be like, pay us now. Instead of trying to convene with her that evening, we're going to move on immediately.
We have other things.
I believe that's our primary plan.
Yes.
We do the party tomorrow, we chase immediately after.
And if this is the point, then we must, once whoever Mariska said this, or whomever said this earlier, we'll be running into that rat's nest, literally the beehive, and we will potentially find more than just one hostage or one person that needs us, and potentially tens, hundreds of assailants. Hopefully terrified, but we will find out when it comes.
If we're lucky, we might save many lives.
Is this what we were doing, though? This is what we were doing?
I like this plan, yes.
I mean, we might get lucky, and they might just be very chaotic. And with the leader gone, you never know. They might just be running around like chickens with their heads cut off.
And if that fails, we can try to get one of those kidnaps. That's our tertiary backup plan.
Go ahead, Marble.
I'm not. Okay. Are the other gangs going to be prepared to instantly raid after the party? Or are we going to run into them?
I
Sorry, I don't think the plan was to raid. It was just take out Rami.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
that-
Well, I guess I'm more asking, like, are the gang going to then infiltrate
No one
the
knows
subway
where it's at, though.
and then try to, like, well, they want to find where it's at so they can control it?
As far as you know, being the person with the most knowledge in this party about it, the only people that know about this are the Symphony and apparently Olga Sinclair, which you learned today. So the other gangs, after learning that Rami Asher is dead and the Rat Kings are leaderless and kind of a rudderless ship, are going to spring into pretty quick action.
Right.
But they will not be able to spring into the speed of action that you guys will, knowing in advance that this is going to happen. But you won't have a ton of time to kill. You can't wait till the next day or anything.
Right.
Meta, I obviously don't know that the Symphony knows this. That's
True.
why I'm asking
Also
if
true.
the other gangs are going to, or if any gangs are going
Yeah,
to.
so that question was asked
That could
in
be a problem.
character.
Right.
so.
I don't know anything about the other games.
I'm literally talking to my girlfriend.
I guess,
all
like,
in
have
the
I
same
heard
room.
anything
I know, but I was
biased
asking.
about it?
Yes.
Yeah, no rule required. Your gang is not aware of any news on the Rat Kings. This is all news to you.
There's no plan that I know of.
Okay.
We just have to go fast.
Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast.
To quote the great Sonic the Hedgehog.
Presumably, we could ask Olga to withhold the news for as long as she can.
Yeah.
Might buy us some
That's
extra
good.
time.
I mean,
Yeah, that's a great idea.
the newspaper is published once a day, yes? It won't come out to the next day, so we just go that day.
Is there
Not
another
unprecedented for like a super emergency issue to go out, but
Is there
generally it's in the
another
morning.
competitive newspaper that she'd have to try to beat the story to getting out?
Sinclair Media has bought up almost all the other small time outfits.
So they're like
in
a
Daybreak City.
monopoly.
Yes. They're not the only newspaper, but they're the only one anyone gives a shit about.
Gotcha. So no one else is probably even going to be here from any other newspaper.
Probably.
Okay.
So this is the way that
I think
we.
this is the way.
All right.
Yeah, I mean,
let's
like
rest.
the other mob leaders will be there, like we kind of talked about. It's not going to be a bunch of good people at the party,
Right.
so they'll know about it, but it's still going to take them time. It's not like they can pull out a cell phone and be like,
Exactly.
"Oh, I got to call all my goons together."
Yeah, exactly. None of them are expecting this to happen.
Yeah.
Gotta get my goons together.
So
I
shall
will
we?
say also, insight check that you rolled earlier, based on the subject of other mob leaders being there. You do know that Don Vittorio is supposed to be there tomorrow too.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if that was part of why.
So you can do this in
he's
front of
down.
him to really impress him.
You can stop jumping in front of him and like, I'll save you. I'll save you. Look what I can do. Hey, Boston, look at this.
Just jump off the banister in 360, shoot somebody.
Jesus. Okay, with that, it comes to be about 2:15 in the
Yeah, we
morning.
gotta go to sleep.
You guys are deeply, deeply exhausted.
Gotta go sleep.
I assume you guys kind of roughly fill in this couple about your plans, so and they just say that they will.
Probably don't tell them.
Yeah,
Right.
keep them
Just be like,
awake.
we got this.
Yeah, you say you got this, and they say what
Like,
they've
we
got
know-
no better option, so
where
they
to
just.
I mean, I just ranted and said it was pointless right in front of him. So.
I was gonna say, Bones is sending a tone of like, please don't get your hopes up. Like,
Right. It's the closest thing to hope they have had, so they still just agree to remain here, having no better option. It's like they've got a way to get 500 marks, so these generous random strangers.
That's not true. They can borrow some from a gang.
And now that I have let this little girl sin, I think that's probably more important to Boss's sense than that photo at this time. And so Boss relinquishes that photograph back to the mother.
Okay, cool.
Just for the note.
Hope you're bringing them back the wrong child.
And with that, you guys head to wherever you guys head to sleep tonight. Some of you have homes. Some of you are freshly homeless. Some of you are.
Jojo, something.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Jojo, where did you get your clothes? I think I need to dress up for tomorrow.
Oh yeah. There's a great place over in Little Lamps. It's. Oh man, I'm trying to think of a really good bug clothes.
Oh,
pun, and it's
three piece.
evading me.
Or like what are 3 pieces
Something
of bug
about
Silver silk.
What was it?
Silver silk.
Silver silk it is.
I was thinking like 3-piece suit. Like
Yeah,
3-piece bug.
Silver silk over in Little Lamps. I can. It's funny. I've never actually been to. He looks at your lamp staff. Says, I've never actually been to Hallow Hive. Everyone assumes that every Thrycreen is from Hallow Hive. There's Thrycreen everywhere. But anyway, sorry. Little Lamps. There's a good place over there. The silver silk.
Wonderful. Do you know if they'd be open this time of night?
Oh boy, this time of night now. No, it's he looks at his watch. He has a watch on both of his left arms, and he looks at both of them.
Are they the same time?
Set for the exact same time. It boggles the mind wondering why one would wear 2 watches set to the same time.
Well, how many compounds does he have in his eyes?
Much better.
I know.
What was it?
That is so much better.
Haberdasher.
That's good. That's good. Hindsight.
It's all over.
But here's the address, and he like writes it down for you. Little Lamps, if I remember correctly, is on Albin Island, maybe? Or maybe it's in East Willows. I can find that for you. But he gives you an address for a business in Little Lamps.
Thank you. To go first thing in the morning.
Yeah, it was a pleasure making your acquaintance tonight. Not every day we see, birds of a feather, or whatever you want to say.
You as well.
Bugs on my eye.
Bugs of a thorax.
Bugs of a thorax. Bugs of a carapace.
Boston turns to Marisco and says, "What are we going to make their sleep?"
So you guys have been in the city for a few days. You guys have had a hotel room that you paid for. I'm assuming, essentially.
Have you been here?
So you've been here for about a week. Yeah. So I assume you guys in that time have been staying in just a hotel or something. I'll assume that you paid for it.
I think I forgot that.
You're good. I'll assume you paid for it like through the week. I'm not going to charge you for another night's stay. Patches has a house that goes to staying at. Bones, you like have
Bones, I offered him my place.
True. Just for the record, though, so that we can go over it. Bones has lived in the city for several years. I assume you had like an apartment
I
or
assume
something.
I had a flat, and I also thought that I had been unemployed longer, so it's very likely I still have my lease through the end of the month.
Right. That's
With-
the thing. Your
with
lease
that
ends in
said,
10 days, so.
Bones would not carry around a grenade in his backpack if he had a home. So I think it makes the most sense if like his lease just happened to be ending right when he got fired.
Yeah, today's the 20th of Sprouts, and we'll say that like you got fired a week ago, and your lease ends in 2 days on the 22nd.
That makes sense.
So you've just moved out at this point.
Yeah.
Summer party.
I think I've
Except it's going to be mostly just the slumbering part.
right. It's going to be
No party, all slumber.
Right. Well,
All about that slumber, no party.
assuming that we get paid tomorrow and don't die, I'll buy myself a nicer apartment in the morning. Well, the evening, the following morning. I can crash at your place for 2 nights.
You can crash as long as you want.
I appreciate it. I'll take you up on that.
With that, each of you heads
Does
to.
Baxter Square stay open all night?
He.
What are you doing?
Chosho looks to Patches as if like the last people here are you guys and these two. They would have closed some time ago, except the bosses here. So essentially, like as soon as you guys leave, they're going to close for the night.
Okay.
And where is the couple going to stay?
They are staying, well, not literally here in the bar, but Chosho has a room for them. Essentially, your Santi Silenziosi has a room that they can stay in.
So they are like safe from the wreckings.
Yes. They're perhaps the safest place in Daybreak City, which is in the care of a gang that is deeply against the Rat Kings. So a gang is taking care of them, but they are an enemy of the Rat Kings in the strongest terms. So.
Okay.
So they are taken to sort of a safe place to stay. Go ahead. And
This is for whenever we get to my place.
Okay, understood. Everyone heads to their respective places of sleep, and yeah, if you have something in your place,
I'm
when
going
you
to
get back
go
there.
wake up the twins and tell them all that's been happening.
Yeah, you head to your presumably like you guys don't live at your place of business.
No,
You
we
go back
have an apartment.
Yeah, you go back to your home, and I think it's in East Willows, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And yeah, Top and Yo-Yo are there. I'm going to put you on your
I'm
workshop
assuming
map
that.
just so I have somewhere to
I'm
put you,
assuming
but-
that they're probably asleep.
Oh, fast asleep. It's 2:00 in the morning. Probably 3:00 in the morning by the time you get there. You guys are actually at your workshop. This is here, so we
Yeah,
have it now. Yeah, they are both fast asleep. They
Pound on their door.
probably, we'll say they sleep in the same room. Why
I
not?
assume that they share a room. Like that's what I assume.
Yeah.
I assume that we can't afford 3 rooms.
That seems
and
right.
like
Yeah. They come running to the door. Top is probably the first one awake. He says, "Yeah, Furball, what, Jesus, it's in the middle of the night. What, you alright? Is everything okay?"
and I'm just gonna fill them in with
Yeah.
literally everything that's happened so far.
Yo-Yo gets up shortly after, rubbing his eyes as you're rambling in a slow and stuttery manner.
Oh no!
Does it take,
I'm
like,
throwing
30
lots of shut
minutes?
ups.
Just shut up so you can keep moving.
Yeah,
I get it.
yeah. Lots of just. I'm
30 minutes of mumbling it all out.
I'm really just yelling this at them.
Right. They go, okay, first of all, Furball, that's the fastest I've ever heard you talk, ever. Second of all, that's something. That's, geez. you're gonna do this though? You're gonna go do this thing with the
Waiter?
Well,
No.
I don't know if you're gonna do any more to it or not, but hold on, you're like busting captured kid out of gang prison, gang jail. I don't know what they call it, but gangs.
Maybe. It's kinda. Bones can fill in some of the blanks, but
Yeah, this is
Kinda
not me.
shrug,
I'm not
like-
saying you shouldn't or nothing. I just this is pretty crazy.
I'll knock some heads, but I'm not gonna like kill anyone.
I tried my best to talk him out of it.
The expression is more like surprise than disapproval. It's like we didn't think.
Marvel isn't saying he's gonna participate at the party. He's just participating in the getting like the actual like getting of like hostages.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it sounds to me that the first step to that is a good night of sleep. So maybe hit the old pillow for a minute there, Marvel. We can talk about this in the morning. And,
Yeah. And I'll like I guess make up the couch.
Yeah. And get a blanket put on. the
Probably not a
couch.
good couch, by the way. I mean, it's probably fine. It depends. Yo-Yo probably bought a nice couch.
Oh yeah, it's really comfy. Yeah.
If the worst case, we just put the cushion on the ground for him.
But Top and Yo-Yo have not. They are still living in a place of like absolute denial of the fact that you guys are about to be unemployed. Like you guys made a lot of money racing for Hudson Salvage Company, and they bought a nice car and bought nice furniture and a good apartment for you guys, and like all that's going away, and they just have not grappled with that reality at all as of yet. They're in for a rude awakening here shortly.
That's mostly Yo-Yo.
Yes. But eventually, one way or another, sleep finds all of you, and you wake up.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'll take some time to like actually talk to Bones, since Bones is like trying to convince me not to do anything.
Yeah, no, go for it. You guys have a conversation as you're winding down for the night.
Yeah.
You eventually find
I might maybe I mean if you're willing, I'll even just set up a little pallet in my room, unless you want the living room.
If you don't mind a little privacy for the night, I appreciate you having me, but I want to listen to some music and write some letters before that starts.
I just wanted to chat.
Yeah, of course.
I realize you're really opposed to me joining.
A little, yes.
All of it?
Yeah, it's dangerous work. This is not a job where you simply go in and get paid and then you're done with it. What we are doing tomorrow is making enemies.
Didn't you say earlier that you were going to be in and out?
Hopefully, yes. We will be in and out for this job. The point that I'm making is that what we do tomorrow is going to have consequences. Even if the job is in and out and over, there will be a new generation of Rat Kings that are out of work because of us. They will be upset. They will be looking for vengeance or new work. And in many cases, both of those will point them towards hunting us down. Not only that, but there's a very good chance that even if you are trying not to, tomorrow you're going to have to defend yourself, and that might involve taking a life. And that is not something you should do lightly. It's not something you should do if you can avoid it.
Change is coming to Daybreak. Regardless of what I do. I can't just sit back as everything is taken. I don't want to kill anyone.
I hope you don't have to. But you're brave for trying.
Eventually, sleep takes you both after a day that has been truly exhausting and shocking and emotionally draining. You woke up this morning, the two of you, to meet at the Hudson Salvage Company to see if you could find a few diamonds in the rough before you went to go see a race. And in the less than 24 hours that have transpired since then, you have witnessed the death of one of your best friends, a catastrophic accident, thrown a grenade into a devastating accident, and then met with one of the most powerful people in the city and were offered a lucrative amount of money to murder a gang leader. Subsequently finding out about this missing girl. Just a true, truck to the face of a day.
Yeah.
Sleep, I think, finds all of you very, very easily tonight.
Yeah, I actually rolled for it to see if he would be up all night, and I was like, if it's high, he'll fall asleep.
Yeah.
I rolled a natural 20. He just passes the fuck out.
There were two ways this night could go for Marvel. One is tossing and turning all night, lost in graphic imagery that you can't get out of your mind, and the other way is just the pure physical void of sleep that simply must find you when you have reached a certain level of exhaustion.
So one thing I'll do before I sleep, I'm going to ritually cast Alarm. Just to kind of, especially since we've been dealing with some crazy shit.
Sure. Yeah. Throw up alarm around the house.
Yeah.
It's wise. It doesn't go off overnight. You're never awoken mercifully. Sleep takes you and embraces you until well after the sun has risen. You can all mark down a short rest if you're missing anything. I'm thinking missing much. In the morning, you guys, in whatever separate places you are, will all, in one way or another, find out on the paper that the Daybreak Herald, the Sinclair media newspaper, is circulating. And on the front page is a headline that reads 2 dead and over a dozen injured in a catastrophic disaster at the Alban Motor Speedway. And text describing how this car malfunctioned and resulted in a catastrophic destruction that nearly killed dozens of people. And then way back on one of the further back pages in the special interest is a just almost shockingly shitty photo of Boss's big elephant ears sticking out behind Ghost, of Bones, and of Morisco. And a smaller headline that reads, "Local heroes save the day at the Alban Island Motor Speedway disaster." Bones, go ahead.
Can I clip that photo out? I'll buy a separate paper if I need to. I'm going to write a letter to send home before we do this mission, and I want to include that with it.
Amazing.
You can have our newspaper.
You clip the photo and put it in an envelope to be sent to distant lands far across the sea to your family in Steckland. And with that, I think that we will pick up here next time for our next episode of Spirit and Salt. Thank you everyone so much for watching, and we will see you next time. Farewell, everybody.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Bye.
Thank you.